Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto became the god of games and Hitai with Temari and Tayuya? Part 2. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. A world of stars. A world where unspeakable creatures lived. A world filled with insanity. And yet, two mortals were there, kneeling before their master. The first, a man with silver hair wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it. A ring on his left hand's index finger. A ring with the word, 3. The other, another silver-haired man with snake-like eyes, wearing glasses. His face was barely obstructed by a dark red cloak. A sage who had escaped his own world. My servants, report, a god stood in front of them. The heavenly god of evil, its appearance was merely a void. A void with a lone red light, resembling an eye. Its voice rumbled among the stars. Jashin-sama. The heretic mortal has commanded us to scout the demon vessels. However, he plans to wait for another 3 months before we attack, the man with black cloak and red cloud asked. I've acquired the location of the threat, what will be done, God? The glasses-wearing sage asked. Jashin's voice echoed, do not touch him. He has turned his back on the heaven. Let him and the foolish gods of heavenly plains destroy each other. Hidan, inform me should Maitreya's champion try to interfere. Kabuto, continue to amass my army. Hidan and Kabuto bowed and disappeared. So, how is it going, Jashin-kun? A woman voice asked it. Why have you come here, goddess of underworld? The deity asked, turning its red light upon the woman. A female deity with long silver hair and red eyes. The stars around her seemed to lose their shone and began to flicker. That is how potent her invitation to death was. The black dress she wore and the black eye patch covering her right eye heightened the ethereal feel around her. The goddess chuckled, you know how I am. I'm bored with all the dead spirits, decided that monsters will make a better conversation partner. The evil god's red eye watched her for a moment. Our plan is proceeding as planned. Takamagahara and the Bodhisattva shall destroy each other. Not even she can interfere. Oh, that is interesting. You seem to be very confident, child. What of the mortal you speak of? The one who possessed a contract with you? He is not a problem any longer. He has abandoned Takamagahara. With that old fool Takami Musubi leading them, the Amatsukami shall fall to ruin, Jashin declared. Truly, you should be careful, you know. There is a dangerous kind of mortal in existence, underestimate them and you will fail. The god's red light glowed brighter, showing its amusement, you speak of heroes, Izanami? Izanami laughed, her voice echoing throughout the stars, no, those kind of lawful mortals are predictable. They are not a threat. I'm speaking of mortals of chaos. Mortals who allowed their desire to dictate their actions. Those whimsical humans are the most dangerous of them all. The evil god seemed to contemplate the goddess' words. The mother goddess of rising sun spoke once more, do you know why? Because no one, not even fate, can predict what those fools will do. Tendo sneezed as he climbed the snowy mountain in the land of iron. He shivered, he was now a few thousand feet up the surface of the land. Damn you, Rikudo. I wish you would die burned by the sun, Tendo cursed the sage who was also his ancestor. The sage chuckled, unfortunately, son of man, we are already dead. Tendo glared to no one in particular, that does not mean you can make me climb this hellish mountain. You wish for us to train you swiftly. Therefore we instruct you to do so. By climbing this mountain with nothing more than nature, you should be able to master it, or you will die trying to do so. He had to admit, this training is effective. With 3 weeks left of his training trip, he decided to separate it into 3. First week, training with Rikudo to master nature and Diamond Realm. Second week, training with Zhao Gongan and study about the gods. Third week, training with his new Vajra blade and some additional hand-to-hand combat training, also the trip home. By climbing this mountain, only with nature, he was forced to rely on them every day. Flame, to keep himself from being frozen to death. Earth, to avoid falling to his doom. Wind, to give him more air to breathe. As the higher he goes, the amount of oxygen available decreased further. As for water, lightning, Diamond Realm and Thunderbolt Realm, WAI, he could hear coming from an even higher altitude. Tendo cursed and quickly summoned the lightning and diamond realm. Lightning, to escape towards a relatively safer area. Diamond realm, to turn his body into as hard as diamond, preventing him from being swallowed by avalanche caused by Rin. By the way, the myth that sound can trigger avalanche is false. The cause of this avalanche is Rin punching the mountain, causing a shockwave. Rakudo told him to ask Rin to do that. The sadist sage, yes, he knew how ironic that is, being a sadist and technically a sage himself, failed to inform him that he was the one who will suffer from it. Also, shoot! Rin shouted again, and massive pink beam descended from the mountain top. That is why he need water. As long as he can sense the ripples Rin's action made, water would warn him of her attacks. Rin's pretty beam was merciless. It is far larger than any technique he had seen, save Dodera's tailed beast bomb and Takami Musubi's divine arrow. It is also faster than anything, even the two above. No warning, and suddenly a massive pink beam obliterate you. Sometimes, he even had to increase his lightning's speed with Thunderbolt Realm. Though, the first time he did that, he tripped, rolled, and returned back to the foot of the mountain. Really, this is torture. The first time he climbed, which was 5 days ago, Tendo could only use one element at a time, and no Diamond Realm. He was forced to choose whether to survive the avalanche while feeling colder than ever, or to try to survive without them but feeling warm. Needless to say that he was slammed back down to the foot of the mountain countless times. At times like this, he is glad to be an Uzumaki. By the evening, he managed to connect with two nature at a time and used the Diamond Realm. Rakudo praised him, saying that it was unthinkable. He preferred to think that unless he did so, he would die by Rakudo and Rin's hands. Fourth day, 3 nature at once, though it was still unstable and Thunderbolt Realm. He had also found a limitation with the Diamond and Thunderbolt Realm. He could only use one at a time. Rakudo told him that it is a rule. Either as strong as Diamond, or as fierce as Thunderbolt. Now, on the 5th day, he managed to balance 4 nature in him. Currently, he is connecting himself with Flame, Earth, Wind and Water, with Diamond Realm activated. Should Water notify him of Rin's pretty beam, he would switch Earth with Lightning and Diamond with Thunderbolt. And if he noticed an avalanche coming with Wind, he would switch Water with Lightning. The goal is to train him to be able to switch his connection at any moment in instant and also to train his body to be used to any elements. This is annoying, do not get him wrong, this training is interesting, it could even be said, fun. However, he preferred a training where he can fight against someone instead. Who said you could not? Rakudo suddenly interrupted his thought. Who am I going to fight with? Tendo raised an eyebrow hearing that. Try to deflect Little Blacksmith's attack with your Vajra. Should Lord Zhao's words remain true, you should be able to cut the attack into 2. At first, we would like you to master all 5 nature before trying this, however, 4 is acceptable. That is a good idea. Tendo took out his Vajra and summoned the blade in it, just in time before a voice could be heard. Shoot! Tendo jumped and swung his sword, cutting the pink beam into 2 halves. After that, silence. Then 2 massive explosion could be heard from the foot of the mountain. I did cut it into 2, Tendo commented to Rakudo as he landed, but that does not mean I stopped it. It is fortunate for us that we picked a mountain with no lives near it. We did not expect the blacksmith to retain such amount of power. At least it confirmed that fighting against her head-on means our death. Rakudo sent a mental equivalent of affirmation. Tendo waited for any additional attacks from Rin. When none came, he relaxed. After a few minutes of climbing, Tendo turned towards the side. It is sunset, she will appear soon. That would explain why Rin stopped attacking. Whenever she came, Rin would hide somewhere in the mountain and stop attacking him. As if confirming his thought, a familiar figure of white-haired, golden-eyed girl appeared. Then she slipped and fell to the snowy surface. Amaterasu-sama, you came again? Tendo asked as he helped the shining heaven up. Seeing the goddess appearing before him, and slipping had become a daily occurrence for him. The goddess looked at him with a happy smile, showing her appreciation for his help. The day after she formed a full contract with him, she appeared before him again. Flashback. Tendo sat on a standard-sized bed. He was now staying in an inn near the Land of Iron. Tomorrow, he would begin his training under Rakudo. Excited as he was, he could not sleep and decided to spend his time training. He connected himself with water and allowed himself to become one with it. He closed his eyes. Still, calm, he could sense ripples around him. Multiple small ripples, normal humans, and a massive ripple in the room beside him, Rin. They were originally planning to rent only a room. But the innkeeper lady was outraged at hearing that such a young girl be roomed with a hormonal teenage boy. Then she said, "Who knows what will happen to the poor girl?" She gave the room for free, as long as he did not come near it. He was not a lolicon, you know? That is Rakudo's role. Though, recalling how Geto made Rin punish him after the youth incident, did roused his interest a bit. Well, frankly speaking, being the opposite of the monstrous Dotara, little Rin was cute. He was not attracted to her though, honest. Speaking about cute gods, there is one more that confused him. Amaterasu Omikami. Just yesterday, she appeared before him, claiming that he was her champion and formed a full contract with him. If he is her champion, then why does she break her partial contract with him? Then why establish a new contract? When Tendo reported to Zhao Gongan what happened, the Bodhisattva told him to, "I do not know. Keep an eye on her. Try not to needlessly antagonize her." It says a lot when he who demands surrender could do nothing but warn him. Then there is her kiss with him. What is with that goddess? He asked himself as he opened his eyes. Tendo froze. In front of him was the goddess he was thinking about, sitting on his lap, staring at him with curious golden eyes. Amaterasu, Sama. He was hesitant. How is he supposed to react? Should he ask her why she did all that? Why she created his eyes? Why she formed a contract with him? But before he could voice his thought, the imperial great goddess smiled and handed him a book. Then she sat on the beside him. What is this? He read the title. Compilation of Tales, by Omoikane. A book the god of wisdom wrote. What does she want him to do with it? Her eyes seemed to show her eagerness as she waited for him to do something. Tendo watched her in confusion. She pouted and pointed at the book, then at his mouth, then at herself. You want me to read this for you? Tendo took a guess. Her smile could light 1,000 worlds as she cheerfully nodded. Fine, Tendo nodded. Maybe after he finished reading the book, she would answer his questions. The title of the first tale was shown to him, Momotaro. Tendo's sweat dropped. Momotaro, really? Amaterasu seemed to be confused by his reaction. She shook his arm. All right. Surrendering, Tendo began to read the tale of Momotaro. The tale is actually different from what he was used to read, which made it a bit more interesting. Most books now told the tale of an old couple finding a baby from a peach that floated on the river. The boy was named Momotaro. He was a courageous and kind boy, always meeting the old couple's expectation as he grew up. Then it told the readers how Momotaro volunteered to go to a journey to defeat a group of Oni or ogre with talking dog, monkey and pheasant as his companion. They managed to storm the demon's fortress and defeated the group of Oni. Momotaro and his companion plundered the demon's treasure and returned back to his village. The story ended with how they lived comfortably after that. This story though, the old couple found a peach that restored their youth and vitality, and after they made love, Momotaro was born. Momotaro grew to be a lazy and generally useless person and one day was forced by the village to go to a journey to defeat the demons. From there, it is the same as the usual version of the tale, him meeting the 3 animals and defeating demons. However, the tale also showed Momotaro's growth into a noble man similar to the other version of the tale. Momotaro then returned back to his village with the demon's treasures, living comfortably after his journey. Well, he was confused. Why would the goddess want him to read this? Tendo recalled that the Momotaro he read at the library were actually an edited version that is made to show the hero in a more positive light. The original version seemed to imply that Momotaro is generally a worthless person who grew up in his journey and returned, more mature than before. But, the goddess of the sun acted like a little child. The god of wisdom should have known that and put the edited version instead. Tendo turned towards the shining heaven beside him. He found her to be fast asleep, curling on the bed. Well, what am I supposed to do now? With nothing else to do, he read the tales in the book. Most of them were folklore from the land outside the elemental country. In some of the story, foreigners called them the people of Wa. Wa, I want to see it someday. Since then, Amaterasu Omikami appeared in front of him. After sunset, every day. And each time she appeared, she would ask him to read the book again. Different heroes, different tales. Urashima Taro, the fisherman who met Watatsumi. In the book, he was known by his old name, Urashimika. The tale of fisherman who saved a bullied turtle and was sent to the dragon god palace. Unknowingly, he lived in the palace for 300 years, and when he returned, nothing he knew was left, not his family, his home, nor his identity. Kentaro, the golden boy who defeated Shuden Doji. The boy who was raised by a Yama Uba, a kind of female cannibalistic demon. He grew up with many adventures, helping people, matching a bear in strength and even killing demons. When he grew older, he took the name Sakata no Kintoki and became one of Minamoto no Yorimitsu's retainer. Tamamo no Mei, the mythical nine-tailed fox, the base of Rakudo's Kurama design. The legendary courtesan who had bewitched many nobles and Emperor Kano with her beauty and intelligence. It is said that one day, the emperor fell ill and many tried to heal him but failed. And Onmyoji, Abe no Yasuchika informed the emperor that the cause of his illness was Tamamo no Mei, and revealed that she was a kitsune. Tamamo no Mei disappeared from the court after that, and the emperor sent his best warriors to hunt her down and kill her. The warriors were Kazusa no Suke and Miura no Suke. On their hunt, Tamamo appeared before Miura in his dream. She prophesied that Miura would kill her the next day and begged for him to spare her. He refused, and true to her prophecy, she was struck by Miwa's arrow and was killed. The body of the fox became a Sessho Seiki, the killing stone which kills anyone who tries to touch it, a manifestation of Tamamo's anger. Years later, a priest named Geno was said to exorcise the soul of Tamamo and removed the killing stone's curse. Though reading all this, a thought came to him. Why? No answer came to him, and Tendo sighed. In a span of a week, he already learned that expecting answers from Amaterasu is impossible. Maybe him reading those stories were just the goddess' whims, or maybe it had a deeper meaning behind it. The next day, Tendo stood triumphant at the summit of the mountain. We did good? Rin asked as she jumped up and down beside him. The mortal god patted her head. Yes, you did good. Rin giggled happily. We should return, back to the temple. After a week full of mount climbing, it is finally time for him to ask Zhao to train him, directly. Why? Can't we just stay here, mortal god? We don't want to see the blue guy again, Rin whined. Rin's new nickname for Zhao Gongan, the blue guy, quite appropriate as Zhao's symbols were Vajra and blue flame. After she ran away when she saw Amaterasu, he chased her down and asked her why is she so scared of the other gods. Her answers surprised him. The blue guy is scary. He is too heavy, too strong, which he interpreted to her being assaulted by Zhao's demanding aura. The scary one is just scary, was all she was willing to say about Amaterasu, though she later added, she isn't like us. Perhaps it was as Zhao had said, Rin right now is a divine, but she is also a mortal. Perhaps she instinctively realized that and tried to avoid any dangers, such as other gods or gods with power far above her own. However, no, you have to come with me, Rin. You are a good girl, yes? Rin pouted. We think mortal god is trying to trick us, but nodded nonetheless. Do not worry, I will buy you something from the village we will pass in return. Maybe a stuffed toy or something like that would satisfy her. Rin grinned. Can we get this then? She took out a book and pointed towards its cover. Tendo blinked. He would have rubbed his eyes, but he knew that his eyesight could be considered one of the best among mortals. The cover of the book contained two rather familiar figures. A boy with blonde hair and ripple-patterned eyes and a red-haired girl with the same eyes. Clearly him and Geto. However, the greatest problem were in the part Rin pointed. The Geto on the cover wore a black collar, the accessory Rin wanted. The cover Geto is also naked. Then again, so is him in that cover pic. It is clear whose fault this is. Geto. He shouted towards the general direction of Takigakure. Geto shivered as she ran on Taki's walls. I have a feeling that brother just learned about the book Rin-chan stole from me. Oh well, training first. If she is lucky, she might be able to beat Tendo, and made sure that he won't be angry about that. A day later, Tendo sat in front of Zhao Gongan inside the Bodhisattva's chamber. Rin hiding behind him while wearing a black collar on her neck. It is not his fault. He is a sadist, yes, But he would not do that to little Rin. Rin just would not give in and forced him to buy it for her. He blamed Gedo. My first lesson to you is something necessary to all gods: the symbols of power. Tendo raised an eyebrow hearing that. According to what he could conclude from Rakudo's incomplete memory, symbols of power were basically the marks gods used to separate themselves from other gods. One such example is Dodera's moon. Indeed, once Ippon Dodera abandoned Takamagahara, it created the false moon, likely an attempt to avoid Tsukuyomi's sight. Perhaps, if Amaterasu did not assist it, it would create a false sun too. However, for reason only it knows, it kept the sun shining on this land. In my case, my symbols are the Vajra and the blue flame, as with all Vajrapani deities. However, I also possess chains as my symbol. Vajra, blue flame and chains. How to say this? Compared to Dodera's, it is a bit lacking. Dodera's symbol was a false moon that showed its authority, the blacksmith god. The ability to create false existences. Zhao's symbols were the symbols of Vajrapani, Vajra and blue flame, added with his own chains. Zhao nodded. That is correct. Dodera's symbol is made to intimidate, to induce fear. Mine is simply a symbol of worship. Now, the reason why I told you this is to inform you that you should seek a symbol of your own. Tendo raised an eyebrow. Why? It is not as if I am planning to build a cult or a temple. A symbol of power, when filled with divine energy, may also be used to channel your power. Do you not recall Dodera sending the moon crashing to the ground? Well, that was true. Dodera summoned the false moon to attack him before. How exactly do I create a symbol? Tendo asked. Zhao was about to answer when Rakudo's voice echoed inside Naruto. There is no need. We already formed our symbol, Rakudo told him. Well, that was unexpected. He thought he had to go to another quest or something like that. Fighting a giant space flea out of nowhere and gain some kind of divine enlightenment while losing. Then he would acquire his symbol and defeated the giant flea with it. What manner of delusion are you having, son of man? Can I see the symbol? Tendo chose to ignore the inquiring stare Zhao sent him and the comment Rakudo gave. If he had any doubt about the Bodhisattva being able to read his mind, it was cleared away. A familiar ripple pattern formed in front of him. Slowly, 6 tomo began to form, surrounding the inner circle. Then, a yin-yang orb formed inside the inner circle. A rinnegan, surrounded with 6 tomo and had a yin-yang symbol in the middle? Tendo asked the sage. Indeed, in actuality, this is a seal that we used in our first divine technique. The creation of all things, Banbutsu Sozo. A seal, what does it do? Tendo moved to touch the symbol, but as it is only an image, his hand went through the yin-yang symbol. No matter how powerful we are still immortal. Banbutsu Sozo is our ability to manipulate both yin and yang chakra, which is humans' equivalent of divine energy, to form a physical shape using yin and gave it a sentient life using yang. This is the technique we used to form our children. For us to create, for the lack of better word, such abnormal creatures, we need energy that mortals could never contain. Roughly 10 times of our maximum reserve for one beast. The seal worked as a container for our power and a generator which automatically replicated the chakra placed inside it, essentially making it an infinite chakra generator. That is useful, indeed it was. With a seal like that, he could literally use all of his techniques without limit. Indeed, other than that, it had several other uses. However, it possessed a massive disadvantage. Tendo raised an eyebrow. What is it? That we could die if we use it too often? We can only use it once? Rakudo seemed to chuckle. No, the disadvantage is quite simple, the size. Did I hear that right? Size? What you see as circles were actually seals. This symbol we showed you is a scaled version of it. Our basement, which is approximately at the size of this chamber, had the floor covered with this seal. How the hell am I supposed to use it then? Tendo shouted, annoyed. At our time, the sealing art is not as advanced as it is now. Bring the Toad Sage and your outer realm to our abode. They should be able to compress the size of our symbol. That raises an interesting point. Where is your house? Tendo asked. He possessed the sage's memory of that house, yes. But that does not mean he knew where it is in the elemental country. Konohagakure. No, it should be reversed. Konohagakure was built there because it was our home. Our sons' clans, while in conflict, have always respected the area as their ancestors' ground. That is why Konohagakure is built at the center of elemental country. Well, that was unexpected. Then again, it would explain why the Senju and Uchiha built Konohagakure there. Where in Konoha, exactly? Inside the mountain. The Hokage mountain? Tendo asked, raising an eyebrow. Rikudo sent an affirmation. I suppose I have to plan a trip there after Rin's game then, Tendo muttered. I see that you have finished discussing your plans. Let us move to the next subject, killing a god. Well, that escalated quickly, Tendo said, a bit taken aback by how easily Zhao stated the subject. Zhao Gongan shook his head. In truth, it is impossible to kill a god. However, it is possible to kill their physical manifestation. Tendo frowned. What do you mean? For an example, should you kill me now, I will be sent to the divine realm. In approximately a few months, I would form another physical body and return back to the mortal plane. Wait, so even if I managed to kill a god, they would just revive after a few months? Zhao nodded. However, to do so requires a great amount of faith of humans. Gods with few or no faith from humans would be unable to maintain their physical form. This is because our physical form is what humans imagined us to be. In truth, we had no such form before the mortals worshipped and gave us names. We were merely divine energy. So, in short, gods started as a mass of energy, humans worshipped them and gave them names and description, they acquired a physical manifestation. The gods are quite dependent on humans, are they not? Tendo wondered. Zhao Gongan nodded in agreement. However, that is only if they wish to interfere with humanity. Some chose to keep living as a formless mass of energy, never manifesting on the mortal plane. What if a god with no faith is killed? He could already guess what would happen, but a confirmation might be useful. They would be unable to return, staying in the divine realm for a long time. Tendo hummed in understanding. Would you like to see it? Zhao suddenly asked. See what? The mortal god asked, a bit wary. A mortal, killing a god. Tendo blinked. You mean, like how you showed Dodera's fall? Zhao Gongan nodded. Correct. I will show you one of her battle. Her? Tendo questioned again. Your ancestor, Seirei, the sage's granddaughter. So, that was the name of Rikudo's granddaughter. Seirei, it meant, spirit. Well, that was definitely one of Rikudo's style of naming. Show me. And the chamber was filled with light. Tendo looked at the scenery around them. The sky was covered by black clouds and lightning rumbled around him. But strangely, there were no rain. A sound of a roar echoed and he turned towards it. His eyes widened. There, in the middle of a forest was a giant, fighting with a small human figure. Come on. Is that all you got? A girl with long black hair wearing a traditional white-red priestess garb taunted as she danced around. The giant's fist. Stay still, human. The giant roared. The giant was familiar, he had seen him before, in Takamagahara, he was. No, can't do. Raiden-sama. She landed on the ground and placed one hand on her hips while her right hand pointed towards the thunder god. I already killed Kamikaze-sama, so you should be a good boy and die too. She shouted with a smirk. Her voice was quite similar to his mother, just a bit more light as the girl was younger. Curse you. Servant of Dodera. Raiden slammed his fist to the ground and thunderbolts began to strike the area randomly, destroying trees and rocks around the two battling beings. The girl pouted as she avoided a thunderbolt. Moo. Why can't you gods listen? I am Seirei, Zhao Kun's servant. I don't care about this Dodera guy. He's probably not as hot as Zhao anyway. Seirei blushed as she said that. Hya, I said it. Tendo's mind almost shut down. This girl is Seirei, his great-grandmother. She is cheerful. Too cheerful perhaps, and... Is she a fangirl? Then again, she looked to be about 18 years old now. Maybe it is a phase or something. Stop playing around, abomination. Raiden swung his arm, intent on swatting the girl away. For a moment, Seirei's blush disappeared, replaced by a bloodthirsty grin. At that instant, Tendo knew that she was not as she seemed. All that cheerful actions, all that girlish words were lies. This girl is exactly the same as him and Rikudo. Someone who could only feel truly alive when fighting. A battle maniac as some would call him. She swung her small arms. Raiden's right arm flew, separated from his body. Did you really just ask me to stop playing around? Seirei asked, raising her face to meet Raiden's gaze. Tendo and the Thunder God flinched, for a different reason. There, on Seirei's eyes were not the same eyes he and Rakudo possessed. They were not purple but red. Exactly the same as Rin's eyes, with 5 Tomo. 5 Tomo, Tsukuyomi, Suzano in the outer rim. Zhao Gongen and Amatsu Mikaboshi in the middle rim and Monakanushi in the inner rim. No wait, Zhao Gongen is not in the middle rim. For Seirei, Zhao Gongen's Tomo is placed in the inner rim. That guy actually made a full contract with her. Somehow he felt as if Zhao just tricked him. Then Seirei spoke, causing him to return his attention to her once more. You know, not even my father and uncle can fight me when I am serious. Then again, you are a god, maybe you can survive. Then as if recalling something funny, she chuckled. Then again, your brother died without even touching me. Maybe you gods aren't that interesting after all. She pointed towards a body a few meters behind her. Tendo's eyes widened, impressed by the sight. Another giant with his body cleanly separated into 2 right at the middle. Shina Suhiko, the wind god. She really is powerful, Tendo muttered. He knew that Rakudo is far stronger than him, but to see his great-grandmother this strong. Was he too weak? Is he that pitiful compared to the two? Raiden screamed, full of rage. He charged towards Seirei. The girl smiled demurely and changed her stance, her left arm swaying towards the back, palm open while her right arm placed in front of her face. Shinra Tensei, she stated calmly, and instantly, she shot towards the Raiden using the almighty push from her left hand. She passed through Raiden's remaining arm, which tried to catch her, as she spun and landed on the other side of the field, with Raiden's back facing her. She moved again, Shinra Tensei. As she grew closer towards Raiden's back, she swung her arm, and from the sleeve of her priestess garb, a Vajra appeared. She swung it. Divine. The flame-covered sword formed on the Vajra as it was swung. The god tried to turn, intent on stopping her attack. Retribution. The instant she shouted, the Vajra sword grew in size and length, cutting the thunder god horizontally. As the god fell in 2 pieces, Tendo turned towards his ancestor, staring at her in a pure battle lust. I want to fight her, Tendo muttered, almost in daze. He had always desired to fight strong people. However, it never reached this level. Perhaps it is because of how she is similar to him and how she killed 2 gods easily. She is but a memory, you do realize that, do you not? Zhao asked as he materialized beside Tendo. I know, but I want to fight her. I want to fight her no matter what. That is what Tendo wanted to say. She is not as powerful you think she is, Zhao stated as he gazed towards Seirei in what could be described as longing. Tendo raised an eyebrow hearing that. She had slain 2 gods, yes. However, Raiden and Shina Suhiko's abilities were limited. Their power in this battle were roughly half of Dotara's power when you fought it. Limited? Why? Have you forgotten the rules? No gods shall interfere with mortals' affairs. To bypass this rule, the Amatsukami manifested themselves inside false bodies, formed in a similar manner as the 9 beasts Rakudo created. Inside that false body, they are considered mortal. Their abilities were limited to the extent where mortal weapons could harm and even kill them. Tendo deflated a little hearing that. Then again, killing 2 giants with half of Dotara's power would be impossible for most mortal. However, what I want you to see is this. Tendo turned his attention back towards Seirei, seeing her walking towards Raiden's corpse. Bansho Tenin, a glowing light moved towards her from the Thunder God's false body. Well, time to sleep, Narukami-chan. She stabbed it with her Vajra sword and it shattered into pieces. What did she do? Tendo asked Zhao. She killed Raiden's physical soul, returning him back to Takamagahara. Killing a god, huh? Part of him wondered if he would do that one day. Oh well, if killing a god meant returning them back to their realms, then there is no problem. They can still come back and fight him again after all. Do you only think of others as a possible challenge? Zhao asked him as the scenery froze, a sign that they would return back to Zhao Gongen's chamber. Tendo laughed, it is a habit. Finally, after exams, work trip, and illness the chapter is done. And this marks the end of 1-month arc. Next will be the first part of Rin's game. For Konoha-Ruki's arc and 9 Vessels arc, I will put them in a side story in later chapters. Side Story God Quest Part 3 Tenno from the Sage's Journey. Free second promotional DLC for the new series, The Sage's Journey. Play with the future incarnation of Rakudo from after Namikaze Naruto's death. If he is in your party with Uzumaki, Shio or Tendo, future, something good might happen. I died? Tendo asked in shock. Shio blinked. You two know Tenno-san? Tendo nodded. He is my teacher, so to speak. Well, what else is he supposed to say? Shio smiled. My goodness, what a coincidence, Tenno-san is my teacher too. My goodness? Geto asked, confused by the strangely worded words. The Uzumaki from another world blushed. That is a habit of mine. Should we summon him? Tendo asked, pointing towards Tenno's DLC page. He was quite curious about his death. What could have killed me? Geto shook her head. If we summon him, he'll fight us. And if we lose against him, it's a game over for us. Game over? Shio asked. You two mentioned that this world is using a game rules, right? What will happen to us if we died? Geto thought for a moment. Actually, before Tendo woke up, I already scouted the town. There are items to revive fallen party members, but, Tendo asked as he and Shio waited for the outer realm to continue. There is no save point. So I assume that if we all died, that means it's a permanent death for us. But as long as someone survive, I think we can resurrect dead party member in the church. Well, that is quite an interesting information, Tendo muttered. Information about his death would mean nothing if it results in his death. What should we do now then? Shio tilted her head. I think we should clear some quests, gain express and level up. After our level is high enough, we can try to summon more allies and find the guy who did this to us. Tendo shrugged. You are the game expert here. With that said, they moved towards a shinobi sitting behind a desk marked with quest. Which mission do you want to take? Then a book opened, showing a mission. Name: Boar Hunt. Rank: D. Recommended level: 1 mission, kill 5 boars. Client: Tutorial guy. I want you to kill 5 boars for me. There's no special reason at all. I just don't like them. What? Tendo asked flatly. Geto grinned. That's how a game quester, brother. Shio frowned. But this person, tutorial guy, asked us to kill boars for no reason. I feel bad for them. Geto scratched her cheek. Well, if you both don't want to do this, let's look for another mission. Name: Urgent. Find my brother. Rank: D. Recommended level: 5 mission, find a lost child. Client: Senna. My brother disappeared when playing in the forest. Please save him. Goodness. A child is missing. We should rescue him now. Shio tried to run towards the door but found her body to be unable to move. It is useless, Shio-san. We can only move to follow our party leader, Geto. What? Why? Tendo sighed. I do not know. Big brother, quests with the word urgent on them means that this quest is needed to progress through the game. That means, it could give us a clue about the guy who dropped us here, Geto explained. Let us take the quest then, Tendo told her. Geto nodded. Our level is 6 by the way. It was 5 originally but the fight with Shio increased it. How exactly do you know our level? Shio asked. Here. Geto swung her arm and suddenly a book appeared. Geto LV. 6 carbon monophosphide. 140 street. 5 in. 8 N. 5 rupees. 7 ag. 4 skills. Geto. Kusari passive. Outer realm. What do they mean? Tendo asked. Saint means strength, the amount of damage caused by our physical attacks. In means intelligence, damage caused by our skills, except some that use strength as base. And means endurance, our defense against physical. Ours is resistance, our defense against non-physical attacks. Ag means agility, how fast we are, how high our evasion is. Below it are our skills. As you can see, I have an active skill, used when I want to, and a passive skill, which activate automatically. Tendo and Shio absorbed the information. How about mine? Namikaze Naruto, Tendo, LV. 6. CP. 170 street. 7 in. 8 N. 5 rupees. 5 ag. 5 skills. Shinra Tensai Bansho Tenin. You seem to be more attack-oriented, brother, Geto commented. Mine? Uzumaki Shio LV. 5 carbon monophosphide. 200 street. 6 in. 5 N. 4 rupees. 6. Ag. 5 dance. Thrust passive. Regeneration. Ghetto looked at the stats and nodded thoughtfully. Brother, she has Kurama in her. Tendo nodded. That is the only way to explain the huge amount of chakra she possesses and the regeneration skill. Shio sighed sadly. I am weaker than Tendo-san and Ghetto-san. I'll just be in your way. Tendo shook his head. Do not worry. This world seemed to scale our power back to 0, or in this case, level 5. I am sure that if we level up, we would regain our power. Also, there is not such thing as be in your way. Everyone has their uses. Shio smiled. That sounds like something Tenno-san will say. Rikudo, you have quite a follower here. Let's go to the mission. Ghetto wrote something on the mission book and she moved towards the door, the other 2 party members automatically following. Chapter 16 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rikudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image, thanks. Sorry for the late chapter. Real life got in my way. University is the main reason, but I also had to go to a business trip several times. Review responses. Shattering. Ha ha ha. Sorry about that. The reason for that is because the next one on this series will be a mythology crossover, no longer a pure Naruto series. This second series is an introduction to the next actually. Element Kitsune. Indeed she is. Well, he is a battle maniac. Normal humans won't think that, but no realms are normal. No way to answer this without spoiler. Nah, I take Mo Kian Beam actually. Not dead now, fortunately. A zone puffy hair. Glad you like her. A paper fan Tsukomi. I planned that but not now. Maybe later when they are more relaxed around her. A combination of both? Bluntly speaking, even though Tendo is powerful as a mortal, he is on the level of minor gods like Dadara. Completely different from Amaterasu. But she is also as pure as a child and trust him. It does. Though I take pretty beam from Mo Kian Beam. She is, a Hanya mask is needed, if you know what I mean. Sorry for not updating soon. Multiple RL problems prevented me from updating. Shadow Maria Love. Well, he is a battle maniac. The Hokage Naruto. Sorry not now. This chapter is already late enough as it is. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. I cannot decide if I should take this as a compliment or comment. Oh well. Druid FWY. He will. Because I deliberately kept him in the shadow until now. I wonder how many people remember Kabuto. Doraemon. I want a Dokademo door, yes. Chinese people refer ancient Japan as Wa. I'll leave that to your interpretations. Done. Tayuya will appear in 2 chapters I think. Uzumaki Naruto's story is, well, next is game. Then Samsara verse characters. Then canon verse. So, 3 chapters. Or 2 if I decided to fuse Samsara verse chars and canon verse. Tertius Aramata. Well, the only god who is explicitly called an evil deity in Shinto is Amatsu Mikaboshi. Nah. The changes in legend are the original folklore version. The usual version kids read are the edited ones. Yes, that one. Clandestine reasons, maybe? I'll leave it to your interpretations. Well, compared to Datbeo, Databane, believe it, I suppose, my goodness, can be considered normal. Golden Dragon 14. Thank you. Well, thanks anyway. Peace of the world. Here it is. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 16 Namikaze Naruto's game. Shirado. Why hasn't he returned yet? Geto asked Asura. The realms except Tendo gathered around Takigakure's administration table where Asura worked. Even Chikushodo and Gakido were in their respective bodies. Unfortunately, I do not have the answer to that question, Asura sighed. We still have 1 day before the deadline, maybe he will be back tomorrow. It was the night before the game, and yet, Tendo had yet to return. All of the realms except for Tendo gathered in their house at Takigakure. Could he be in trouble? Geto asked worried. Jin burst out laughing hearing that. Him? In trouble? Of course he is. looking at the other Naruto. I'm sure that trouble follow us everywhere. Shiro opened his mouth to reprimand Jin but stopped, I cannot deny it. Shikushodo grinned, a sight that would make lesser mortal tremble in fear as he was in Hoshigaki Kisami's body. Tendo, food? Food. Food. Eat. Gakido laughed maniacally. Asura placed his face on his palm. It has been quite some time since all of us are gathered. Now I remember why we each lived in our own realms. Gedo gave a dry laugh, because we're missing a few kunai in our pouch? Jin's eyes turned serious hearing that. Actually, does any of us use kunai? I know that Tendo sometimes use one, but us? And I thought because kunai are heavy, most shinobi only bring one or two. What's with the shinobi in elemental country having seemingly infinite amount of kunai anyway? Gedo smacked the human realm's head. No, we don't. Kunai and shuriken are overrated. Besides, we have Shirado's infinite ammo. For your question about kunai, I believe it is because shinobi of elemental country are more powerful physically than the non-chakra using shinobi. Therefore they are able to carry more kunai, Shiro explained. Asura sighed. Let us return back to topic. Lady Gedo, do you sense Master's presence? He asked as he turned towards Gedo. Gedo shrugged. Don't ask me. Jigokudo and Ninjendo are better at chakra manipulation than me. My apologies, I had assumed that your obsession allows you to sense Master within 272.5 miles radius, Asura commented. I'm not that obsessed. True that I nearly went to Yandere route. But I'm normal now. Facing deadpan stares from the Asura, human and hell realms, Gedo corrected. Well, mostly normal. I do not believe mostly normal is a description I will use to any of us, Shiro stated. I do not sense our Lord anywhere near us. Neither do I, Jin commented. Then let us end this meeting. We will gather again tomorrow at 6 in the morning. Dismissed, Asura commanded. No realm moved. Why are you not moving? Asura questioned. Well, Shikushodo won't move, so I'm staying around, Jin answered. I do not believe it is a good idea to bring Gakido to the village, Jigokudo stated as he showed a chain that was linked to Gakido's legs. Gedo smiled. Obviously, so I can be the first one who greet Tendo. And she said she is not obsessed, Jin muttered to Shiro, who gave a nod. It is indeed frightening how much one can delude themselves. You Manzai duo there, I can hear you too, Gedo shouted, pointing at the two realms. Shikushodo blinked. Manzai? Bread? Gedo shook her head. No, you appeared after so long and you became a Guilman-styled character. Manzai is a comedy duo consisted of Boke and Tsukomi. Don't underestimate our comedy culture. Asura let out another sigh. Master, please return soon. My sanity cannot hold on much longer. Mortal God. Where are we? Rin asked Tendo. Call me Tendo, he replied automatically. As for where we are, obviously Rin. He waved his hand around, towards the deserts and mountain of sands around them. We are in the land of sand. By the way, Land of Sand is not Sanagakure. It is an entirely different land from the Land of Wind. Rin blinked, confused, but then marched on. Where? She asked again. I do not know. Mortal God, lost? Tendo sighed. Yes, we're lost. Girl Mortal God told us to ask mortals for Drek Shun when we are lost. It's direction, Rin, Tendo corrected. Rin nodded. Yes, Drek Shun. Well, we are not asking people for Drek Shun, because? There is no people around. Rin blinked. Is that a problem, Mortal God? Tendo nodded. Yes, quite a massive one, in fact. Then they walked in a silence. Or at least, Tendo walked while Rin sat on his shoulders. Mortal God. Why don't you just ask the mean Mortal God? Rin asked while tilting her head, not that Tendo could see. Ah. Finally. We were wondering when you would notice, son of man. We shall never speak of this to anyone, Tendo declared. Speak of what, Mortal God? Rin asked, honestly confused. Exactly, but the Mortal God marched on. And thus, we are left worrying whether our peace would truly last with someone such as this as the world's savior. And so, after a journey full of obstacles and threats, here we are. Tendo ended his tale as he sat around a table with the realms and Rin in their home at Takigakure. He just ended his tale where he saw a princess being attacked by shinobi of minor villages, which lead him to declare a war and decimated the village to save the princess. What is Obu Santa Karu? Rin asked. A game. It means hindrances, Geto answered, her face frozen in a glare because of Tendo's story. Tell me, brother. This princess that you saved, what was she like? She had a shoulder-length red hair, with some of her bangs covering her eyes, and strange eyes. Her breast was quite flat and she was a bit shorter than I, Tendo answered without hesitation. What's with that detailed description? Delay the game. I must punish this vixen who tricked you. Geto shouted as she moved to the door. Calm down, princess. Jin stopped her with a big smile. Tendo is lying. And the girl he described is you. Doesn't that mean you think my breast is flat? Geto glared at Tendo and Ninjendo. Tendo looked to the side. You said it, sister, not me. I'll finish you up so bad that you can't walk straight in our game, Geto threatened. Was that an innuendo? Sister dear, I knew you were lonely without me, Tendo countered with a smirk. Geto gritted her teeth. I want to punch you so bad, Tendo. Food? Shikushodo asked. Tendo smiled. Sure. There were some souvenirs I bought at the Land of Sand. He handed the animal realm a box of sweets. The animal realm happily opened it and started eating. Asura massaged his forehead. He was not ready for something like this so early in the morning. He looked at the time. 7 in the morning. Truthfully, master, why are you late? And why do we lost some of our contracts? And gained 2 new ones too? Rin smiled. She knew the answer. We and mortal god were lost. Tendo immediately shut Rin's mouth with his hand. I will explain later about the contract. It's complicated. About why we were late, we faced a bit of trouble, that is all. We were definitely not lost in Land of Sand or something like that. So you got lost? Jin deadpanned. Tendo gave a nervous chuckle. What could you possibly be trying to say? That I, the wielder of the eyes of God, savior of the world, got lost in some kind of land full of sand? Master, you have not fixed your habit of being overly dramatic when lying, Asura told the heaven realm. Jigokudo. Help me, and thus, did the savior of the world retreats. My lord, Shiro stated, a small smile appearing on his face. Tendo smiled in return. Please, stop talking, Shiro coldly stated. At 2, Jigokudo? Tendo gave an exaggerated show of shock with his body flinching as if being struck by a powerful blow. Rin clapped her hands. Mortal god is funny. Anyway, brother. When are we going to start our game? Let's do this as fast as possible when I still want to beat you up. With Geto's declaration, the relaxed atmosphere disappeared. Each, Namikaze Naruto, in that room gained a dangerous glint in their eyes. Well then, sister, if you wish to be humiliated now, then I will gladly oblige. Why? Rin cheered as she sat on a tree. In front of her was a large clearing. Tendo stood on one end while the rest of the realms stood on the other. So, Tendo began. Think you all can beat me? He asked with a smirk, his eyes burning with anticipation. The realms countered his smirk with their own. Then Geto stepped to the front. Brother darling, Geto's smirk turned into a mocking smile. Recall that you have never beaten us before. We don't plan to change that trend now. Then she disappeared. Tendo laughed and swung his right arm, meeting Geto's fist with his own. Geto glared towards her brother while he smiled. Burn, Kagetsuchi, he stated as his fist was covered with a flame. Bakuhatsu. The flame exploded, sending Geto flying away. Then the Geto that was sent flying turned into crows. Crow clone. A trick we picked up from Itachi-sama, Tendo commented as Geto reappeared near the other realms. Didn't expect that, did you? Geto asked. We aren't holding back. We'll use all tricks in our disposal, be it our realms, or shinobi techniques. Tendo nodded. Good. Then he entered a strong fist stance that Rock Lee usually used. Come at me, then, brothers and sister. Asura looked at Geto and they both nodded. Asura took out a scroll and unsealed a staff from it. Tendo grew tense seeing it. That is quite a familiar staff. Ruyi Jingu Bang, Sun Wukong's staff. Memories rushed into him. Tengoku ni Konran o Motarasu, Seidan Taisei. Wreak havoc in the heaven. Great sage equaling heaven. Shirado swung the staff and like his declaration, began to wreak havoc in the battlefield. Naruto watched Shirado's battle from where he laid. His respect for the second path grew as he managed to knock back the 100 puppets that attacked them. If he was serious at the trial, I will not be able to beat him, Naruto muttered. He could not imagine matching Shirado in battle without any assistance. If he is in his own body, can he defeat the Akatsuki? If he could do that much in the body of clone, how strong would he be in a real flesh? And here I am, about to face the same strength that awed me before, Tendo thought. Asura jumped and swung his staff. The distance between them is easily 100 feet, but still, Tendo dodged. He skidded just as the enlarged staff slammed to the ground. Tendo looked towards the realms and noticed that Jin was missing. Got you, he heard a voice behind him and a hand touched his back. Narukami. Tendo became one with lightning and moved behind Jin with his fist raised. Just as he was about to hit the human realm, he caught a flash of yellow from the corner of his eyes. He immediately fused with lightning once more and moved away. A correct choice, as Asura, no, Namikaze Minato's body appeared on the sky and struck the ground with a Rasengan. All Tendo could think was, "Father," that was the strategy that Namikaze Minato used against him when he was reincarnated with Edo Tensei. Then he turned towards the rest of the realms. "You missed, Asura," Jin commented. Second Hokage, a man with genius ability in techniques and seal crafting. "Apologies, it will not happen again," Asura nodded as an apology. Namikaze Minato, a great man not losing to Senju Tobirama. Then Tendo saw smoke from where the rest of the realms stood and Shikushodo stood on a massive ox. Hoshigaki Kisame, a skilled swordsman with monstrous chakra reserves. The Samahata he wielded is a massive threat to me. Beside the ox was the king of hell, Jigokudo in front of it. Kimimaro, a man who managed to match Kisame. User of Kaguya's bone. Bloodline. A crazed laugh could be heard behind him and Gakido burst out from the ground, his body transforming into a dark-skinned creature. This one is a threat. I know nothing about his body's original. And Gakido's ability is similar to Samahata. Gakido swung his arm, which is now a gray-colored massive rock. Tendo opened his palm, Tensei. The arm exploded. As expected, Gakido's ability only protected attacks that came from outside. Then his eyes widened as the arm regenerated and Gakido swung it once again, laughing insanely all the while. Tendo moved body. First he used his left palm to parry Gakido's fist, then he spun his body and punched Gakido with an uppercut using his right fist. When Gakido flew to the sky, Tendo's hand formed a series of seals. But just as he was about to finish, he sensed multiple presences coming towards him. Ninjendo, Shirado. Shinra Tensei. He shouted as he turned, opening his palms towards the two approaching realms. The two disappeared. Genjutsu? Tendo asked in shock. But no genjutsu should be able to affect them with the eyes of God. You seem surprised, brother. Do not forget, we can do impossible. Gedo's breath could be felt near his ear. You let your guard down. Tendo smirked. Actually, sister. You are the one who let your guard down. Huh? Gedo blinked. Then Tendo shone. No wa? Tendo exploded, sending Gedo flying. Then the real Tendo appeared below the flying Gedo. Do not forget, before I used elements, I am a user of clone techniques. Just as he was about to strike Gedo, he was interrupted once again. Kyutayo no Tsukisasu, Hu Yi. A burning arrow shot through the air, moving towards Tendo. TCH. Tendo tilted his body to the side, avoiding the arrow. But then he noticed a familiar seal on the arrow. He immediately took out his kunai. Shina Suhiko. A flash of yellow and the wind-covered kunai met with the Rui Jingu bang. Tendo's eyes met Shirado's. Then the elder, blonde smiled. Tengoku ni Konran o Motarasu, Seiden Taisei. Shirado swung his staff, sending Tendo's kunai flying and he thrust the staff towards Tendo. The staff grew, smacking Tendo's chest with a loud sound. Tendo was sent skidding a few feet behind him. He coughed and glared towards Shirado. However, he did not possess enough time to counter as the ground shook. Tendo balanced himself and turned towards the source of the shaking. His eyes widened as he saw the massive ox charging. Damn it. So annoying. Bansho Tenin. The ox roared out in surprise as it was lifted off the ground and was pulled towards Tendo. Shikushodo too let a surprised cry as he fell to the ground. Elements flared on Tendo's fist. Yayorozu no Kami. The fist met with the massive ox and it exploded. Tendo panted. His chakra reserves and stamina were still high, but it is mentally draining trying to keep up with the 6 attacks. Wait, 6? Then his chest was stabbed by a reddish rope. Damn it, King of Hell, Tendo muttered. Correct, my lord. Jigokudo appeared behind him, and with him, the King of Hell appeared. Shall we begin your judgment? Tendo smirked. As long as I answer you truthfully, it would not matter. Jigokudo nodded. Correct, if this is a normal judgment. Tendo's smirk disappeared. What? Each of us created new techniques to defeat you, and I will show you mine. But before that, Shiro waved his hand and Gakido appeared, his hand grabbing the King of Hell's tongue. Gakido's hands glowed and Tendo felt his chakra being drained. You are planning to suck my chakra dry? Tendo asked. Wait, that came out wrong. Jigokudo nodded. Joking aside, you are correct. However, that is not all. Jigokudo flicked his fingers. Tendo tensed. Then suddenly the tongue that stabbed his chest grew hotter and became black. Judgment. Avicii, the tongue became cold for an instant, but then it immediately caught fire. Tendo shouted in pain as his body burned. He tried to struggle but then froze as he realized his situation. Near the King of Hell, Gakido did not flinch because of the heat but instead laughed. Crazy guy, indeed. Shiro nodded. Should you do nothing, you will be burned by the 8th burning hell, Avicii. However, should you escape your judgment, King of Hell will punish you by stealing your energy. Tendo then chuckled. One of his eye was shut because of pain. Do you expect me to lose against this? Jigokudo looked puzzled, but he regained his composure. It matters not. No mortal can escape their judgment. Tendo smirked. Do not forget. I am a mortal god. Mahavarokana. Immediately the tongue that stabbed him melted. So you escaped. Shiro glared. However, now Enma's judgment shall fall upon you. The King of Hell glowed. Tendo pointed towards the King of Hell. How about no, Hachiman? Shiro's eyes widened and he escaped. In that instant, a massive meteor slammed the King of Hell and Gakido. Even though he avoided it, Jigokudo was still blown away by the shockwave of the impact. Then he smiled. Though Gakido and I failed to defeat you, our task is complete. Tendo shot him a puzzled look, but then he turned around and his eyes grew wider as he scanned the area. Everywhere around him was covered with seals. Countless summoning seals and Edo Tensei seals. Sorry about this, Tendo. But you were the one who told us not to hold back. Tendo saw Ninjendo and Shikushodo with their hands on the ground. Tendo cursed. Kachiyose. Edo Tensei. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Multiple massive animals and reincarnated shinobi appeared from the seals. Do you think they can defeat me, Ninjendo? Tendo asked the human realm. Jin smiled. Do you think you can afford facing them when you still have to fight Asura and Geto? Well damn, he was right. If he spent too much chakra facing them, it will be difficult to face Shirado and Geto. Then, I just have to end this quickly. Shibaku Tensei. Tendo threw a black sphere to the sky and the summoned beings were dragged to the sphere. But then Ninjendo smirked. Gotcha. He flicked his fingers and the reincarnated shinobi and summons suddenly stopped moving. Blue lights flew out of their body, moving above Ninjendo. Those are their chakra? Tendo questioned. Correct. This is the technique Shikushodo and I created to defeat you. Tendo blinked. What could they possibly plan to do with the massive amount of chakra? And what was the point of summoning them in the first place? By the way, look at that Chibaku Tensei of yours. Tendo turned towards the sphere his Chibaku Tensei made. He gasped. The sphere was crumbling, as if the chakra he placed on it has ran out. That was the point of all these seals, Tendo muttered in realization. They were used to steal my chakra. Right again. Now, shall we? Ninjendo and Shikushodo's hands moved through a series of seals. Kachiyose no Jutsu. Together they slammed their hand to the ground. The chakra sphere exploded. And from it, a familiar sight appeared. A crimson 9-tailed fox. Kurama, Tendo muttered. The Magatama he used to contain Rakudo's children was given to Asura for safekeeping. To think that They would use it like this. No, he muttered, not only Kurama, inside the nine-tailed fox was the chakra of his other children. This tailed beast before him could easily match Dadara in height. As for its power, he assumed that it contains half of Dadara powers, seeing as the other became Rin. Long time no see, father, the beast greeted. Yes, long time no see, Tendo nodded. What should I call you? Kurama is fine. However, your other selves didn't call me for a reunion. Kurama grinned, showing his sharp teeth. Shall we play? The fox leapt. Tendo noted that both Ninjendo and Shikushodo seemed to be panting, both out of chakra, but he decided not to attack them. Well, beating a dead horse is not fun anyway. What the hell is with Rakudo's bloodline and battle maniac? Well, not that he complains. Hai no Kagetsuchi. Tendo's body burned and he jumped, moving to punch the fox's head. Kurama opened his mouth and a fast jet of water shot towards him. Tendo swung his arm upwards, Watatsumi. A wall of water formed before him, clashing with the water Kurama shot. Then the wall of water disappeared, revealing Kurama with his jaw open. Tendo's eyebrows twitched. What kind of child tried to eat his father? Shina Suhiko. Tendo shouted as he swung arm, sending a blade of wind towards Kurama. Same. What kind of father tried to cut his child's mouth? Kurama countered. Then he shot a drilling air bullet which dispelled the blade of wind. Then a black chakra gathered in front of Kurama's open jaw. A bit of white was mixed in it. A namikaze, that's who. My own tried to kill me when he was revived. A black sphere formed on Tendo's hand, similar to the one on Kurama's mouth. Bits of white covered it, but thanks to him, now I can use this too. Then we'll see which one is stronger, the original or the imitation. Bijudama. Kurama swallowed the sphere and opened his mouth again, unleashing a destructive sphere. Onmyoten. Rasengan. Tendo swung his right arm, slamming the tailed beast ball with his yin-yang Rasengan. Gradually, the tailed beast ball began to push Tendo back. Tendo gritted his teeth. Not yet, I still have one more hand. Tendo swung his left arm, on it was another yin-yang Rasengan. The Rasengan combined, creating a massive sphere compared to Kurama's and overpowered the fox's attack. The spiraling sphere struck Kurama's head and he was blown back to the ground, creating a massive crater. Tendo landed on all fours, panting. He looked up and saw Kurama crouching. Want to go another round? Tendo asked. Kurama laughed. Maybe next time, father. The chakra containing me is running out. Next time, we'll fight when you are at your full power. You're too weak now. Kurama's body exploded into spheres of light. Cheeky brat, Tendo muttered but sighed in relief. Now then, only Shirado and Geto left. Look no further, master. We're here. Asura and Geto walked towards him. Asura carrying a spear that he had never seen. Wow, brother. You certainly don't hold back, Geto commented as she saw the craters. So, can you both tell me the reason for your strategy? Sending them one by one instead of together, you must have some kind of plan. Tendo raised one of his eyebrow towards the two. Asura smiled. 2 reasons. One is that each of our strategy is incompatible with the other. The judgment of Avicii requires you to be held in one place with no interference. Summoning Kurama requires large amount of preparation and there is no telling if Kurama will agree with our plan or not, Asura continued. And your strategy? Tendo asked the Asura realm. Shirado's smile grew. For the second reason, Lady Geto and I require much more preparation to complete this spear. The infinite weapon user swung his spear, pointing it towards Tendo. Tendo scanned it. A black spear with a circle near the blades, chained on the circles were 3 Magatama, each of them containing different seals. 5-element seal, 8-symbol seal, containment seal. A combination that is unheard of on a weapon. Still, Tendo kept his guard up. There must be a reason for the seals. You asked our strategy, Tendo? Geto asked, her smile matching Shirado. It's simple. We fit you. Full power, no holding back. Behind Geto, pillar of chains formed and exploded, forming the shadow of the deity who he met in his journey, Zhao Gongan. This is ironic. Both Asura and Geto shot him puzzled looks hearing that. Do not worry about it, I will explain later. But if they are serious, then, Tendo opened the weapon pouch on his right leg and took out his Vajra. Asura blinked. That is a Vajra, correct? Master, I am unaware that you decided to be religious. Tendo shook his head, wrong. This is my weapon. Gedo tilted her head, seriously? Tendo laughed, I will advise you not to underestimate me, sister, Shirado. Then the three of them fell silent. A few seconds passed. Then, Asura disappeared. He reappeared before Tendo and swung his spear. Tendo used one edge of the Vajra to stop the spear, then he spun the Vajra, charging it with his chakra. Vajrapani, Tendo stated, and a golden blade of light appeared on one edge of the Vajra. He swung the blade. Asura stopped it with his spear. I did not expect you to find something like that, master. What kind of trouble do you bring us from your journey? Tendo smirked. A problem that existed since ages ago, since Rakudo lived. Quite a large scale then? Asura asked while he tried to overpower Tendo. Yes, indeed. Brother, don't forget that your enemies are Shirado, and I. The shadow of Zhao Gongan swung its arm, moving to punch Tendo. Don't worry, sister dear. I know. The Vajra glowed. Kongokai Mandala. Thunderbolt, Diamond Mandala. Tendo disappeared with a flash of lighting. The giant's fist hit air and Gedo laughed. Seems like his training went to an unexpected direction. Indeed, Asura nodded. However, he has forgotten one thing. And that is? Gedo asked with a raised eyebrow. He is still wearing the same clothes as before. The same one with the Hiraishan seal. Asura disappeared. Might as well end this as fast as possible. Gedo opened her palm and the giant behind her slammed its fist together. The outer realm began to gather her chakra. Usually she could use this technique instantly, but this body is not as powerful as Namikaze Naruto, and so, she needed a bit of time. Indra. Tendo reappeared inside the forest near the clearing. To his east, he could see the giant, Zhao Gongan. Gedo summoned. I guess I should think of a strategy now. Do you think we will give you a chance to do that? Asura appeared behind him with a yellow flash. Tendo smirked. No, not really. Chains burst out from the ground and chained Asura. Useless. Asura disappeared again with a yellow flash and reappeared in front of him, swinging his spear. Tendo parried it with his Vajra blade. What is with that spear anyway? It doesn't do anything. Asura grinned. You can say that it is our backup plan. Tendo raised an amused eyebrow. Oh, I will be sure to force you to use it then. He swung his blade, sending the spear flying out of Asura's hands. Then Tendo threw the Vajra towards Asura. Shirado created a small iron shield to deflect it. The Vajra embedded itself on the shield. Asura grabbed the spear that landed and was about to attack Tendo, but then he noticed that Tendo disappeared. Where are you looking? Tendo reappeared in front of the shield, grabbing the blade, then the heaven realm swung, his blade easily dividing the shield into two. Asura again met the blade with the spear. Is there a reason why you always do that? Tendo asked Asura. Asura smiled. I believe this is enough. Huh? Indra. Thunders began to rain around them. Tendo threw his Vajra to the sky. The thunderbolt struck the Vajra harmlessly. Tendo turned his sight towards where Shirado stood but found nothing but air. What could they possibly be planning? Tendo questioned as he opened his palm towards the sky. The Vajra fell on his hand. He thought for a moment. He doubted they planned to attack him like this again. Shirado did say that, this is enough. But what was that about? No sense in wasting time. I should go face them now. Whatever they are planning to do, it should be interesting. Tendo returned back to the clearing and found Shirado and Gedo waiting for him. Brother, what do you think of this? We'll end this with this one attack. One attack from us, and one attack from you, Gedo told him with confident eyes. Tendo thought for a moment. This would be a good time to test it, sure. With that said, both parties tensed. Tendo brought his Vajra to his chest level and released it. It did not fall but floated in the air. On the other side, Shirado swung the staff and raised it with his right arm, posing as if he was about to throw the spear. I stood not on the diamond mandala, Tendo began chanting. At the beginning of the world, there is nothing. Nothing but sea. At the same time, Asura began chanting. Perhaps a chant to activate the seals in the Magatama? Tendo mused. I stood not on the matrix mandala, Tendo continued. Zhao Gongan's contract began to glow. And the gods descended. The man and woman, the left Magatama on the spear began to glow. Yet I exist, with both inside me. The sky began to darken, dark clouds covered the area above them. Their name were Izanagi no Mikoto, and Izanami no Mikoto, the right Magatama glowed. For I believe in the mandala of two realms. The clouds gathered, sounds of rumbling echoed. And with them was a single spear, the middle Magatama glowed. I believe in the past, the present, and the future. Divine thunder struck the Vajra, and the ritual object began to shone. The spear name was, and thus, I call his name. Aim no Nuhoko. Asura swung his arm, throwing the spear towards Tendo. Zhao Gongan. A massive thunder blast out of the Vajra, moving towards Asura with extreme speed. The spear and the thunder met in the middle. While most mortal weapons would instantly break facing a middle rim contract's power, the spear managed to held on and even clashing with the thunder, a testament of its workmanship and seals. The spear absorbed portion of the thunder and corrupted it with the outer realm. Then it used the corrupted thunder to clash with the original thunder. However, no matter how well it was made, it was still a mortal weapon. The weapon began to shook. Asura's eyes widened. Return. The spear vanished and the thunder marched forth undaunted. Asura and Gedo could only stood in shock and awe as the thunder passed right in the middle of them and exploded in the forest, a massive explosion far larger than the ones that happened throughout their game. Seems like, Tendo stated while panting, it is my victory. Hearing that, Asura and Gedo snapped out of their shock and smiled. Gedo nodded, that is true. You, my brother, is the strongest realm of Namikaze Naruto. You are the winner of this game. Tendo laughed, glad to hear it. Now, can someone catch me? I'm about to fall here. Oh, and Gedo, after I'm done with Rin, I'll punish you for giving her those books. Then, his sight grew black and he lost consciousness. Well, this is the end of chapter 16. Once again, sorry for the delay. Multiple real-life circumstances prevented me from finishing this months ago, but it's finally here. For those who still follow this FIC, don't worry, as I said before, I am going to finish this. Chapter 17 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image, thanks. Sorry for the late chapter. Real life got in my way. University is the main reason, but I also had to go to a business trip several times. Review responses. Tyog 56. Hopefully I can keep this up. Here's next chapter. Shadow Maria Love. Well, to be fair, Rin stole them, not that it matters to Tendo. Here's next chapter. Glad to be able to update too. ASCK yeah, thanks. Glad to be back. Fluid Desert. Glad to hear that. OO Phantom. Thanks. Hopefully this one can match the last one then. SSJ3 Kyubi Gohan. Next chapter I believe. AJ Guardian. Well, how exactly can you punish an masochist? The Hokage Naruto. Done. Guessed. Thank you. Updated. Puckfleck. Still feels a bit guilty for leaving this so long. Hopefully this chapter can fix that. Aim no Kageseo. Yeah, to be fair, the fact that the spear is not broken yet is impressive enough. I mean, that was half of a god's power. Game with Rin. Read this chapter title and you will have your answer. Druid FWY. Ha ha ha, glad to be back. That's good. I was a bit worried that it's not good enough. Sent description to PM. It will be unfair for Kabutomaru or Obito though, if Ninjendo in Tobarama's body was the one who preformed Edo Tensei. Well, those who want to use my characters in their story are welcome to do so as long as they inform me first. I don't want to be accused as plagiarist or something like that. 8 Swords. Glad to hear it. Weeks? Try months. In RL. And the worst thing is, it's not writer's block. Just series of unfortunate events. I know what you mean about canon. Glad to be back too. Abdulosaurus. Shirado's Nuhoko chant is not a contract, just activation words for the seals. Well, Shirado did design it based on contract's chants though. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 17 Ippon Dotara. Why? Rin happily cheered as the game between Namikaze Naruto's realms came to an end. Asura and Geto hurried towards the fallen Tendo. Is he alright? Geto asked Asura as the second checked Naruto's condition. I do not know whether I should be relieved or insulted that he is mostly unharmed, Asura stated as he sighed in both relief and exasperation. Our regeneration has healed most of the injuries. Geto groaned. Regeneration aside, doesn't that mean we're pathetic? Asura shook his head. It means that all of us did well. We tested our mettle without directly harming each other. Geto seemed thoughtful. Then she remembered about the last clash. How is the spear? Recalling the fate of his creation, Asura's face displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. It seemed that it is not powerful enough to match the gods. I shall reforge it. Perhaps by examining Master's new weapon, the Vajra, I could learn something. Geto's eyes narrowed. That Vajra, what exactly is that? Being the realm most familiar with the mystics, Geto knew that the object Tendo wielded was not a mortal creation. I believe we will learn nothing from speaking about it. Let us take Master back to Taki. Geto blinked. Isn't he supposed to fight Rin now? Can an unconscious person fight, Lady Geto? The outer realm let out a nervous laugh hearing that. After Geto convinced Rin that Tendo will play with her tomorrow, they woke the rest of the paths and went to Taki for a rest. Shirado stood near his forge in Takigakure. He stared at the spear in his hand, the Aim no Nuhoko, his prized creation. The Asura realm wordlessly swung it and the spear cracked. In matter of seconds, the spear shattered into pieces. The chain and the Magatama fell to the floor, only they remained unharmed. I see, Shirado sighed in disappointment, it is not good enough after all. He turned towards the blueprint of Nuhoko that he showed Geto. Where did I go wrong? He asked himself that and began examining the blueprint. On the ground, the three Magatama glowed. Absorbed in his work, it escaped Asura's notice. At midnight, Tendo opened his eyes. He immediately realized that he was in his room in Takigakure. Did you bring me here? Thanks, Geto. He turned his head to the side, and met Geto's face which is now directly in front of him. The girl was sitting on a chair beside his bed, looking at his face fondly. That is something that Yuya always do, he recalled his lover. It had been quite a long time since he last saw her. But soon they would be reunited. All he has to do is defeating Rin in her game. He had been trying to avoid thinking about Yuya, because he felt guilty with how he acted around Geto lately. How should I explain the paths to Yuya and Mother? That is a good question, something he had never considered before. Stop thinking about that, brother, he was snapped out of his thought by Geto's voice. Don't concern yourself with the future. Focus on how you will face Rin now. Tendo nodded, though he suspected that Geto told him that simply because she dislikes Yuya. Not just her, he heard his sister mutter. What did you say, Geto? Tendo eyed his sister curiously. Nothing, she shook her head frantically. Tendo kept staring at her, trying to figure out what she is thinking. Then he found it. Could it be that you do not like Mother? Tendo questioned. Geto froze, then she started to defend herself. It's not that I don't like her, it's just that. It's just that? Sometimes I think you like her too much, Geto whispered. Tendo could not deny that. He did adore his mother. To Geto that feeling became hatred, or at least dislike. Geto, knowing what Tendo's silence meant, sighed. You should rest, brother. I managed to delay Rin for a moment, but tomorrow she won't stop no matter what. After that, you'll have to explain to us about your trip. I will do that. Thank you, sister, Tendo nodded and closed his eyes. Before his consciousness fade, he heard Geto's words, Ish you lose. The next day, Tendo and Rin stood on the same clearing where the realms fought. The realms watched the battle from the side. Game. 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 Rin joyfully shouted as she jumped around, we are playing with mortal god. On the other hand, Tendo watched her calmly. Unlike yesterday's game, this one is a battle he must not lose. Do you think he can win? Jin asked, his eyes intently watching the two. Asura thought for a moment, it will not be easy. Currently Master possessed 3 contracts available to him. The new Inner Rim contract, Tsukuyomi and Suzano. Manakanushi still remains unavailable. Should our Lord use the new Inner Rim contract, this battle would be short. However, Jigokudo trailed off. Brother is fond of Rin. He won't use the contracts, Gedo declared firmly. At least, not the inner rim contract. But without it, how can he defeat Rin? She still has that immunity against mortal techniques, right? Jin pointed out. That is what we will find out. While outwardly Tendo was calm, his mind was another matter. Being a deity, Rin neutralized mortal techniques. I only have 2 contracts left, how can I defeat her? Son of man, you seem to forget that we once matched the one-eyed god without any contracts. How? He asked out loud. A god may be impervious against mortal techniques. However, senjutsu is another matter. Senjutsu? Sage techniques? Perhaps you will understand better if we state, nature techniques? The training we gave you? Tendo's eyes lighten up with understanding. That could work, mortal god. Can we play now? Rin asked him, tilting her head. Tendo nodded and gathered chakra into his body. Yes, let us begin. Rin ran. No, it would be inappropriate to call it running. She dashed, she disappeared. She moved faster than anyone could see. Even with their eyes, the realms could only see a white blur. Tendo saw the white blur in front of him swinging her arms. He was about to intercept it with his own butt. Evade it, son of man. He jumped away without thinking, but Rin's hand managed to graze his clothes. As he skidded on the ground, he looked up and saw Rin approaching him again with big smile on her face. Mortal God really is fun, she shouted as she tried to grab Tendo with her arms. He avoided it again. Other toys break before we can begin our game. Avoiding Rin's hand once more, he kicked her away, apologizing to her in his mind. Rin was sent flying away from him, but unexpectedly she spun and landed on the ground without any trouble. As graceful as a cat I see, Tendo commented. Then he melted something melting. He looked down and saw the jacket he wore that was touched by Rin as melting, as if it touched something extremely hot, comparable to lava. What the hell? This is really dangerous. If Rin touched his skin even for a second, the skin and maybe the bone would melt. Why did brother's clothes melt like that? And if Rin has such a convenient technique, why didn't she tell me? Gedo stared at the melting jacket in confusion. According to my research, Asura began. That is what happens if we touch divine energy directly. Our bodies are not made to withstand it. Its power is too much for our mortal coils. Jin narrowed his eyes. That means, Tendo has to beat Rin until she stopped attacking, but Rin just have to touch Tendo directly to win this game. But we have our regeneration, right? Gedo asked. Won't that decrease the damage, Shirato? Crushing her hope, Asura shook his head. Impossible. When I tried to experiment with the few remaining divine energy inside Aim no Nuhoko's Magatama, I found that the speed of the melting surpassed our regeneration. Do not worry, Shiro cut in. If all he needs to do is to avoid being touched directly, our Lord possesses many skills to achieve that. Gedo nodded. You're right. Mahavarokana, Akshobhya, and Okunanush for example. Even a normal Kawarimi can do that. Again, Asura shook his head. Kawarimi is not fast enough to escape Rin's speed. And those shielding techniques are mortal techniques. While it possesses a small amount of divine energy because it came from our eyes, it won't hold against Rin's frontal attack. Jin sighed. In conclusion, this battle is hopeless. No, Gedo denied it. I'm sure Tendo has a plan. Even though none of them refute Gedo's words, all of them knew that the chance of winning is slim. After all, Rin had yet to demonstrate her elemental techniques, much less her divine techniques. Back on the battlefield, Tendo continued to dance around Rin's attacks. However, he knew that gradually Rin's speed and skill are increasing, perhaps a testament of her divine heritage. No choice then, Shina Suhiko. Tendo's wind-covered fist met Rin's outstretched hand, cutting it from her body. Tendo winced. He didn't expect it to be that effective. Rin blinked as she stared at her now lost right arm. Then unexpectedly she laughed. This is fun, she shouted. Tendo stared at Rin with a mixture of disgust and fear. Even the Dotara from Rin's memory reacted when its leg were cut. But Rin, then he noticed one more absurdity of Rin. She had no blood. Even after her arm being cut, her blood did not flow. No, not only blood. She also possessed no bones. In place of her blood and bones were darkness. Pure black darkness. Do it again, mortal god. Then in front of him, the darkness grew, forming a shape of an arm. The darkness dissipated, revealing a fully regrown arm. Monster. While he had never considered Rin to be one until now, he was compelled to call her that. All this time, he was a spectator of Rin's game with the bandits and other preys. He had never felt what it is like to be hunted by Rin. She kept on coming, she did not react when you hurt her, she kept on attacking with that same damned maniac smile grin on her face. This is dangerous. That is what he wanted to say, but his words were cut short when Rin appeared before him. Kongo Kai Mandala. With the Thunderbolt realm, he managed to avoid Rin's grab. However, he was not out of this yet. Tendo reappeared at the other end of the clearings, just as he was about to catch his breath. Behind you! Rakudo shouted. Once again Tendo disappeared using the Thunderbolt realm. He reappeared, this time Rin appearing right before him. How? He muttered in shock. We underestimated her, that training on the mountain, she memorized and mastered the speed of Thunderbolt realm. She knew how fast you were and she matched that easily. Then, him evading her attacks too were just another game to Rin. Then, Rin moved towards him again. Watatsumi, Tendo closed his eyes. And he avoided Rin's attack by leaning his body slightly. Shina Su Hiko, Okunanushi, he fused with 3 nature at once, allowing the water, wind and earth to cover him. Then, Rin's presence disappeared. Tendo's instinct immediately flared and he jumped high using the wind. I don't believe this, she can erase her presence too? Tendo asked, awed by the little god's skill. No, most likely she imitated you. Being the god of Smith, her eyes must be better than others. Simply by seeing your techniques enough time, she is able to decipher and use it as her own. Similar to Sharingan the Uchiwa possess. Tendo shook his head and dispelled Watatsumi. No, Rakudo, this is not like Sharingan. The Sharingan imitate techniques their opponents used, but she completely absorbed my techniques and made it her own. Divine energy that melts her opponents. Speed comparable to lightning. Insane regeneration. Ability to understand and replicate techniques. She is a monster, no way around it. This time, the word monster was said lightly. Facing her now, Tendo truly understood that these beings called gods are beings without regard to common sense. Their very presence breaks the idea of sanity. Then how about this? Suiryuden. A dragon made of water formed in the air and moved towards Rin. The ability to use Suiden techniques even without a large body of water, the ability of Sage's body. Rin reacted, not in a way he could have predicted. She put her arm up, her palm opening. A small pink sphere formed on the palm. As the water dragon grew closer, the pink sphere exploded. Thanks to his training on the snowy mountain, Tendo realized what would happen and jumped to the side. Right in time to avoid a massive pink beam of pure destruction. That was, Asura trailed off lifelessly. The pretty beam, Gedo ended. Jin chuckled nervously. I think pink beam of doom would be more appropriate. To this, Gedo shrugged. She called it that. She actually wants to call it Momo Kyn beam, but that will get us in trouble with those copyrights. Momo Kyn beam? Truly? Shiro asked, his face morphing into a combination of horror and disbelief. Rin is still in an age where she loves those magical girls and a certain series about all-girl after-school band. Though that may be because of the amount of destruction in the magical girls anime, I still don't know why she liked the other one. As if answering Gedo's words, Rin began to sing, lyrical, magical, kill them all. Well, if I didn't avoid that, I would be dead, Tendo commented, paling at the sight of the forest, or what was used to be a forest. Behind him. We are happy. Rin happily cheered. Tendo sighed, glad to hear it, because I am fighting for my life here. Rin smiled, let's go. Mortal God. She disappeared again. Tendo cursed and jumped away. Looks like there is no choice. Evading Rin's attacks, he began to chant. O moon. Lord of the night. Illuminate the darkness. Chase away the shadows. Be pulverized. Be crushed. Be annihilated. I summon thee. Tendo kicked Rin away and pointed towards her. Tsukuyomi no Makoto. The moon reader descended as a massive gray moon. Seeing it, Rin ceased her movements and stood still, wearing an unreadable expression. Then the moon struck her and exploded. Its impact shook the ground and shook the trees around them. Tendo was sure that those from Takigakure noticed it. Fortunately, Asura already informed them that they may not enter the forest without his permission. Tendo stared at the destruction blankly. Though he was worried about Rin, whether she survived or not, somehow he felt as if her survival was guaranteed. Then he was met with a disturbing sight. Parts of Rin was lying on the ground, her clothes tattered, her limbs splattered in many directions. Her head was still intact, separated from her body, but still intact. Her eyes were open, staring blankly at the sky. Tendo almost vomited at the sight, feeling guilt and disgust at himself for causing it. And yet, his mind absently noted, no blood could be seen. Then Rin's eyes suddenly glowed. One of the Magatama on the inner rim of Rin's eyes disappeared. Tendo tensed seeing that. Then, as if being vaporized, the limbs and clothes melted, forming a black mass. The mass of darkness formed a body and the being stood. The black mass disappeared, revealing Rin, fully clothed and fully healed. The only difference was one missing Magatama and her expression. On the little god's face was a cold expression completely unlike her usual childish look. No, in fact, to Tendo this face seemed to be foreign to her. It was a face of a queen, no, a goddess looking down on her subjects. On guard, son of man. This is not the same one eye as the one before, Rakudo warned. We gave you a chance, mortal. Tendo immediately noted the difference between the usual Rin and this one. We did not act directly, and allowed that child to speak for us, to act for us. And you are? Tendo questioned the goddess in front of him. He assumed this child she spoke of was Rin. Humans refer us as Ippon Dadara. However, you may call us Yasha. We believe you named as Shiroyasha. White is a color only she may use. Therefore, simply Yasha is fine. Tendo's eyes widened, both in surprise and understanding. This is Ippon Dadara's true personality. The one that faced Rakudo 100 years ago. This, Dadara spoke of could only be one person. What happened to Rin? Tendo demanded. Did she die because of him? Or did Dadara? No, Yasha did something to her. Yasha raised her eyebrow. Why do you ask, mortal? Is she all right? Tendo continued his question, ignoring Yasha. How rude, Yasha commented coldly. Worry not, mortal. That child may be foolish, however that child is part of us. We simply allowed that child to sleep. Tendo sighed in relief hearing that. Then his body moved, rolling to the side, just as a small black beam was shot towards where he stood. We know that you too, is her servant. As a fellow worshipper of the sun, we will give you a chance to yield. Before we annihilate you, Yasha declared, confirming Tendo's suspicion that she, mentioned by Yasha, was Amaterasu. Tendo chuckled. Annihilate? What happened to making me your servant? Yasha tilted her head. Not unlike Rin, that was that child's whim. Not ours. It matters not whether we annihilate you or not. We could simply create more mortal. Perhaps, a more obedient one. Indeed. That was the truth. Dadara created the first human of elemental country. She could create more. Tendo, what happened? Should we help? He could hear Geto's worried voice in his head. Listen to her, son of man. You will require assistance in this battle. This is no longer a simple game, Rakudo advised. Allow them to assist you, mortal. We will crush them easily, Yasha stated. It was not a boast, to her, it was a simple fact. No, you do not have to come. I will end this myself, Tendo told his paths. Hearing that, Yasha gave him a blank stare. Mortals, your arrogance know no limit. Tendo glared. Hey, if I defeat you, Rin will be back, right? He asked. Yasha closed her eyes. We are not a liar. While it was that child who promised it, should we lose, we will serve you for the rest of our life. Therefore, should you wish it to be, we will return that child to you. Tendo nodded. A smile appeared on his face. However, Yasha continued, opening her eyes, revealing a glowing outer rim Magatama. You cannot win against us. It is an impossibility. Hearing that, Tendo smirked. What a coincidence, I am a mortal god who can do impossible. The Magatama in Yasha's eyes disappeared, leaving 7, and a purple scythe with black mist around it appeared on Yasha's back, floating in the air. Those Magatama, Tendo muttered. He had a suspicion of what they were, but he needed more confirmation. He pulled out his Vajra. His opponent is no longer Rin. She is Yasha, the Ippon Dadara Rakudo faced in the past. There is no need to hold back. Vajrapani, the blade of light formed. A relic from the heretic gods of our land. Those invaders who insulted her pantheon with their presences, Yasha commented with an unreadable expression. Then cold fury entered her eyes, for you, who has been blessed by her to ally yourself with them. A disgrace. Your existence itself insults her, Yasha shouted, her scythe spinning on her back. She grabbed it. We shall have your head. She leapt towards him. Master. Shirado watched the battle worriedly. Gedo sighed. I know how you feel. But Tendo told us not to interfere. It's stupid. It's obvious that this kid isn't Rin anymore. This time she is seriously trying to kill him, Jin shouted. He was about to move but was stopped by a bone wall. He glared towards the source, Jigokudo. Our lord ordered us not to interfere. Jigokudo met Ningendo's glare expressionlessly. Sorry. Tendo parried the scythe with his sword, then he spun it and slashed Yasha's hand, cutting it off. My head is mine. Yasha simply gave him a cold stare. Die, she stated. Then Tendo sensed something moving and he allowed his upper body to fall backwards, missing the scythe that tried to cut him. How? Then he realized, the scythe was still held by Yasha's arm, and the arm was connected to Yasha's body by a black mist. That scythe, it looked quite normal, but he knew better than to underestimate it. It is formed out of divine energy. A hit by that scythe would cause a fatal injury to him. Yasha's eyes narrowed, then another outer rim Magatama glowed and disappeared. This time, the scythe was surrounded by black flames. Tendo smirked seeing this. As expected, he muttered. The scythe was swung and black flames rained upon him. Shina Suhiko, he fused with wind and began to move around the rain of fire, evading it completely. Yasha! Tendo shouted. The goddess regarded him with her cold stare but ceased her movements. 3 times now, you have used techniques completely unlike my own. Yasha's eyes met his. What of it? When Rin fought me, outside of her divine energy, she only used imitation of my techniques. However, your resurrection, that scythe's creation, and the black flames, those are unlike my techniques. Yasha listened without changing her expression. Is there a point of this? We grow weary of your voice. Tendo smirked. Those techniques are not mortal techniques. They're divine techniques. You who have lost your original divinity cannot use your full power and is forced to limit yourself to the 9 Magatama the eyes gave you. This is Amaterasu's gift for you and us. The method to use divine techniques without being a god. Yasha's expression changed for a moment when Tendo reminded her of her lost divinity, but she regained her composure. Enough. We see no point of this discussion. The scythe moved to cut Tendo's head. No, Tendo denied. There is a point. I want to defeat you, but not kill you, while you want to kill me. This is not fair, is it? A game should be fair to both sides. The scythe froze in midair. Speak, mortal. Tendo inwardly grinned. He knew appealing the goddess' sense of honor would work. With how she acted and how she declared that she would still follow the terms Rin set, he could figure out what kind of being she is. How about this? You will use 6 techniques using the 6 Magatama remaining. If I can match those techniques and stay conscious, then I will win. But if I die, I lose. Yasha thought for a moment. Indeed. Winning an unfair match would stain our name. However, we are aware that you are baiting us, mortal. Tendo allowed himself to chuckle. Now it is a bet, he thought to himself. Which part of her is stronger? Her intelligence, or her personality? It was a clear answer. All the gods he had seen from Rin's memory, and those he met directly possess a strong personality and confidence. Well, except for Amaterasu, but she is a special case. Tendo assumed that most gods are used to being right, and therefore, their ego too is powerful. Very well, hearing that, Tendo smirked. However, this will not save you, mortal. We will defeat you in this game of yours. Tendo shook his head. Not mine. This is Rin's game. Indeed, this is Rin's game. That is why he would not lose against Yasha, who invaded their game. His pride as the heaven realm will not allow it. Right now Yasha still possessed 2 inner rim Magatama, 3 middle rim Magatama and 1 outer rim Magatama. The last Magatama on Yasha's outer rim glowed and the floating scythe glowed, then it separated into 4, each possessing the same size as the original. One of them flew to Yasha's remaining arm, the other was still held by her detached arm. The last 2 floated around. Yasha disappeared. Kongokai Mandala. Shina Suhiko, Okunanushi. Tendo activated a string of techniques just as Yasha appeared swinging her scythe. Tendo deflected it with his Vajra, but he instantly jumped away as the second scythe swung at him from Yasha's back. He spun on the air and opened his palm, creating an earth shield that blocked the third scythe trying to cut him while he was in the air. Then he swung his Vajra, cutting the fourth scythe into two, as it moved towards him. Undaunted, Yasha and the remaining floating scythes continued to attack him from many directions. The Heaven Realm allowed himself to become one with the wind, evading the attacks while striking back with ferocity of a thunderbolt. When he needed it, he would ask Earth to defend him. Impressive, Yasha commended while her scythe was blocked once more by Tendo. Your insolence against her aside, you are indeed a gifted mortal. To be able to harness the elements naturally. Tendo smiled. Why, thank you. I never thought I would be praised by the Ippon Dadara. Yasha ignored his comment and continued while her floating scythe spun around her, moving to strike Tendo. Your potential, your growth, your character, all pleases us. Tendo started to sweat. The words she spoke now is no longer a mere compliments, as if. Indeed, perhaps that child is correct. It might be worth it to keep you alive. And it seemed that she is fond of you. Oh God, he just gained another girl, didn't he? First obsessive Geto, then enigmatic Amaterasu, and now bipolar Dadara. Seriously, his relationship with Yuya is already strange enough. But more importantly, I am not a lolicon. Tendo shouted while swinging his Vajra, adding wind element to it. It went through Yasha's scythe easily, perhaps because it is a combination of both divine energy of Zhao Gongan and wind nature element. Then he cut the other two scythes that tried to attack him. When he turned towards Yasha, he cursed. A middle rim Magatama glowed, and the world around him exploded in a black flame. Did that bitch just confess to my brother? And then she burned him? I'll kill her? Lady Geto. Calm down. Put down the Nuhoko. I haven't finished repairing it yet. Shirado frantically tried to stop the furious girl who swung his prized creation not unlike a madman. Yasha watched coldly as the mortal was burned by the corrupted flame. In the end, this is the extent of a mortal's might. Do not underestimate me, the mortal shouted, releasing a shockwave of energy. Impressive, for a mortal, he was shrouded with his own flame. The natural flame of earth. To think that even the spirit of flame would lend its assistance to the mortal. They had seen it in that child's memory, however, seeing it themselves is a different matter. Only 4 left, right? Bring it on, indeed. The corrupted flame they called just now would have burned any mortals without a powerful protection. Even gods such as them would be harmed by it. However, the mortal managed to extinguish the flame. Truly, a worthy specimen. Without realizing it, Yasha licked her lips in anticipation. Ah! She licked her lips. She must be wet thinking about brother's passionate battle expression right now. Isn't that you, Jin Tsukomi, the raging maelstrom? I agree with the idiot. No matter how you look at it, you just described yourself, Lady Geto. Shiro nodded to support the other realm. Tendo glared, or at least he did until he saw Yasha's rather passionate eyes. He shuddered. Are all lowly goddesses insane or something? One suddenly kissed my eye. The other hated me initially but now is staring at me with hungry look. Then, let us see whether you can survive until the end, mortal. Tendo shuddered further as he realized that the word, mortal, was said with a bit of affection, similar to how a girl called her favorite pet. This time, 2 of her middle rim Magatama glowed. 2? Tendo received his answer as the ground suddenly shook. The land cracked. With each shake, Tendo braced himself for an attack, expecting a massive earthquake. But then, nothing happened. Huh? Tendo blinked. Suddenly he sensed danger from below him. Narukami. Kongokai Mandala. He summoned both the lightning and thunderbolt and jumped to the edge of the clearing as fast as he could. The ground moved. No, it did not move. It rose. 2 massive giants formed out of ground, rocks and trees stood in front of him. Tendo paled. How the hell am I supposed to hide this from Taki? Even a half-blind Uchiha could see those hulking giants. They're even larger than Kurama. Then one of the giants swung its arm, moving to punch him. He prepared himself. The giants were fast and powerful, he thought as he avoided it with the lightning thunderbolt combination. Its speed was more than what something at that size logically should possess. Then I have to take a page out of great-grandmother's book. Tendo charged the Vajra with his chakra, then, Shinra Tensai. He leapt towards the two, his hands gripping the Vajra. Tenshu. Divine retribution. Then the blade grew as he kept putting more chakra in it. With a single swing, he beheaded the two giants. Tendo landed on the ground, the Vajra blade returning to its original size. Only two inner rims Magatama left. Tendo turned towards Yasha. The goddess nodded. Indeed. We did not expect you to defeat the golems so easily. Well done, she praised him again. With each praise, why does it feels like my purity is in danger? Tendo wondered. However, we will only use one more technique. Tendo raised his eyebrow hearing that. Did she meant that she is confident enough to defeat him with only one technique? We are not foolish. We know that Takamagahara and other factions on this land will seek to terminate us. So she plans to keep the last Magatama as a backup plan. Tendo nodded. I must say, the techniques up until now seems quite underwhelming. I hope you have something special planned for the last one. Yasha nodded, her eyes still expressionless. Until now, we merely tested your might. However, this time, we shall unleash our full ability. Our forge. Tendo's eyes lighten up in excitement. Finally, something interesting. Yasha's detached arm reattached itself to her, then she raised it. It seems that you approve. Indeed, our forge is suitable for our final clash. She opened her palm, revealing a black sphere. The sphere flew to the sky and gradually grew larger. Tendo watched curiously as the sphere covered them and the area around them. And then, everything is blackness, similar to Geto's outer realm. Welcome to our forge, Yasha spoke. And the darkness disappeared. Tendo's eyes widened in both awe and shock. The area around them completely changed. Countless weapons floated in the sky, bows with differing size and form, swords, two-edged swords, staffs, spears, naginata. All kinds of weapons humans possessed are here. There were also many strange L-shaped weapons around. Tendo recalled something similar used in the war. A massive cannon used to fire chakra-enhanced bomb. Could these mysterious weapons be a smaller version of such cannon? Now, mortal. Do you still believe you can survive? Yasha asked. A hint of pride could be detected in her voice. She must really be proud of this place, same as Shirado. Tendo chuck LD at the comparison. This place is impressive, yes. The weapons contained here are without a doubt powerful. However, that does not mean I will lose. Yasha nodded, as we had expected. Very well, then we will begin. Suddenly, as one, the weapons moved, pointing themselves towards Tendo. Arrows appeared on the bow, the blades glinted dangerously, the L-shaped weapons pointed towards him as if planning to fire something. This will be fun, Tendo smirked. Shirado once survived a performance of 100 puppets. And now he is about to face thousands, or even millions weapons moving to attack him. Focus, he told himself. Empty your mind, Watatsumi, he called out, and he felt his sense being refined by the water. He could feel the threats, the movements of the weapons around him. Raise your determination. Hai no Kagutsuchi, he called the flame, and it began to circle his right arm, forming a ring of fire. Feel the earth, Okunanushi, his left hand was covered by rocks and earth. Free your emotion, Shina Suhiko, wind covered his right leg, spinning furiously. Be as fierce as lightning, Narukami. Lightning cackled around his left leg, showing its support. This is not the same as Yayurozu no Kami, where he placed all elements in one focus and allows it to explode. This time, he distributed them to different part of his body. With this, he is prepared. All right. Bring it on. Yasha lowered her raised arm with a command, Mugen no Kajiya. Infinity's blacksmith. As one, the weapons began their assault. The bows and the miniature cannons fired their projectiles, the swords, spears and other melee weapons trying to strike him as they flew around. Tendo moved without pause, his wind and lightning enhanced legs avoiding and jumping around the projectiles while his flame and earth-blessed hands continuously destroyed weapons after weapons. A massive broadsword he recognized as Samahata tried to attack him, but he used his wind-covered leg to kick another blade towards it. He threw a sphere of flame towards them and the two blades exploded. A series of arrows and the small projectiles the small cannon fired moved towards him. He raised his left hand and a wall of earth deflected them. However, he sensed a threat from behind him and moved with lightning, escaping the attacks. He continued to move, allowing his body to act without unnecessary thoughts. To him, the game, the fate that awaits him should he lose, no longer mattered. He is now fighting for his life against a seemingly infinite amount of weaponry, and it feels exhilarating, exciting. Should he lose his concentration even once, his life is forfeit. Each of these weapons are empowered by Yasha's divine energy, an instant kill for a mortal. And that simply added the thrill he is feeling. Without realizing it, he began to laugh. He laughed as he danced around the weapons, around the arrows that tries to hit him, the swords that tries to cut him, the spears that tries to pierce him. He started to catch the weapons flying around him and used it to deflect another. Then he threw it away. He grabbed another weapon and the cycle repeats. To Yasha, the blacksmith, the creator of weapons, this sight is breathtaking. She had never seen something like this, to see her children, her creations, dancing in a stage with such a mortal. A mortal who managed to surpass her creations. A mortal who managed to humble her. At that moment, Yasha knew that she would gladly throw away her godhood for another chance to see this dance, this art of death before her. Until finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the barrage ended. It ended with a single sword shooting for his heart. He stopped it with his hand. He caught the blade using his fingers. He stared at the sword blankly. His mind had yet to process that the barrage had stopped. Then he looked towards Yasha, who watched him with open adoration and awe, an expression that made her look similar to Rin, her other personality. Tendo, his mind finally calming down from his excitement, realized what he had just done. He gave a smirk to the blacksmith goddess. "I win," he declared. Well, to me, this chapter is different from the rest, or maybe that's just me. I especially liked the last part, the forge. But that's probably because I spent hours thinking on how I should end this match. Do you guys enjoy the chapter? Please give me your thoughts about Yasha and the fight. I'm curious what will readers think about the last part. Chapter 18 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths in Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, "What did I do to deserve this?" This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image, thanks. With the chapter 646, now Samsara is a complete worry not, though, canon universe will stay canon. I will inform you this though. The Sage of Six Paths in Samsara is not Hagoromo Otsutsuki. I will explain the difference in later chapters. Also, those who are thinking that Forge is similar to Unlimited Blade Works, here is the summary of difference. UBW. Store everything in Shiru's memory, can be copied anytime he wants. Basically like a hard disk in computer. Forge. Store items Dodora created. Quantity is limited. If the weapons are destroyed, Dodora has to reforge it from scratch. Review responses. Shadow Maria love, and thus, does the hilarity begins. Overlord 7. Well, the Forge differs from Unlimited Blade Works. Look up for the difference. Eloxamax. Glad to hear that. Why don't you read this chapter to find out? Dayfox 96. Yes, for both Reality Marble and Harem. Oh Phantom. Thank you. Yes, that guy's life is troublesome. If you are nervous, then I've done my job well. I'll try my best. ASCK. You shouldn't. Or I'll cry. I spent 10 hours on last chapter. Creepy Rin is always good. I want to picture her as naive, pure and creepy. Well, Tendo is powerful, though, part of it is because he is insane battle maniac. Rakudo doesn't talk a lot because he doesn't want to ruin Tendo's concentration and because he is thinking. Roughstar 333. Well, there is a difference, look up for the explanation. Yami no K's. Glad to hear that. I don't know any artist though, so I can't ask anyone to draw it. Druid FWY. Ha ha ha, I am honored then. Indeed, Rin is a scary loli. Yeah, Yasha is unexpected for me too. Well, one of the path's job is to lighten up the atmosphere. This too is a trait that Tendo has. Or maybe they are just too obsessed with battle to notice the danger. The relationship is becoming more troublesome and hilarious. Quite, if we take only canon shinobi, The ones who can survive Mugen no Kaguya are Minato and Tobirama thanks to their Hiraishin, and the sage. I don't know about Hashirama and Naruto now, maybe they'll survive, but not unscratched. Soon Samsara Naruto shall become famous in Gensokyo for finishing lunatic without using a single life. Again, I am honored. Well, this chapter is more relaxed though. Guest 1. Legal loli indeed, a scary legal loli, a bipolar scary legal loli. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. Not loli, but lolicon, nitpicking again. Puckfleck. This, and next chapter, will be interesting to you then. Aim no Kageseo. Ha ha ha, thanks. Well, if you call what happens in this chapter lucky, then sure he is. Yeah, it does, but there's a difference with UBW. Wish I could describe that. Yasha, Japanese way to pronounce Yaksha, a spirit of nature from Hindu and Buddha mythology. We, canon arc from next chapter. Guest. Thanks. Carl Johnson 95. Ha ha ha, glad that you like it. True, there's a difference above. Well, it's more similar to Gate of Babylon in its limited arsenal. Abdulosaurus. Thanks, nope. All of that is pure Rin. Who is the writer? Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 18 Uninvited Guests, I win. Hearing those words, Yasha seemed to be snapped out of her shock. Immediately she regained her composure and her cold mask was returned. It is as Yo said, mortal. The blacksmith turned her gaze towards the floor. The weapons she had forged laid broken, her forge was emptied in a single battle. Such a thing was unthinkable, and yet the proof was before her. We accept our loss. Yasha let out a tired sigh. And now she must reforge her children. How many years will it take to recover the weapons? The name Infinity's blacksmith is actually false. Her forge is only seemingly infinite. They contains weapons she had forged since she became a blacksmith god. The forge did not magically build new weapons to replace the lost ones. She have to do it on her own. Then, Tendo's smirk transformed into a prideful, borderline arrogant smile, as promised. You will be my servant, yes? Yasha nodded, still keeping her cold eyes trained on him. Very well. We shall allow you to become our master. Allow me? This girl is, Tendo's eyebrow twitched. She is as prideful as you, son of man, Rakudo commented. I don't want to hear that from you of all people, Tendo shot back. What is it, mortal? Cease your conversation with the fool and turn your attention to us. We have bestowed you the right to command us, you should thank us. What? For the first time in their life, both Tendo and Rakudo were stunned. Did this girl seriously order him to thank her? Our mistake, son of man. She is far more prideful than you, Rakudo corrected. Tendo nodded his agreement. By the way, why were you so quiet in the fight? We were thinking. Who exactly is this, Yasha? The other one, Arana's daughter's outer realm. But this one. Tendo narrowed his eyes. That is true. Then he turned his attention to the blacksmith goddess. First, can you explain who you are? Yasha frowned. You had yet to thank us, mortal. Then the frown disappeared. However, we shall ignore your insolence. We are Ippon Dadara. Tendo ignored the first part of her sentence, but Rakudo and I sealed Dadara in the moon back at my world. How can you be him? Besides, Dadara is a male. Yasha seemed thoughtful. We understand your confusion, mortal. Very well, we shall enlighten you of our origins. This will be a long tale, won't it? Tendo asked, not expecting an answer. And thus he received none. We are part of Ippon Dadara's ego. A portion of himself that he cast away with that child. Our task is to ensure that child complete her mission. And that mission is? Tendo questioned, though he could already guess the answer. To kill you, the girl stated without any emotion. As I expected, Tendo muttered. However, you failed, and in the middle of the game, you said you will keep me alive. Does that not mean you are disobeying Dadara? Yasha scoffed. We are not interested in following anyone's orders other than ourselves, and now, you. We shall do as we please. In the end, Ippon Dadara is nothing more than a fool who is controlled by rage. This girl actually disobeyed herself because of her arrogance. Insane. Her arrogance is insane. What proof do I have that you won't disobey me then? Tendo asked the girl, his tension rising. Our words. Is that not enough for you, our master? Amusingly, it is. Her words is enough. With her pride, there is no way she will take back her words. All right, then, can I talk with Rin? To be honest, talking with this version of Rin is tiring. She moves with her own pace. Yasha nodded and closed her eyes for a moment, then she opened it again. That child is still sleeping. Tendo blinked. The damage that child suffered when struck by the Moon Reader is severe. She is still recovering now. Tendo recalled what happened when he summoned Tsukuyomi and attacked Rin. He paled. I have to apologize to her when she is back. Yasha frowned. You will apologize to that child, but you will not thank us, our master. We are offended. Fine. Thank you, Yasha. For? Yasha questioned. Her eyes shone with delight. For allowing me to. I can't say it. Like hell am I going to thank you for losing against me? Tendo shouted. I won with my own power. Thanking you will imply that you let me win. Yasha seemed disappointed. We suppose you are correct. Very well, this once, we shall allow you to not thank us. This girl arrogance is, on a whole different level. Tendo sighed. Anyway, can we move from here now? This place is a bit creepy with all the broken weapons laying on the ground. Yasha nodded. She waved her hand and the forge was filled with light. We have returned, our master, Yasha informed him as the light disappeared, revealing the clearings where they fought before. Tendo nodded. So we did. Thank you, Yasha. Tendo turned and saw the other realms moving towards them. So, did anything happen? We should be the one who asked that. Geto shouted. Where did you go? You and Rin disappeared suddenly. Indeed, master. Are you unharmed? Asura asked him. Can you explain why little Rin's presence transformed? The rest of the paths too indicated their interest for his explanation. Tendo thought for a moment. The girl behind me is Rin, but not the Rin we know. She call herself Yasha. To put it simply, she is another personality of Rin. Jin blinked. So the little girl has dissociative identity disorder? I am pleasantly surprised that you know what it means, Ninjendo. Yes, Yasha can be described as a combination of Dadara and Rin, Tendo explained. A hostile? Shiro asked him. He shook his head. No need to worry. She promised that she will follow my orders. But be sure to keep your guard up around her. Why? Jin asked in confusion. Just talk to her and you will understand. As for where I was, I went to Shirado's heaven. My heaven, master? Asura asked him, blinking. I went to Ippon Dadara's forge. Then suddenly Tendo's shoulders were seized. His sweat dropped when he saw Asura before him, staring at him with an indescribable expression. My honored master. I am sure that you will agree that Shirado has served you more loyally than the others, Asura began. Hey, I'm brother's #1 slave. Geto disagreed. I have no slave, dear sister, and Tendo countered. Therefore, please understand the request I will make now. Asura took a deep breath. Please allow me to visit Ippon Dadara's forge. The amounts of weapons I can find there, the advancements I can make to my weapons, he began to breathe heavily. Shirado. You are creeping me out now. Let me go, you weapon maniac. Tendo kicked the path away. I will ask Yasha to take you there. But it can't be done now. Why not? Asura asked him, frowning. Because I destroyed the weapons there, Tendo answered truthfully. Asura glared at his master, causing Tendo to pale. The heaven realm was sure that Asura's glare is even more menacing than Ippon Dadara or Zhao Gongan. Master. Even though you are my master, there are some things that you cannot do. I had to do it to stay alive though, Tendo muttered. The weapons attacked me. You should stay alive without harming those precious weapons. Asura said such an impossible thing without any hesitation. His trusted retainer actually said something that irresponsible. If I let you go to the forge now, will you shut up? Tendo asked Asura with a tired look. Asura nodded, a smile on his face. A smile that actually seemed to fit him, but that may be because the body is Namikaze Minato's. Fine, Yasha. Tendo turned his head but then blinked. Yasha? The goddess stood in a daze. Her eyes were not focused on anything and a happy smile plastered itself on her face. Tendo heard her mutter, Anctus. We were thanked, our master thanked us, she muttered in a happy daze. Yasha? Tendo called again. Yasha seemed to snap out of her dreamland. Yes, Our master? What can we do for you? Please command us. Well, that was quite a change from the arrogant goddess on the forge. Tendo's thought began to expand this knowledge. If she react like this just being thanked, I wonder what will happen if I praise her. Yasha, take us back to the forge, and by that, I mean all of us here. Yasha nodded fervently, then she opened her palm and formed a black sphere. Then Tendo recalled what happened before. Wait, will you lose your last Magatama if you do this? Tendo asked her, concerned of her safety. She did say that she is planning to keep the last Magatama as a reserve. Yasha shook her head. Entering the forge requires no energy as it is our territory. However, should we use Infinity's blacksmith once more, we will require a Magatama. Tendo nodded. Then the darkness covered them. Amazing, Asura, also known as Shirado, shouted. Yes, Asura actually shouted, and he shouted happily too. He is shouting praises and compliments as he grabbed and examined the weapons on the ground. Well, ignoring his second realm, Tendo turned towards Yasha. Thank you, Yasha. Good job. This time, he watched her to see her reaction. At first, there was nothing. Tendo thought that the previous Yasha was only his imagination, but then a smile blossomed. The smile soon turned into a, to put it bluntly, idiotic grin as she muttered in a dream-like voice. He said, good job, we were praised, we were thanked. Brother, isn't she kind of creepy? Gedo whispered to him. What kind of life has Dodora led to be this sensitive to thanks and praises? Actually, Rakudo began. The one-eyed god once told us that he created most weapons the Amatsukami use in battle. However, he was never appreciated and was ordered to create stronger weapons. Well, that explains it. Seeing the amount of weapons in the forge, Dodora must have spent 100 or 1,000 years of effort to create weapons. But to other gods, who possess strong ego, a blacksmith making them weapons must be something natural. So they did not thank the god of smith. It can't be. Shirado shouted in surprise. Tendo and the rest of the paths turned towards the ecstatic realm. What is it, Shirado? Tendo asked with a raised eyebrow. Asura showed him a katana. A katana that remains unbroken. To him, it looked like a normal katana, but to Shirado, it must be something special. Then again, the fact that the katana is fine even after what happened with Mugen no Kaguya, it must be very strong. Master. This is Ama no Habakiri. Seeing the other realms looking him blankly, Asura explained. Aim no Obari. Warachi no Aramasa. The Tatsuka no Tsurugi. The sword Suzano no Mikoto used to slay Yamata no Orochi. Tendo's eyes widened. He might not be a weapon maniac, but even he knew what that sword is. The legendary sword that claimed the life of Hai no Kagutsuchi and Yamata no Orochi. But it is said that the sword broke when it clashed with Kusanagi no Tsurugi in one of Orochi's head. Wait a second, that katana it's the sword I kicked and burned alongside Samahata, Tendo muttered. Hearing that Asura's expression immediately changed, matching the Asura of legend. What was that, master? Are you telling me that you kicked this sword and burned it? Well, to tell the truth, it surprised me that the sword is all right. I did use a lot of power to make it explode. Of course, Shirado nodded. This is a sword that managed to slay the flame god, Kagutsuchi. Clearly it will not be destroyed by a simple flame. Tendo's eyebrow began to twitch as Shirado implied that his flame was weak. Putting that aside, brother, Gedo cut in, afraid that the two will begin to fight. Can we go back now? Asura seemed aghast. Go back? Why so quickly? I have yet to finish my inspection. He opened his arms. This place is a house of treasure. It contains years of memories, years of effort. This is heaven. We agree. Oh, it seemed that Yasha has recovered from her shock. That blacksmith is sensible. We like him. Of course you would, Tendo muttered. Oh, Lady Yasha, was it not? Did you truly create all of this? Asura asked. Yasha seemed offended. Of course. Do you doubt us, blacksmith? Asura shook his head. Certainly not. However, I would like to learn from you. These weapons are superb. It is too bad that a certain someone decided to destroy them all in his fun. That certain someone is here, you know. That certain someone can hear you, you know. That certain someone is your master, you know. Yasha nodded. Indeed. We see that you are quite an intelligent mortal. However, our master did show us something truly breathtaking. Hearing that, Geto's eyes narrowed. What? Did you give her a striptease, brother? What kind of sick mind do you have? Tendo almost shouted, but he managed to hold it back. He already knew that his sister is like this. What kind of sick mind do you have? Jin had no such reservation. Indeed, Lady Geto, were you not the only one who would have her breath taken away seeing that? Shiro questioned the girl. It won't only be my breath he'll be taking, Geto muttered. Cease your perverted dream, sister. I did nothing of sort, Tendo told her. Indeed, our master simply showed us a beautiful dance, Yasha, helpfully, added. Not helping, Yasha dear. A dance? Even I haven't seen Tendo dance, brother. I demand you to do a striptease now. Tendo smacked her head with a paper fan he created. Geto, calm down. It was not that kind of dance. Our master moved gracefully as he avoided our weapons and destroyed them one by one. His limbs were covered by nature itself as he danced among the thousands armaments. It was the most beautiful sight we have ever witnessed in our life. Tendo raised an eyebrow. He did not recall doing anything as dramatic as that. He just had fun while fighting against the weapons. Anyway, I agree that we should return now. Shirado, I am sure you can go back to this place anytime. For now, we should return, back to our world. Hearing that the paths became quiet. So, this is it, huh? Geto asked out loud. It was nice while it lasted, Jin said with a small laugh. Asura and Shiro said nothing, but their expression showed their disappointment. Yasha, take us out of here. Yasha nodded and they disappeared from the forge. When they returned to the clearings, Tendo took a deep breath and prepared himself. Yasha, he called. The goddess turned towards him. Can you take us home? Back to our home world. The rest of the realms turned towards the little girl, each secretly hoping that she would shook her head or indicates her inability. However, she nodded, and they sighed. Take us home now. Yasha closed her eyes. Slowly the space behind her distorted, it spun. The spinning continued as the realms of Namikaze Naruto waited with a bated breath. The space stopped spinning, revealing a white hole. All right. Tendo turned towards the realms. I know that you all does not want to go back, but we have to. At least, I cannot leave mother. And Tayuya alone. Maybe someday we will go back here, but for now, Tendo's speech was cut off. Brother, behind you. Geto shouted a warning. Huh? He turned his head. And was greeted by multiple shadows jumping out of the hole towards him. Wah! And then, he was dog-piled. Ruto, is that you? One of the body above him asked. That voice sounds familiar. Son, where have you been? I've been so worried, mother? Naruto-sensei, are you alright? Isn't that Fu's voice? Well, Naruto-kun. I didn't expect our meeting after so long will be like this, Itachi-sama? Yo, Naruto, I see that you haven't changed a bit, someone greeted him as he walked towards his line of sight. Uchiha, what happened here? Tendo, no, Naruto asked in confusion. Hello, Naruto-san. To see you here means that Jiraiya-sama's experiment worked perfectly. Haku too appeared in his line of sight, her usual demure smile on her face. Indeed, the gallant Jiraiya, has managed to complete a space-time technique. He could imagine Jiraiya dancing a few foot away from him. Yuya, mother, Fu. I too am delighted to see you. However, can you three stop sitting on me? Naruto asked the three bodies above him. Ah, sorry Ruto. Tayuya apologized and she, Kushina and Fu moved away from his body. Yasha, what is the mean ng of this? He asked the goddess who was watching the intruders, warily. Why are they here? Yasha seemed to be confused. We sensed that someone from that side is trying to open a gate to this side. We decided to use that because it is easier. And I assume that this, someone, is you, Jiraiya-sama? Naruto asked the Toad Sage. Jiraiya nodded proudly. Then he became serious. Naruto, who are these people? Geto and Jin tensed. However, Tendo motioned them to calm down. They are my realms of samsara. And this little white girl here is Yasha, a new friend of mine. Itachi, Jiraiya and Tayuya immediately knew what he meant. Kushina, Fu, Sasuke and Haku on the other hand, was confused. Your realms? What do you mean sensei? The former vessel of Chome asked him. Naruto think for a moment, Consider them as my other personalities. Each of them corresponds to a realm of samsara. He pointed to Asura. He is the Asura realm. His name is Asura. Then to Jin. This is the human realm, Jin. To Shiro, the Naraka realm, Shiro. And finally to Gedo. This is Gedo, the outer realm. Did you say, Gedo? Tayuya's eyes narrowed, and Naruto groaned. Of course, he did tell her that Gedo likes him. Do you have a problem with me, Yuya? Maybe you want tips on how to please, brother? Gedo asked with a taunting smirk. Hearing that, Tayuya growled, but she kept her voice calm. No, not really. I mean, why would I need an advice from his ex-lover? Gedo's eyes narrowed into a glare. Electricity began to spark out of their eyes and clashed. Wow, a real catfight, Sasuke commented with a smirk. You sure are popular, Naruto. Indeed, you seem like a man with good taste. I'm Jin, nice to meet you, Uchiha. Jin introduced himself to Sasuke with a grin. You're really a Naruto, Sasuke stated. The intonation you used to call me is the same as his. But you seem like a smarter guy than him. Of course, Jin nodded. I am the most sane out of all realms here, and the most normal too. He is an idiot. Lady Haku, correct? I will advise you to isolate your lover from Ninjendo. His stupidity may contaminate your lover. Shiro nodded towards Haku. Haku giggled, it's all right. Sasuke-kun looked lonely when Naruto-san is not around. Right now Naruto-san is busy taking care of these two girls. I hope Jin-san can get along with him. And you are Shiro-san, correct? Pleased to meet you. Of course, how discourteous of me. I am Shiro, the Naraka realm. Pleased to meet you, Shiro bowed. I see that you are similar to the old Naruto-san, Haku commented. You honor me with your words, Lady Haku. Haku gave a smile, though she did not mean that as a praise or compliment, it is just an observation. As if answering a confusion, Shiro continued, to be compared to my lord is the highest praise I may receive. I am truly honored. Haku gave a nervous giggle. He seemed to be a lot like her when she was young. To think that Naruto-san has a side like this in him. He. With the arrival of a former lover, the heroine's fury is at max. In the midst of their battle, the hero placed himself in the path of their attacks. Finally both the former lover and heroine agreed to reconcile by doing a 3P with her, and Jiraiya was struck by 4 hand smacks. Jiraiya. Don't use my son in your perverted books. Kushina shouted. Jiraiya-sama. There are children here, Fu coldly informed him. Jiraiya-sama, this is not the time. Send me the books when you are done, Itachi scolded him. Lord Jiraiya, while you are indeed a man that master respects, that does not mean I will allow you to write such book about master, Shirado told him. Jiraiya and Kushina froze when they heard Shirado's voice. You. Naruto told me that the realms can take over dead bodies. Who are you? Who did you use as your vessel? Jiraiya asked him. Both dread and hope could be heard in his voice. Asura looked away and sighed. I assume you already know. I am Asura, the Asura realm of Namikaze Naruto. This body I inhabited is Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya opened his mouth to say something but no sound came out. Itachi and Fu stared at the man claiming to have Namikaze Minato's body with shock. As for Kushina, why, what, Lady Kushina? Asura asked her. Why did he choose Minato's body? Does he hate Minato that much? Kushina asked him. Asura's eyes lightened up in understanding. She was unaware that Naruto had met Minato in the battlefield and they had reconciled in that battle. Therefore, she assumed that Naruto still hated Minato. No, you are mistaken. On the contrary, Master truly respect Lord Minato. If I may be so bold, the reason he gave me the honor to be in this body is because I am the one he trusts the most. Kushina sighed in relief. So, he doesn't hate Minato? Asura shook his head. No, not anymore. They reconciled when Lord Minato is summoned by Impure World Resurrection. Then Fu raised her hand. Yes, Lady Fu. She blushed hearing how he called her. Why do you call Kushina-sama, Lady and Minato-san, Lord? Aren't they your parents too? Asura did not answer. Kushina gave him a smile, though it looked a bit unsure. I don't know much about you. But you are still Naruto, right? You. All of you can call me, Mother. Asura closed his eyes, whether it is because he had to prepare himself or because he did not want them to see his tears remained unknown. Thank you, Mother. I am sorry for what we have done to Father's body. Kushina shook her head. You are doing this to protect Naruto, right? Then it's fine. Please keep on protecting him. Somehow he always face a lot of trouble. Asura nodded, of course, Mother. Meanwhile Naruto. Weakling. Geto insulted Tayuya. Flat chest. Tayuya shot back. Naruto began to shout, Geto. Do not antagonize her. Yuya, calm down. His words fell on deaf ears. Then he felt someone shaking his legs and turned towards the source. Yasha gazed at his face with a happy smile. Tendo raised his eyebrow and Yasha pointed towards the forest. He looked at the forest and his eyes widened. Unexpectedly, Geto laughed, seeing Tayuya's confused expression. She smirked and explained, this body is yours, you know. That means you just insulted your younger self. Hearing that, Tayuya's glare grew in intensity, but then she gained a wicked smile. Doesn't that mean you can't attract Ruto with your own body? If you have to use mine, then it's clear who Ruto liked the most. Well, she was a bit angry that her other self was killed, but she is not kind enough to cry over someone she doesn't know. Geto's eyes narrowed. Are you looking for a fight? Not really, I mean Ruto chose me, didn't he? That means you're not good enough, Tayuya taunted. Geto recoiled as she recalled how Tendo rejected her in favor of the girl before her. But then she remembered. But we've been spending quite a long time here, and I've gotten a lot closer with my dearest big brother now. What makes you think he haven't changed his mind? Tayuya smirked. Simple, he is Ruto. If he really cheated on me, he will tell me directly and tell us to break up. That's what he did to you, right? Damn, she is right, Geto muttered. Then she smirked. I know something you don't about brother. Tayuya raised her eyebrow hearing that. And what is that? She asked, suspicious. Geto's smirk grew. Brother is a lolicon, she shouted. Hearing that, everyone on the clearings turned towards Geto with wide eyes. The new arrivals did so out of surprise, while the realms did so because they knew that it was a forbidden word. After several seconds, Geto blinked. She thought Tendo would appear and scold her by now. Then she turned towards her brother and her jaw dropped. Tayuya, seeing Geto react like that, turned to the same way, and her eyes widened. Wah! What the hell is this? Tayuya shouted. Hearing her shout, the realms and the new arrivals turned towards her sight and they expressed their varying surprises. What? Naruto. Kushina's shout of anger. Say sensei. What are you doing? That's a crime. Fu's reprimands. Wow, I never knew his strike one went so low, Sasuke's amazed words. Not even a day and he already got another one. Awesome, Jin's praise. Naruto-san. Do you realize what you are doing? Haku's disbelief. My lord. I am aware that your lust cannot be continued by a small number of women, however, you must maintain your image. Shiro's advice. He. Naruto, you are a goldmine. Jiraiya's perversion. Well, this is unexpected, Itachi's muttering. Master. Who is that girl? Asura's question. All directed towards Naruto, who is sitting on the ground with a small white-haired girl on his lap. The girl is hugging him tightly while Yasha kept holding on to Naruto. Among this, Naruto is reading a book out loud for the two little girls. Tendo, realizing everyone's eyes were on him, laughed nervously. The girl on his lap pouted when he gently pushed her away and took her off his lap. Everyone, allow me to introduce you. This is Amaterasu Omikami, the shining heaven, imperial goddess of our land. Gazes of shock and disbelief met his declaration. And thus, did the chapter ends and so does the game begins, arc. After 2 chapters of battle. We'll take a rest for a while, from major battle that is. This will mark the beginning of a new arc. The Canonverse arc. After this, the POV will be divided into Tendo and Uzumaki Naruto's POV. Though, I may use other people's POV when needed. A flashback of what happens in Samsara verse will appear in next chapter. So will a side story. I haven't decided whether it will be continuation of JRPG, Rookie's arc or Jinchuriki arc, though. For those who are asking this, no, Game of Gods is not over yet. We still have 2 more major arcs, Canonverse and the last arc. Again, for those who did not read the AN above, the Sage of Six Paths in Samsara is not Hagoromo Otsutsuki from canon. But canon Sage of Six Paths is Hagoromo Otsutsuki. That means there are two different sages in Game of Gods. One is the nameless sage, the other is Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Also, those who are thinking that Forge is similar to Unlimited Blade Works, here is the summary of difference. UBW. Store everything in Shuru's memory, can be copied anytime he wants. Basically like a hard disk in computer. Forge. Store items Dotara created. Quantity is limited. If the weapons are destroyed, Dotara has to reforge it from scratch. Chapter 19 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths in Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Shadow Maria Love. Jido meant that as a joke, but Amaterasu happened. Roughstar 333. I just realized that. Well, we'll see if he keep this tradition, shall we? Fuyuhara Sora. Not home yet, the guests came before he entered the portal. Glad to hear that. Amaterasu is the Kuadere one. Yasha is Heim type. Well, he is a blacksmith. Ending of an arc, yes. Yeah, next arc is here. Karash. Glad to hear that. I'm a bit worried that I can't describe the gods well. CMC Wiki. Next chapter will have them. Aloxamax, he might. I'm all for it too. It's part of GOG. You'll see next chapter. ASCK. Indeed, that revelation, I had to change a few of my plans in canon. But there's no problem. Tertius Armada. Thank you. No, they are not back in Samsaraverse yet. The guests came before they entered the portal. Crack the Sky. Correct. Druid FWY. They each have their own role. There are many Samsara Virchars now, yes. But they will split up most of the time. True. Most blacksmith gods are actually unfortunate. Just look at Hephaestus. He will, maybe I can use that as a humor. Some people seem to believe that since Game of Naruto and Aren has ended, it means Game of Gods is ending. True, and imagine next chapter when he meets the other Sasuke. Very wrong message, Ramen Junkie. The lowly is unstoppable. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. Months as in the arrival of Samsara-verse Chars. Aim no Kagezeo. Glad to hear that. True, he is a lucky bastard. Well, rather than Amaterasu showing herself to everyone, it's more of she doesn't care if she is seen. No one can hurt her anyway. It still does. Abdulosaurus, maybe? Samsara, Game of the Gods. Chapter 19 Decision, Reason and Orange, and that is the problem I am facing. Tendo watched with an amused gaze as his friends and family tried to digest what he told them. He was sitting on the grass with his realms, his friends and family, Yasha and Amaterasu. Incidentally, both of those two seemed to have taken the spots beside him, much to Yuya and his sister's chagrin. Among them, Asura, Itachi and Jiraiya were the first to recover. They looked at each other and Asura nodded. Master, he began, allow me to summarize what you told us. Naruto nodded, allowing him to speak. Gods exist, this much, we have learned from Ippon Dotara's existence. The ones who are connected to this problem of ours are the Amatsukami of Takamagahara and Bodhisattva, both are the pantheons of this land. The others began to recover and listen to Shirado's words. First, is the problem we, Uzumaki, Uchiha and Senju are facing. Because the Amatsukami believe that our bloodline came from Dotara, a demon in their eyes, they hunt us. Rakudo and past wielder of our eyes were killed by them. Tendo nodded as an affirmative. He motioned the path to continue. According to Zhao Gongan that you met, they hunt us by using their servants. Other bloodline users. That means clans such as Hyuga. You claimed that they are Omoikane's servants. Correct. Byakugan is Omoikane's blessing to them. Asura then continued, you stated that the clans will undoubtedly hunt us, because if they refuse, they will be turned into demons. What exactly does this mean? Tendo sighed, exactly what I said. Demons, the ones that I saw were creatures with grotesque appearance. If you want a picture, just recall how Ippon Dotara looked like in the war. Gedo paled. Okay, ugly then. So if the clans refused, all of them will become like that? Tendo shrugged. I do not know. It depends on the god. What do you think, Yasha? Tendo turned towards the little blacksmith. Mortal god, the other us is asleep. Rin answered instead, we are back. Tendo blinked. I see. Welcome back, Rin. Well, that means talking with the blacksmith lowly is useless. Bluntly speaking, Rin is too childish for a serious conversation. Moo, we think mortal god is insulting us. Of course not. Tendo patted her head. He then saw Amaterasu pouting and patted her head too with a sigh. Suddenly he felt glares coming from around him. He blinked as he realized that both Tayuya and Gedo are staring at him with murderous expression. I cannot even pat a child's head without being glared now? No, because you are a lolicon, Tayuya declared. Of course not, because brother is a lolicon, Gedo supported the other girl. Continue Shirado, he decided to ignore the two and retreat. He was not a lolicon, damn it. It is just that no man could say no when facing pouting little girls. Then he looked at Rin and Amaterasu, and he amended his words, cute pouting little girls. Lolicon, his sister and lover continued to mutter the forbidden word over and over again. Seeing his master's trouble, Asura began to speak again. Assuming those are true, we will be facing a huge number of enemies. While we can win, the loss will be immense. As such, you accepted the proposal of Zhao Gongan, while gaining his problem as well. Zhao Gongan's problem, Asura continued, is a war between Takamagahara and Bodhisattva. It seemed that Master believed that since we are already Takamagahara's enemy, allying with other enemies of theirs should be fine. Enemy of my enemy is my friend, correct, Master? Tendo nodded. Yes, if we face the heavenly gods alone, we will lose. Our force is limited while they can pick any random shinobi to be their new servant. Itachi narrowed his eyes. That is not good. Our country is finally at peace. If people finds out that there will be war between Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki and other clans, our peace will be shattered. Naruto nodded again. That is why I tried to go home quickly. I need to warn you and Tsunade-sama. Itachi shook his head. No, knowing this, it might actually be best if you stay here. Hearing that, all of them were confused, except Jiraiya who had a knowing look. Kushina voiced her confusion. What do you mean, Itachi-kun? Hearing the question, Itachi let out a heavy sigh. Our opponent's primary target is Naruto-kun. That means, if Naruto-kun is not in our world, they will not attack us. Hearing that, Naruto's eyes narrowed. Are you telling me to? Immediately, Itachi, no, the Hokage's voice grew cold. Namikaze Naruto, you are hereby ordered to remain in this world until you have ascertained that the gods will no longer be a threat to our elemental country. You may use any methods to ensure the completion of this mission. This will be your third S-rank mission. Hearing that, the realms of Namikaze Naruto grew tense. While they are glad that they would be given a chance to stay in this world for a while, that would mean thrusting themselves to a world full of possible enemies without a single ally. The Uchiha clan of this world is destroyed, so is the Senju and Uzumaki. His third S-rank mission. The first was to defend his mother from the Akatsuki. The second was to participate in the war. And the third one now is, to ensure the safety of elemental country. His elemental country. Even at the cost of this world's elemental country. Were he a better man, he would have refused. To drag innocence to this war of his and the heaven is not something a just man would do. However, Namikaze Naruto is a man who placed what is his above everything else. And so, I accept this mission, Hokage-sama. And with it, his fate was sealed. And so does the fate of this elemental country. After his decision was made, they decided to talk more before going separate ways. Asura, Jin and Gedo talked with Jiraiya about space-time technique he used to open the gate to another world, while Itachi and Shiro were engrossed in discussion about Konoha's politics. Son, will you really be alright? Kushina asked him, her worry visible on her face. Naruto nodded. Yes, do not worry. I will be back as soon as I can. Ruto, can't I stay here with you? Tayuya asked him. And his response was to shake his head. Against them, I cannot guarantee your safety. I would rather not risk it. Then how about me? Sasuke asked him. I can help you. I am pretty sure that you will increase my headache, Naruto declared without hesitation. Then his voice softened. You have Hiku-san. Yes? You cannot risk yourself here. Besides, if something happens to me. Sasuke shook his head. If you aren't back in a year, I'll come here and drag you back myself. Troublesome Uchiha, he muttered. Naruto-san, he turned towards Haku. She smiled, good luck. Fu then blinked. By the way, sensei. What about us from this world? Is the other me a vessel too? Hearing that, he panicked. He would rather not explain what happened to Uzumaki Naruto to his mother. There is no problem with them. Now, you all should quickly return home. Are you hiding something from us, son? Kushina asked him, suspicious at his behavior. No, of course not, Naruto shook his head calmly. But inside, he was paling. If his mother knew of Uzumaki Naruto. He tried to look for a distraction and saw Rin being chased by Amaterasu. The little blacksmith was running while shouting, scary. While the sun goddess were frowning as she tried to catch her playmate. He could not use those two as distraction. Anything else? Seal that Naidame-sama left in his notebook. You are using his body, right? Can you tell me anything about it? Jin scanned the seal Jiraiya showed him. This is similar to Hiraishin seal crafted by Namikaze Minato. The principle is a bit different, but it basically does the same thing. It transport the user to the designated seal by distorting space and time. Asura nodded. Yes, I recognize the similarity. Do you think you can use this seal, Jin? He should be. Geto placed her finger on the seal and traced it. I think this seal is locked to Senju Tobarama's blood. Okay, I'll try it. Jin was about to walk away and try the seal before Jiraiya stopped him. Before you go, what do you think if we switch this 5-point water seal with fire? Are you trying to kill me? The water point is used to make the distortion flow gently like a water. If I switch it with fire? This one is having a difficult discussion. How about the other one? Old be able to handle them, Shiro stated as he showed Itachi a piece of paper. Itachi shook his head. This policy is too much. It's true that with this, the distinction between clan shinobi and clanless shinobi will disappear. However, think of how the clans will react. To be asked to share their non-bloodline techniques to outsiders is an insult. You are thinking as an Uchiha instead of Hokage. Think of how useful clanless shinobi will be if they are given a chance to look at Uchiha clan's extensive techniques library. Another example will be Yamanaka clan's techniques. They will be very useful in interrogation. To add, medics can also use Yamanaka techniques to fix trauma and problems in patient's mind. Maybe we can even get rid of those youth thing infecting those green monsters. Shiro is trying to convince Itachi to do something crazy. It's too revolutionary. Itachi is correct, your idea is too much. To begin with, there is a reason why old-era shinobi created the clan system. While it seemed as if they are being selfish, not sharing their knowledge to other people, it is also a source of motivation to new shinobi. They can use, creating our own clan, as a goal, which in turn, will make the village grow stronger. Naruto. He was snapped out of his thought by his mother. What are you hiding? Facing her glare, he relented. He told them of Uzumaki Naruto and how he brought food to Konoha to raise him. After more urging, he also told them of the Uchiha clan's fate, their massacre by Itachi's hands. By the end of his story, his mother was livid and Sasuke was paling. My son, Naruto began edging away from his mother. This is bad. This is the worst-case scenario. The next words she will say must be, I am staying here, she declared firmly. Damn, he let out a curse. Naruto, he turned towards Sasuke, do you think it's true? That my brother killed father and mother? Naruto wondered whether he should answer it truthfully. The Uchiha kept his gaze on him, seeking for an answer. He sighed, your brother is the Hokage, yes? What does that indicate? Sasuke said nothing. He knew the answer. His brother will sacrifice everything for the good of the village. For this peace he loves. I'm staying too. Sasuke's eyes were filled with determination as he declared that. Mother, Sasuke. You both cannot stay here, and Yuya, Fu, Haku-san. Do not even think of following them, Naruto told them, his expression cold. But then, a voice cut in, no, that might be a good idea. Itachi walked towards them. I heard bits of the conversation. So, this world's you as a vessel? In this world's eye, ended the Uchiha clan? Except Sasuke, he clarified. Itachi seemed thoughtful. I was thinking that we can use this world to gather some information. The previous war left many questions unanswered. Who is Tobi? What is his goal? How did Yakushi Kabuto receive his power? And who rescued Kabuto? Kabuto? Naruto's eyebrow rose. What happened to him? He ran away. Jiraiya told him, his cell is empty. He disappeared. And by that, I mean literally disappear. Even the full force of the villages and Akatsuki couldn't find him. We assume that he has allies. What does this have to do with this world? Naruto questioned the Hokage. Think of it this way, it is true that THS world is different. However, should Tobi exist, he will certainly seek the Biju. And if he does, the Akatsuki, Naruto nodded. Or at least, a variation of them. You want me to search for this world, Tobi? No, Itachi shook his head, not you. Your task is to ensure the gods does not cause trouble in our world. This mission will be given to Sasuke and Kakashi. Sasuke seemed surprised. Me? And Kakashi? The elder Uchiha nodded. We know virtually nothing about Tobi. What we know is that he possessed Sharingan. That is why the best candidates for this mission are those who are used to fight against Sharingan, or powerful Sharingan users. I am the Hokage. Naruto-kun has his mission. That leaves you, Hitaki Kakashi, and Maeda Guy. And I would rather not have two Guy in the same world. Then, you want me to call Kakashi here? Jiraiya asked Itachi. Receiving a nod, he disappeared, into the white hole, back to their world. Excuse me, Itachi-sama, Haku began. I know. You can assist him in this mission, Haku. Haku smiled and bowed, of course, Hokage-sama. Now, for Kushina-san, Itachi began. I am actually entertaining the thought of creating an alliance between this Konoha and ours. After that, we may be able to establish alliance with other villages in this world. However, to do this, we need a respected figure that the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen could trust. And the candidates are, Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama, Kushina-san and Sarutobi Asuma. I decided to pick you and Jiraiya-sama to do this. And if you want to take care of the other Naruto-kun in the process, then do as you wish. Kushina nodded. Thank you. I will do my best. Fu-san and Tayuya-san can stay as your assistants. Hearing that the girls high-fived each other. Itachi-sama. That would defeat the purpose of me staying here, Naruto protested. If you can convince Kushina-san not to become missing nin and staying here, then be my guest, Naruto-kun. Damn, he is right. Fine. I do not like this, but I know that my mother is too stubborn to back down. And now, he has to fight while making sure they are safe. How troublesome. He wished he could just relax and do as he want. In both worlds, Nara Shikamaru sneezed. Now, while I am busy with my role as the Hokage, I, too, will come here when I can. I would like to speak with this world's Hokage, therefore, I am counting on you, Kushina-san. Kushina nodded. Naruto sighed, and began walking away. Ruto, where are you going? Tayuya asked him. He waved his hand, I need to be alone for now. The girl was about to follow, but chains burst out from the ground, stopping her. Geto walked between her and Naruto. Listen to brother's words. He is annoyed right now. Hearing that, Tayuya resigned and nodded. Damn it. Damn it. Tendo cursed as he pounded a tree. Calm down, son of man. It is true that with their presence in this world, you will have to protect them in addition to your mission. However, that should not be a problem for you, Rakudo told him. He shook his head. That is not the problem, Rakudo. I already made a plan to handle the gods. But now that they are here, I cannot do it. A plan? Naruto sighed and began to mutter, if those gods are using the clans to hunt me, his eyes grew cold, then all I have to do is eliminate them before they attack. Rakudo said nothing, but Naruto could feel his surprise. If it is for them, I will gladly stain my hands with blood of millions. However, now that they are here, you cannot do it in front of them. Yes, and there goes my plan to cause war in elemental country. Now I have to ask Zhao Gongan for a way to handle Takamagahara. Why do you not ask her instead? Rin, no, Yasha asked him as she walked towards him, Amaterasu following behind her. Oh, Done with your tag? He asked the blacksmith with a smirk. The daughter sighed. We do not understand why that child is scared of Lady Amaterasu. He chuckled but then turned serious. If she has a way to take care of this problem, I will listen. Yasha nodded. Ask her then. She may assist you. After all, she favors you, our master. Naruto sighed. So, Amaterasu-sama, do you have any suggestion? At first, the sun goddess seemed confused but then she smiled. She opened her palm and light shone, causing Naruto and Yasha to close their eyes. When the light faded, they saw a miniature of Takamagahara in her hand. Without any hesitation, she closed her palm, crushing it. Both Naruto and Yasha were speechless. For different reasons. Is she, Tendo blinked, telling me to crush Takamagahara? To his surprise, Yasha shook her head. No, not Takamagahara. She wants you, master, to slay Takami Musuhi no Kami. What? Slay one of the Emperor of Heaven? Is she insane? Amaterasu pouted hearing that. Then she pointed at Yasha, as if telling her to explain. She did. No, our master. Let us explain. As of right now, Takamagahara is divided into two factions. One, supporting Lady Amaterasu, the other, supporting Takami Musuhi. Continue. This interested him. Seeing as Amaterasu is supporting him, does that mean only one faction is his enemy? The faction of Takami Musuhi can be considered as conservative. They reject influences from other pantheon and seek to exile Buddhism from the land of rising sun. Lady Amaterasu's faction, on the other hand, is more accepting. She even agreed to be seen as Guanyin by followers of Buddhism in our land. But, I thought Dadara is a supporter of Takami Musuhi. At least, that was the impression he got when he saw Dadara showing Takami Musuhi the first chakra human. No, we, our blacksmith. At that time, we did not care who we served, we only care of our creations. However, since she saved us, we decided to support Lady Amaterasu. Naruto nodded. But then Yasha continued, this also explains why she blessed you. Why she blessed us with these eyes. What do you mean? He raised an eyebrow, confused. When we showed the humans we created, Takami Musuhi saw a blasphemy, as did many other heavenly gods. But Lady Amaterasu saw an opportunity. She knew that if raised correctly, the chakra human can become a weapon to kill gods. That is why she saved you. That is why she gave you the eye, hoping that you will give it as a blessing to your servant, a mortal. And now, he trailed off. And now, Yasha nodded, she has come to reap the seeds she had sown. She has come to take her weapon. A weapon she will use to slay Takami Musuhi. Both of them were silent after that, staring at the seemingly innocent goddess in fear and awe. To think that she planned that far ahead. No, had he not seen the proof of it, himself? Rikudo managed to slay Dadara at its full power. Seirei destroyed Narukami and Shina Suhiko. He himself managed to defeat Dadara twice. Were those not proof that they, chakra humans, can slay gods? Then Amaterasu offered her hand towards him. Huh? He blinked. The goddess pouted. She wants you to swear your loyalty to her, Yasha stated, as if it was obvious. I am Zhao Gonggen's servant, you know, he commented offhandedly. And before that, you are hers, like us. The moment we possessed those eyes, we gave ourselves to her. That is true. If bloodlines are the symbol of God's blessing, then Dadara, Rikudo, he, all of them are Amaterasu's servants. Besides, being her servant and slaying Takami Musuhi will take care of his problem. Slaying Takami Musuhi meant Amaterasu is the sole ruler of Takamagahara. Because she accepts other pantheon, the conflict between Amatsukami and Bodhisattva will disappear, completing Zhao Gonggen's task. Because she favors him, the Amatsukami will not hunt him, solving his problem. He nodded, and kissed the hand she offered to him. Amaterasu smiled, her usual innocent smile. It is an honest smile, and that is what scares him. How can this smiling little girl be that cunning? Soon, the mortal god, degraded goddess and imperial goddess returned to the clearing. Are you calm now, brother? Gedo asked him. He smiled, yes, I am. Do not worry, sister. After accepting the goddess' offer, he asked Waisha. When will I go and kill him? Clearly, not now. Our master, you are still too weak to match Takami Musuhi. So, are you still against them staying here? His sister asked. Tendo shook his head. No, I have a plan to solve our divine problem. If it succeed, then we do not have to worry about their safety. Geto nodded, trusting her brother's words. Then he saw that Jiraiya had returned with Kakashi as an addition to their group. Kakashi-sensei, he called the one-eyed shinobi, good to see you. Kakashi's eye turned into an eye smile. Good to see you too. I see that you've grown stronger. Kakashi could see the difference between the old Naruto and this one. The old him was more tense and serious, while this one seemed calm, but deadly. Naruto chuckled. Is there any doubt? He then turned his attention towards Tayuya. Sorry for leaving like that. She nodded. It's fine. Are you all right now? He laughed. Both Tayuya and his sister are quite similar to each other. He nodded. Yes, do not worry. Naruto-kun, Itachi called him. It has gotten late, perhaps we should rest now. Where is your lodgings? Hearing that, Asura answered the Hokage. Let us move then. To Takigakure. Taki? Jiraiya raised his eyebrow. Not Konoha? Naruto smirked. Going to Konohagakure, with Asura and Jin's bodies, is akin to doing stealth mission with orange suits. What kind of ninja wear orange? Sasuke asked. You will be surprised. He was ashamed to admit that he was about to say, myself. Well, the other me. And thus, they returned to Takigakure, pretending that the guests were friends of Asura. To be honest, the Takigakure shinobi already knew that they are lying, Asura thought with a chuckle. He heard rumors and discussions between the Jonin of this village. They knew already that he and his brothers and sister are not simply a blacksmith and his entourage. However, they also knew that Asura had given them many powerful armor and weapons, and it boosted Takigakure's fame. Missions began to come and the village prospers. They decided, it did not matter where Asura and the others came from, as long as they stay with Taki, Taki will eventually become a major village. Though, some of them did stare at Fu in confusion. He chuckled louder as he led his master's family and friends towards their home. Bunch of fools. They do not realize their mistake. With his master around, it is better to be a minor village. After all, his master would want to challenge powerful enemies. Soon enough, he will probably declare a war out of boredom. Then again, with his mother around, his master will probably be busy trying to keep her safe. Tomorrow should be interesting. She declared she wished to see Uzumaki Naruto. Knowing his master, it will end in hilarity. The guests were all given their rooms. Sasuke and Itachi in a room. Kakashi and Jiraiya in another. Tayuya and Haku, his mother and Fu. He laid on his bed, Yasha and Amaterasu on another bed. He watched as they slept while facing each other. Killing Takami Musuhi, he muttered. That would be interesting. That should be amusing. That will be exciting. Wonder when can I do that? According to Yasha, he needs to grow stronger first. That means training. However, his mother expressed her interest to visit Konoha tomorrow. Oh well, while passing time, he can train the other Naruto. He heard he will be graduating soon, in a week if he remembered correctly. He closed his eyes and began to doze off. Maybe he should go out on a date with Yuya tomorrow? It has been quite some time. He woke up in a white room. No, that is wrong. He is still sleeping. He looked around and saw the baby Naruto sleeping. This is my mind? Then he felt a presence coming from behind him, an unknown presence. He tensed and turned around. It was Amaterasu, her red eyes meeting his gaze. Wait, that is strange. Red? Weren't her eyes golden? Then she took a step forward, and he found himself flinching, then another step. Soon she was right in front of him. She grabbed his face and began stroking his cheek. Amaterasu-sama. He wanted to ask but no words came out, then he heard it, her voice. Finally, she spoke. Finally it is mine, my very own Totsuka. My own, Godslayer. Then his mind went blank. Naruto woke up drenched in sweat. At first his mind was blank but then he recalled his dream. He turned towards the other bed and saw only Yasha. I guess, he muttered, she went back to Takamagahara. He supposed he could ask her questions later. What did she call me? He asked himself. Totsuka. Totsuka no Tsurugi. The sword Asura found in Yasha's forge. The sword that took Hai no Kagetsuchi's life. The sword that killed a god. A godslayer. He shook his head. There is no use in thinking this now. He should prepare for a trip. A trip to Konoha. Soon enough, he and the guests from his world stood before the main gate of Konoha. There was no need to show any identification, because he brought everyone with him. Even Asura. Seeing the group, the guards immediately paled and whispered to each other. One of them left in hurry, no doubt, to the Hokage. He chuckled. He wondered if that happened because of Itachi? Or because of Asura? Jin? Perhaps? His mother? Kakashi? Jiraiya? Or him? Soon enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya from this world appeared. Hokage, he waved. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed when he saw him. We need to talk. Do you expect me to believe this? Sarutobi asked Itachi, who stood facing him. They are inside the Hokage's office. From their side, Itachi, Jiraiya, Asura and him were standing before the third Hokage while the rest waited outside. Behind Sarutobi was Jiraiya from the other world. Itachi sighed and closed his eyes. Jiraiya-sama, perhaps you can show some proof to Sarutobi-sama and the other Jiraiya-sama? Of course, Jiraiya grinned and took out a scroll. He unsealed the scroll, revealing a board filled with seals and notes. The super pervert seal master began to speak. Naruto met the other Jiraiya's eyes and the other super pervert nodded. He tuned Jiraiya out and began to think. How should he explain this to the other Naruto? Maybe he can just tell the boy the truth? No, if the Hokage, both of them, decided to keep this a secret, he will not tell the boy. Uzumaki Naruto might be many things, but quiet is not one of them. And my godson has been here for months, right Naruto? Naruto blinked, his focus returning, so that we can differentiate between Uzumaki Naruto and I. You can call me Tendo. But yes, I have been here for months. I sometimes come here to train Naruto-kun. Jiraiya knows it. His Jiraiya blinked. Nope, I didn't know that. Not you, the other pervert. At once, the two Jiraiya began to speak, in unison. How dare you call me pervert? I am not a mere pervert. I am a super pervert. Then they looked at each other. Brother. Ignoring the idiot perverts, Tendo continued. I have someone here who wants to see you, Hokage. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow but nodded. He called the person, and Sarutobi paled. Sarutobi. I heard what happened to my son. Explain yourself. Kushina came into the room, her eyes flaring with fury. Minato did that. Blame him. The Hokage shouted, trying to avert the mother's wrath. Surprisingly, it worked. On reflex, Kushina turned towards Asura. Minato. Asura seemed startled, but as if his body moved on its own, he knelt on the ground, sitting Caesar style. Then Kushina realized her mistake. Ah, I'm sorry, son. Asura nodded. It is fine. He stood back up. Hiruzen sighed, both in relief and fatigue. I see, while those seals may be faked, what happened just now couldn't. It really felt like. Seeing Minato and Kushina again. All right, Hiruzen nodded. I believe you. Itachi smiled and nodded. Thank you. But then his eyes became cold. Now, can you explain what happened to the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi sighed. On October 10th, the Kyuubi broke free from its seal. It is he, and his name is Kurama, Naruto corrected the Hokage with a glare. I am still having a difficult time believing Tat the Sage of Six Path created the Biju, Hiruzen muttered. After this, take us to the Naka Shrine. I will read the stone tablet for you, Naruto told him. Hiruzen nodded and continued. On October 10th, Kurama broke free from his seal and attacked Konoha. I do not know what happened exactly, but Minato managed to seal him into Naruto using the Shiki Fujin. His Jiraiya and his mother's eyes widened. The problem is, the damage was done. The village was devastated, and soon, they need a scapegoat. And that is Naruto, correct? Tendo asked, narrowing his eyes. No, Sarutobi shook his head. While it is true that the villagers are scared of Naruto, and some blamed him for the attack, the shinobi are different. Somehow, a rumor circulated among the shinobi that Sharingan can control the Kyuubi. That would not end well. Even in his world, some of Uchiha clan's members tried to rebel. Now that they are accused of causing such incident. Mitokado Homura, Utatane Kaharu, Shimura Danzo and I heard of these rumors. And we decided to isolate the Uchiha clan. moving them to the edge of the village, both for their safety and to keep an eye on them. Itachi's eyes narrowed. I see, he muttered. He could imagine how his clan would react to that. Mitokado and Utatane. Oh, them, Naruto said to himself, recalling the two counselors. You know them, Naruto-kun? Itachi asked him. He did not recall Naruto ever meeting the two. Naruto chuckled. After the war, they sometimes appeared at my training ground. They said I should hurry take a Jonin promotion and then become the Hokage. Hearing that, both Jiraiya laughed. You? The Hokage? Tendo nodded. His chuckle intensified. Can you imagine it? I will probably go to war with other village just to have some fun. Then he continued. Anyway, I answered them like this. No, the paperwork seems to be troublesome. They visited many times. I refused them every time. They do not seem to like you much, Itachi-sama. Yes, Itachi nodded. They are quite suspicious of the Uchiha clan, even in our world. To Itachi's surprise, Naruto shook his head. They said they do not want a Pocky-obsessed Hokage. It ruins the image of Konoha. It's just one time, Itachi muttered. Naruto shrugged. What happens next, Sarutobi-sama? Hiruzen coughed and continued. The Uchiha clan began to plan a rebellion. For this, they tasked Itachi to be their spy as he was in Anbu. Worst person to ask, Naruto muttered. Itachi agreed. He would never allow his clan to rebel. Many lives will be lost, no matter if they succeed or not. Itachi-kun instead informed us of their plans, and as I and Danzo argued over how to settle this, Danzo ordered Itachi-kun to massacre his clan. However, Itachi spared Sasuke-kun and pleaded me to keep him safe from Danzo. That is the Uchiha clan massacre. The shinobi were quiet. Then Itachi sighed. There are a few things you missed, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow, and what that might be, Hokage-sama. Do you think they enjoy calling each other, Hokage-sama, like that, handsome pervert? One Jiraiya asked the other. Maybe, handsome pervert. Idiots, Kushina muttered as she shook her head at the Jiraiyas. I am unaware whether this occurred in your world or not. However, what exactly happened to Uchiha Shisui from this world? Itachi asked Hiruzen. Shisui-sensei. Naruto blinked. Hiruzen too seemed surprised at the question, and at Naruto's words. He was found dead. Some assumed that you killed him, or it was suicide. And what of his eyes? Itachi continued his question. Gone. Immediately, Naruto recalled his farewell with his sensei. Danzo, both Naruto and Itachi declared at the same time. Itachi looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow but continued. In my world, Danzo too proposed an Uchiha clan massacre. However, as Kurama did not attack our Konoha, only some members of Uchiha clan thought to rebel. That is why I managed to stop the rebellion only by killing their leaders and exiling the rest. Naruto recalled the Uchiha village. He visited that place just before he was sent here. He wondered if he should go there again after he returns to his world. However, after that chaos, Danzo tried to attack Shisui after he learned of Shisui's eyes. You see, Shisui's eyes are special. They possess an ability called Koto Amatsukami, an unbreakable genjutsu that will bind their target under their will. If Danzo possessed that eye, now that is a scary thought. He was glad that he managed to give it to Itachi. Now, if Shisui of this world lost his eyes and is dead, there are two scenarios. The best one is that I from this world managed to keep the eyes safe. The other is that Danzo possessed the eyes. The atmosphere became tense. I will look to it after this, sensei, Jiraiya told Hiruzen. I'll help, the other Jiraiya agreed. Sarutobi nodded. Thank you Jiraiya, and Jiraiya. We need another name to differentiate you two. Itachi smiled. We have decided a false name for each of us while we are here. After we are finished, each of us will introduce ourselves to you. However, I am Yatagarasu. Tendo, Naruto nodded to himself. I am Asura, Asura introduced himself. I'm still using Kushina. I mean, the other me is. Kushina looked at the ground as she trailed off. And I am Hentai, Jiraiya declared, and was met by Kushina's fist. Joking, I am Kabuki. At once the two Jiraiya began to dance. They each summoned a toad. The brothers whose name shall stop crying children's tears. Jiraiya and Kabuki danced on top of the toad. The brothers who are dream of every woman. The two jumped off the toads. Jiraiya and Kabuki the gallant. The two ended their dances in their usual position, with their hands spread wide, one to the back and the other to the front. They are Jiraiya without a doubt, Naruto stated. Indeed. Is there anything else we need to discuss? Sarutobi asked them. Where is this world, Naruto? Kushina asked him. Take me to him. Sarutobi nodded rapidly. He would rather not bring Kushina's wrath upon him, not when her son is that powerful. They walked to the door and opened it. Orange, chibi. Orange, chibi. And was met by a blinding orange light caused by Uzumaki Naruto and Rin hugging each other, not unlike two certain green beasts. The hell happened here? Tendo asked after he found his voice. Geto chuckled. Brother, let me explain. After you entered the office, we waited outside. A few minutes later, Uzumaki Naruto come to us, singing about ramen. He asked us who we are and what we are doing in front of Hokage Gigi's door. Then this happened. Who are you, kid? Sasuke asked the boy, blinking at his complete orange attire. Wait, don't tell me this is. I am Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage Datbeo. Hearing that, a varied reaction broke out. This is a dream. Ruto definitely won't act like that, Tayuya began to mutter. Is this really sensei? Fu asked herself in disbelief. Haku smiled, though she seemed to be holding back a laughter. Blackmail, Sasuke grinned and then he began to laugh evilly. Kakashi gave an eye smile seeing the other Naruto, one is like Minato-sensei in looks and personality. The other is Minato-sensei in looks but Kushina-sama in personality. This cannot be our lord, Shiro muttered. I like him, Jin grinned. Well, she had seen the boy before so she was not that affected, Rin though. You are funny, the girl said. Who are you guys? Naruto asked them again. Then Sasuke answered him, call me Kirin. This is my girlfriend Yuki, he introduced himself and Haku. Fuko, Fu introduced herself. Tayuya muttered. Then she continued to mutter her denial. Sakumo, Kakashi said with an eye smile. I'm Jin. This is my son, Shiro. Jin waved at the boy while pointing at his son. I'm Geto, you know my brother right? This girl is Rin. Geto smiled as she introduced herself and Rin. Naruto squinted his eyes for a moment, trying to recall. Oh, you are Minato-sensei's sister. Hearing that name, Kakashi. No. Sakumo froze. I see, he muttered, that's something that he would do. Geto nodded. Then as Naruto was about to speak, Rin cut in. Why do you smell like us? Rin blinked as she stared at Naruto closely. She must be sensing Kurama inside Naruto, Geto thought. What are you talking about? He sniffed his clothes. I don't smell. Rin pouted. Yes, you do. No, I don't. Yes. No. Yes. No. Geto dear. Skip to the relevant part. Yes, brother. After minutes of yes and no, Rin suddenly declared, you are funny, friends. She declared with a smile. Hearing that, Naruto was shocked. Another person who wants to be his friend. He smiled, friends. So cute, Geto muttered, amazed at Naruto and Rin's sudden bond. Then again, both are kids, so it is to be expected that they get along easily. We need to give you a name, Rin declared. Golden Guy is the tall mortal god. Silver Guy is the funny mortal god, she pouted as she continued to think. Naruto and the others blinked as they watched the girl think. Then she smiled. Orange. Orange? Naruto repeated to himself. His first nickname from his friend. And it's orange, the cool color. Naruto grinned. Then you are Chibi, he dubbed Rin, Chibi. Somehow, Geto had a premonition of an adult Naruto. Standing with a battle clothes, shouting as he charged at his enemies, orange is the color of my loyalty. Orange. Chibi, orange. Chibi. And that's what happened, brother, I see. And thus did the guests from his world met with Uzumaki Naruto, hereby dubbed the Orange by Rin. Alright. Next chapter will be the Samsara-verse Characters Day in Konoha. And for those who are interested there will be Kirin Sasuke meeting Uchiha Sasuke. Also, reading the canon Uchiha Stone Tablet, which will reveal the canon's origins of Sage of Six Path, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. I just hope Kishimoto won't add another revelation from the tablet. List of names. Itachi, Yatagarasu Sasuke, Kirin Kushina, Kushina Tayuya, Tayuya Jiraiya, Kabuki Kakashi, Sakumo FUF Yuko. Haku. Yuki also. I am thinking of putting the Rookie's arc and Jinchuriki arc as flashbacks in the future. Thanks to CMC Wiki for Fu's and Haku's alias, Chapter 20. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths in Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Guest. Jiraiya being Jiraiya. This will be a common sight when the focus of the story went to the, well, Jiraiyas and the AIM orphans. Aloxamax. I guess, I already told you in PM, but here it is. Tendo tensed seeing that. Then, as if being vaporized, the limbs and clothes melted, forming a black mass. The mass of darkness formed a body and the being stood. The black mass disappeared, revealing Rin, fully clothed and fully healed. The only difference was one missing Magatama and her expression. Don't worry. They are about to learn that nothing they know of their world will help them in this one. Thanks to the Naka Shrine Ex Machina. Using divine weapons and nature, it's difficult but possible. Using contract simply makes it easier. Well, I have no plan on making a contract montage like in the battle against Ippon Dadara though. This time, he will learn to win with his own skill. Ayan Michi. I blame boredom. I am innocent. ASCK. Boredom. I blame boredom. Don't worry though, about that. Well, let's just say that there is a reason. Shadow Maria Love. And now, I am wondering if some of this chapters are too mood whiplash. Review provider. That's, well, actually just read the author note at the bottom of this chapter. Element Kitsune. I don't want to imagine that, that's still much later. And yes, I put it to remind everyone. Lately Tendo has been too lighthearted compared to him in the prequel. That's what I'm going for. Karash. They will appear a lot. Failed to be taken. Well, Kiri won't surrender their weapons easily. Next chapter, maybe, depending on Troll Kishimoto, he will. Chintz W4TW. They will. Dunno when, though. Crack the Sky. Should have put that reference. Masquerade's Silver Butterfly. That's the mother. Mirian. Thanks. Or was it, Gracias? Druid FWY, PM. Aim no Kageseo. I think I've read FIC with Jiraiya like Naruto somewhere in this site. Damn, can't remember the title. Orange is the color of my loyalty, Jeremiah Godwald. Glad to hear that, and yes, he has a lot work to do. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. Yatagarasu is a crow, and a messenger of Amaterasu. Itachi often use crows and he has Amaterasu technique from Sharingan. Also, because I want to give Uchiha brothers a mythological creature names, Kirin and Yatagarasu. Puckfleck. I sometimes wonder if Kishimoto from the original Naruto and Kishimoto from Shippuden is different person. Abdulosaurus. Thanks. Yeah, it will, still a long way though. Forget killing him, Tendo right now won't even be able to scratch him. 8 swords. Orange or green, such a difficult Tortious choice. Peace order. Well, no matter how strong a blade is, a novice won't win against a master. Tendo is powerful, but to match the god's brute power, he needs skills, a whole lot of them. The Hokage Naruto. Planned that for the Uzumaki Naruto's graduation. After next chapter. So, next chapter. Crow 667. Remind me to do that in Omake. Or a crossover. Carl Johnson 95. Gods, they work on different logic. Takami Musubi and Takami Musuhi is the same. It's similar to how someone can write Aim no Nuhoko or Aim no Nuboko or even Ama no Nuhoko or Ama no Nuboko. AJ Guardian. Well, to be fair, all we know from most of her mythology is that she can be quite childish. Or at least, easily afraid as she ran away from Susanoo. And can be a bit selfish, as to when she took over Japan from Okunanushi. Yeah, next chapter will outline the difference between them. Which, amusingly should help my plan instead, gave me a bit of headache though, after learning about Shinju and Hagoromo. Samsara. Game of the Gods Chapter 20 Meeting Counterparts Part 1 and Naka Shrine Stone Tablet Ex Machina. When Naruto came to the Hokage Tower looking for the old man, he thought he would be turned away because the old man is busy. Instead, he found a new friend, and a nickname, Orange, cool, he thought as he happily hugged his new friend. Quite an amusing sight as she is wearing a kimono that is a bit larger than herself. Then he heard a cough. Naruto-kun, as cute as Rin might be, do let go of her before I maim you, Sensei told him. Why is Sensei going to maim him? Wait, Sensei. Sensei? He asked, turning his head towards his sensei. His blonde-haired sensei was standing beside the old man Hokage, his eyebrow twitching. Yes, Sensei. Now, kindly let go of little Rin before I put you in the extermination list, Sensei smiled. The smile is scary. Oi, the guy who looks like Sasuke asked the silver-haired guy. Jin, right? What's extermination list? The silver-haired guy smirked. A list he made containing guys he plans to kill someday. All the guys in it are those who have talked, touched or even looked at Geto or Rin. You mean, talk or touch inappropriately? The brown-haired girl asked. Yuki, if he remembered correctly. Nope, even if you just say to Rin, how are you? You are in the list. By the way, Uchiha, your name is in it. So is your sensei's. Why? The Sasuke look alike as an Uchiha too. That explains the similarity. Because you talked to the Florida Tayuya, Chan, Sensei's sister told him cheerfully. For Scarecrow there, it's because he talked to Mother. It's too high. The standard he said is too high. The Uchiha guy isn't like Sasuke at all. This one is not a jerk. And he's about to include him's Naruto in the list. Naruto, realizing the danger the list could pose to him, realized Rin. Good, Sensei nodded, approving his action. Incidentally, Jiraiya-sama, your name is at the top of the list. Why? The identical gray-haired old man asked at the same time. Because you are a pervert. We are not a pervert, one of the old man shouted. We are super perverts. The other finished. By Amaterasu, he used plural. Sensei palmed his face. Tendo-kun, while this is an enlightening conversation, perhaps we should change our location? An older Sasuke look-alike asked. Why do they call Sensei Tendo? How about we go somewhere to eat? The red-haired lady asked. Then she looked at Naruto. We should introduce ourselves to Naruto-kun too. Ichiraku ramen then, Sensei declared. Ramen? No wait, who's Tendo? Why do we have to eat there? Kirin protested. Heathen. How dare he deny ramen? Would you like a vote then? The Uchiha nodded. A few minutes later, they were on their way to Ichiraku. Tendo chuckled at the glaring Uchiha. It is your foolishness, Uchiha. Do the math. There are of 17 us, and this is the result. Those who chose Ichiraku, Tendo, Kushina, Naruto, Asura, Jin, Shiro, Rin. Because mortal God chose this. Hyuya, Fuko, Sarutobi. Those who chose others, Kirin, Yuki, Yatagarasu, Geto, Sakumo. Those who chose Hot Spring, Jiraiya, Kabuki. It is obvious, with about 6 of us choosing Ichiraku and 4 others following by association, Tendo commented. Kirin glared. Next time, we'll decide with Janken Shinobi style. Want to be defeated by a sandal again, Uchiha? Tendo taunted. The Uchiha growled and they began to exchange rapid punches as they walked. But I didn't expect you to not chose Ichiraku, Geto dear, Kushina spoke to Geto. Geto gave a nervous chuckle. Well, I can only eat vegetable ramen because I love vegetables. As for other ramen, I don't really like them. Kushina nodded in understanding, because he hates vegetables, she concluded. Geto nodded. By the way, Tendo, do you think they have enough ramen for all of us? Jin asked. Tucci and Ayame watched the sight in front of them with a mixture of emotions. Happiness, both from Naruto bringing many friends and customers. Fascination, at the amount of ramen being eaten in the span of minutes. And finally, exhaustion, at the amount of ramen they must cook and serve. How to say this? I'm sorry. One of them, a red-haired girl that looked similar to Kushina, apologized to them, pushing the vegetable ramen she ate aside. No, it's fine. It's been quite some time since we had this many customers. Ah, I remember that. The red-haired woman that looked exactly like Kushina shouted, 17 years ago, right? At the grand opening of Ichiraku? I dragged Minato here and ate about, was it 10 bowls? Mother, please do not speak while eating, the boy who looked like an older Naruto told her while handing her a tissue paper. The woman thanked her son. Wait, Minato? 17 years ago? Kukushina? Tucci shouted in shock. Bingo. It's been quite some time, Databane? Kushina grinned as she gives a peace sign. How did you? Tucci trailed off when he saw Kushina subtly motioning to Naruto and giving a, be silent, gesture. I'll tell you later, she told him. For now, Naruto-kun, why don't you introduce yourself? Naruto blinked. Bits of the ramen he ate decorated the sides of his mouth. Naruto, clean your mouth, there are some ramen there, the boy who called Kushina, mother, scolded Naruto. They're like brothers, Tucci and Ayame thought. Sorry sensei, Naruto sheepishly grinned, then his grin widened. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Future Hokage, TT Ibeo. Really? I wanted to be the Hokage too when I was a kid, TT Ibane. Dadbeo. Databane. For Amaterasu-sama's sake, the unfortunate boy beside Kushina rubbed his forehead. Then Sarutobi coughed. I'm sorry, Kushina. But may I borrow Tendo-kun for a moment? Kushina looked at the Hokage with a puzzled expression, then to Tendo. Tendo nodded. The third probably wants to read the Naka Shrine tablet. It could be useful, son of man. Perhaps there are clues of this world and our world's differences. Sure. Kushina told Sarutobi, but make sure he is safe, if not. Kushina trailed off, leaving the threat unsaid. Sarutobi nodded rapidly. Then let us go, Tendo-kun, Jiraiya, Kabuki, Godem-sama. Of course, Sandame-sama, Yatagarasu nodded. After Hokage-sama, they switched to their numbers. What do you think about this, handsome pervert? Kabuki asked Jiraiya. It is clear that they like referring each other like that, someone who looks very dashing and happens to look like me, Jiraiya nodded. Idiots, I am surrounded by idiots, Tendo sighed as the 5 shinobi left the restaurant. Tucci thought about what he just saw. Is that young man Sarutobi-sama's successor? He did say Godem. Old man, seconds, or should I say, 6th, the silver-haired man shouted. 7th for me, the white-haired boy next to him stated, smirking at the growling silver-haired man beside him. It's too early to think you can defeat me, Jin. I will never give up, I'll beat you one day, Shiro. We are wondering, where is Master? The white-haired girl who was smiling a moment ago suddenly stood, asking the man who looked like an even older version of Naruto. Master went to Naka Shrine, a shrine in Konoha, Yasha-sama, the man answered the girl. Chibi-chan? Naruto asked the girl, worried, breaking from his TT Ibeo, TT Ibane contest with the kind red lady. Who are you calling Chibi? The girl shouted angrily, how dare you disrespect us? But then she became quiet, however, finding Master is our priority, we shall allow you to live this time. Then the girl left. Asura, shouldn't you follow her? The mini Kushina asked. Of course Lady Geto. Please explain to Naruto-san what just happened. He looked quite lost, then the older Naruto called Asura followed the little girl. Geto sighed and began to inform Naruto of Rin's rather troublesome condition, multiple personality disorder. Should have left following brother when I had a chance, Geto muttered. Tendo is busy on business right now, shouldn't you be a good little pet and stay where he left you? Yet another redhead girl spoke. Geto's eyebrow twitched but then she countered with a pleasant smile, yes, I suppose I should. I mean, brother and I are connected in quite a deep intimate levels that you cannot possibly comprehend. I was his first after all. Yuya-chan is second place after all. The redhead's smile became dangerous. Oh, and yet, even though you were first, he still want a second. It seems that you are not as skilled and attractive as you thought. If he decided to look for a replacement, could it be that this bond of yours is one way, similar to how a stalker stalks her target of affection? Geto twitched. You win this round for now, thief. Why thank you, At least you are a graceful loser. This shall be a common sight, won't it, Kirin-kun? The black-haired girl beside the redhead asked the black-haired boy beside her. The boy, Kirin, laughed. A life with that guy around won't ever be boring, Yuki. Throughout all of this, Naruto, Teuchi and Ayame watched the group in puzzlement. And so, here we are, Naka Shrine, Yatagarasu stated as they entered the shrine gate. Main hall. 7th tatami mat from the right, was it not? Tendo recalled. Correct. Yatagarasu walked to the indicated tatami mat. Here it is, he opened the secret passage. How could they hid something like this for so long? Sarutobi wondered. Rather easily. While some shinobi suspect Uchiha clan, none of them will thought that we have a secret room inside a shrine. Yatagarasu informed the Hokage of this world. Master. Suddenly a white-haired girl entered the shrine, Asura following behind her. My apologies, Yasha appeared and searched for you. We, come here, looking for Master, Yasha explained. Tendo nodded, it is fine, Asura. Yasha being here might be a blessing. The secret in Naka Shrine tablet revealed the tale of Rakudo in our world. Perhaps in this one too, there is such a tale. Yasha should be able to confirm whether the tale is true or not. Understood. The 5 shinobi plus 2 blacksmiths reached the secret meeting place of Uchiha easily. However, the moment Tendo's eyes saw the table, his eyebrow rose. Rakudo, he asked out loud, gaining a confused look from most of the shinobi there. What is it, son of man? Who the hell is Otsutsuki Hagoromo? Who? After they left the Ichiraku, most of the group decided to follow Naruto to his apartment. They planned on meeting the other Fu and clean the Uzumaki clan compound so they could use that as their residence. However, Kirin had other plans. Together with Yuki and Tsukumo, they went to the Uchiha clan compound to search for any clue about the Uchiha clan massacre. Sasuke-kun, what if we meet your other self? Yuki whispered to Kirin as they reached the edge of the village, where Uchiha clan lived. I'll tell him that I'm a distant relative. I can use Sharingan as a proof. Uzumaki did tell me that the guy is full of angst, but if he's me, then it should be fine, Kirin spoke, his posture changing into a serious one. It has been quite some time since I saw you serious, Sasuke, Tsukumo commented. My brother killed the Uchiha clan in this world. I know that it won't happen in our world, but having the possibility thrust to my face like this, Kirin sighed. I mean, why? It's not like our family hated each other. Sure that mom and dad can sometimes be annoying when they speak about Uchiha clan, but that's not a good enough reason to kill them. If they really plan to rebel, then Itachi should have tried to speak with them. I guess Naruto will call me naive, but I think if my brother spoke with them, then this won't happen? Sasuke clenched his hand in frustration. He just could not understand. What happened in this world? Will something like this happen to his family too? Maybe in his world it wouldn't be Itachi who killed them, but him. He needed to know, he wanted to know, to avoid something like this happening to his family. Yuki grabbed his hand with hers. Sasuke-kun, do you remember my past? How my father killed my mother and tried to kill me? Sasuke nodded. Do you hate him? Your father, I mean. To his surprise, Haku shook her head. I did, but I hate him no longer, because when we went to Kirigakure to help the rebellion years ago, I heard tales from them, about what the Kagaya clan and several other clans of Kiri did. What happened? He asked. Bloodline clans in Kirigakure were not like clans in Konoha. Some, notably Kagaya clan, attacked their own village simply because they are thirsty for battle. Like Naruto? Sasuke joked. Haku chuckled. Yes, however, unlike Naruto-san, they do not posses honor, so to speak. Then she continued, hearing what Kagaya clan did, I can understand them fearing bloodline bearers. Of course, this does not make what they have done just, however. Haku seemed to be lost in a memory as she trailed off. However, I just want you to remember, Sasuke-kun. Everyone has their reason. While they might not be a good reason to you, it could be important for them. Your brother, your parents too, must have a reason for their actions. Let's just hope that's the case, Sasuke stated as he entered the compound. Memories of his time together with his family flashed in his mind, when they celebrated Itachi becoming the Hokage, when his parents watched fondly as Itachi taught him new techniques, his birthday, his mother's, his father's, even the whole Uchiha clan's party when he went to a date with Haku. All of them, gone. Just for what? For something as stupid as pride? If all of this tragedy happened just for the sake of proving Uchiha clan's superiority, then I won't forgive them, he declared out loud. Who are you? A voice called them, a familiar voice. Kirin turned his head to the side and saw Uchiha Sasuke approaching them. He instantly noted the difference between them. This version of him had a rather pale skin, a bit shorter, but more muscular than he was at that age. And those eyes, those cold, dead eyes, they disgust him. Greetings, Uchiha Sasuke. My name is Kirin. Uchiha, Kirin, he activated his Sharingan and met his younger version's eyes. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. So, truthfully, who are you guys? Fu asked the girl who looked like her. The girl, Fuko thought for a moment. Well, Sensei didn't say anything about not telling you. And I know that you can be trusted. Sure, I'm you. Care to explain? Or do you want me to take you to an asylum? Fu asked bluntly. I forgot how annoying I am when I was that age, Fuko muttered. Basically, we used space-time technique and went to another world. I don't believe you, Fu bluntly told her. Arg, just ask Sensei when he is back. I can't explain it well, Fuko told her counterpart. But then, a sudden thought hit her, or you can just ask Chome. Chome? Fu was about to ask, but then a voice rang out inside her. She means me, Nanabi told her. You are Chome? No wait, you have a name? Of course I do. Chome seemed offended. I'm the lucky seven. Chome, he, she, it, proudly introduced itself. And that girl is you. I can recognize your scent from one end of a village to another, but well, I am about a quarter of the village after all, the lucky seven laughed. Is it always like this? Fu asked the other girl, finally accepting that the girl in front of her is her, from another world. And a happy maniac is inside her. Fuko smiled. Don't worry, you'll get used to him soon enough. He especially won't shut up whenever Sensei is near us. Sensei is in. That Tendo guy? That's Sensei. Naruto Sensei, the elder counterpart answered with a smile. Wait, Naruto? As in little Naruto? He is our Sensei? To be honest, she could not believe it. She knew that the guy and Naruto had some similarity, but she couldn't imagine them being the same person. I know what you mean. I couldn't believe that he is Sensei too. I mean, Sensei was like a machine when he was a kid. But the young Sensei is. Like Nanabi. Yes, like that. After that they both simply stared at each other, both confused on what should they do, now that they recognized each other as counterparts. So, what happened to you? Fu asked. Well, it all began when we were sent to Konoha to invade it. This will be a long story, won't it? It will. Anyway, I fought at the Chunin exam. I was holding back, mind you. They told me I need to save my energy for the invasion, and then the two began to share their story while they cleaned the Uzumaki compound. So, lady, you are Sensei's mother? Naruto asked Kushina curiously. Yes, I am. Kushina answered the boy with a smile. But I thought he said you were dead? Naruto asked, confused. I was missing, Kushina corrected, and he doesn't want to give you a false hope. False hope? Huh? Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Kushina nodded, stealing her resolve. Naruto, I'm your aunt. That is what should come out from her mouth. Both she and Tendo decided that they should pretend to be Naruto's aunt and cousin, rather than telling the truth, as it might cause unnecessary complications. At that time, she agreed. But now, looking at the boy, similar to her own, and yet, so different. His eyes that held the pain of being a vessel. She couldn't bring herself to lie. Naruto, I am your mother. What? The boy's eyes widened in shock, fear, surprise, and to Kushina's sadness, distrust. Please, let me explain. The boy slowly inched away from her. Why? That question was enough. Kushina hugged the boy tightly, stroking his hair, while apologizing to him. Why? Naruto asked, as tears began to fall from his eyes. All this time, he watched in envy as his classmates received hugs, praise, even greetings from their parents, and now, someone appeared, claiming that she is his mother. And yet, why did it hurt? He never knew whether his Paz are alive or dead. He asked himself many times, if they simply abandoned him, and now. Why did you leave me? Uzumaki Naruto finally muttered the question he always kept in his mind. Kushina hugged him tighter, and both Uzumaki began to cry. So, what do you think about this version of Ruto? Tayuya asked Geto. Kushina told them to clean together and bond instead of fighting all the time. Not that they succeed. In bonding together, that is. Right now, both of them are cleaning the garden, keeping an eye out for anyone suspicious while they are cleaning. Geto closed her eyes for a moment. He is too much like Jin. I don't think he can turn me on at all. Not in that way, you pervert. Tayuya smacked Geto's head with the broom she had. I mean, can you see some Ruto in him? Or is he completely different? Tayuya knew that the Naruto of her world was not the real Namikaze Naruto. That he was someone who, in his words, stole the body of Namikaze Naruto. That is why she asked Geto this. She wondered, if the one she met was Namikaze Naruto, would she fall in love with him? They are similar, and yet, different. While in the outside they are like night and day, but deep inside they are alike. They both have strong passion for something and will do anything they can to protect it. For this Naruto, it's Konoha. For brother, it's us. Tayuya agreed with that. Both of them seemed to be full of determination, though she noted that her Naruto could be a bit jaded. However, that is where the similarity ends. The way they look at the world, the method they use to live, to achieve their goals, all of them are different. I can say without a doubt, that the moment brother stops playing around, those two will hate each other. I can imagine the younger Naruto disliking Ruto. But why would Ruto dislike his counterpart? And I don't think it will reach the level of hate, Tayuya protested. You don't understand. Because you are not Namikaze Naruto. When necessary, we can be similar to an unstoppable force. And guess what happens if two unstoppable forces collide with each other? Tayuya is starting to see what Geto meant, but she realized that will happen only if Ruto went against Konoha. Because that is what this little Naruto cares about. Or maybe, if Konoha went against them, who Ruto cares about. In the end, it is Konoha who will decide, Geto declared when she saw lights of understanding entering Tayuya's eyes, whether they will stand with us or against us. And Geto's chains suddenly moved, stabbing a wild mouse. Do not need to tell you. The chains curled around the mouse as its movement grew weaker. What will happen? The mouse was crushed by the chains. Drips of blood fell from it, should they stand against us. I was wrong. Tayuya muttered as Geto continued cleaning as if nothing happened. I thought that you were simply a part of Ruto. But you are the part that he discarded, aren't you? You are too similar to the old him. Geto smirked. Does that mean you are falling in love with me? Like hell? They both continued cleaning, both thinking of what will happen should Konoha try to act against them. And that is what I've read, Tendo ended. Shinju, the god tree, Sarutobi muttered. Nothing of such exists in our world, Yadagarasu informed the third. However, it appears that in this world, we are facing a different threat to ours. No, Yasha interjected, we, while resting, created Shinju. Hearing that the shinobi in that room stared at the girl in confusion. Yasha, tell me what happened in this world. What happened to you from this world? Tendo ordered the little goddess. Indeed, it will answer several of our questions. One of the most importance, who is this Hagoromo in the tablet? Rikudo voiced his agreement. The goddess nodded and opened her mouth to start her tale. All right, that's it for this chapter. I was planning to write the difference between Samsara Dadara and Canon Shinju, but then I decided not to. And there is also a reason why this chapter is late. Can anyone guess why? If you answer Troll Kishimoto, then you are correct. As this chapter had the Naka Shrine Stone Tablet Ex Machina in it, I am worried that Kishimoto will release yet another new information that went against what we know and what I know of Japanese mythology. I mean, really? A god tree that is a rip-off of Yggdrasil? A forbidden fruit most likely inspired by Idun apple or forbidden fruit of knowledge of Eden? Eve is the mother of Hagoromo? I wasn't disappointed. Well, I was, for a different reason, when Kishimoto revealed that one of Hagoromo's weapon is a helix-like sword, named Nuhoko. A sword? Named Nuhoko? Anyone who have studied a bit of Japanese creation legend will know that Nuhoko is a spear, not a sword. By the gods, Kishimoto. Well anyway, I guess I'll wait for the next Naruto manga chapter. I'd rather not be trolled by Kishimoto. So, see you, next week, I guess? depends on the new manga chapter. The title of this chapter is just a joke. I mean, with how somehow Naka Shrine managed to contain absolutely everything you need to know to start a doomsday, I can say without a doubt that it's a deus ex machina of canon Naruto. To be honest, I was planning to put the rest of Sasuke meets Sasuke and Kushina and Naruto here. But, I decided to split it into 2 parts. This is also so I can change the second part, if needed, according to the next revelation in the manga, if there is any. Below is a deleted scene. There's a Gedo kissing Tayuya in there. Don't read it if it offends you. If you find it offensive but you still read it, well, I've warned you. Your fault for not reading my notes. Deleted scenes. I blame my mind. Somehow this scene arrives when I was writing. Well, I can count this as a repayment to when I had to write a boy and boy scene in Gedo's book. This scene is not canon though. Warning. This scene contains girl and girl kissing. Do not read if you find this offensive. Gedo smirked. Does that mean you are falling in love with me? Without waiting for an answer, she grabbed Tayuya and kissed her. Tayuya's eyes widened. She struggled and pushed Gedo away. Gedo cleaned her mouth with her hand. Disgusting. I still can't see why brother likes you. You kissed me, and then you called me disgusting? Crazy bitch. Tayuya glared at the girl. Furiously tried to wipe the memory from her mind. We're both girls. And we both loves Naruto. I am an outer realm. I don't understand the concept of gender in the first place. Remind me to punch you after I clean myself. Preparing yourself for me? How kind. Gedo laughed as Tayuya shot her glares. Maybe we can do some 3P with brother when he is back. Speak a word about this to someone, I'll kill you. Chapter 21 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths in Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? This chapter has yet to be baited. Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Element Kitsune. Indeed it is not. That guy is both radical and ridiculous. He should, and, surprisingly it's more serious than I expected. I can't find a time to add humor in Sasuke meets Sasuke. In fact, I have no time to add humor in this chapter. Guess I'll save it for Academy graduation. Who knows? No spoiler from me. There will, still in planning stage though, the enemy, I mean. I am trying to explain, while leaving several part blank, in case that Kishimoto add more details. Her mouth has gotten better. No wait, that sounds wrong. He did. Aim no Nuhoko versus Ama no Nuboko is 1. 8 swords. Yeah, that one. Peace and order. Different is fine. Well, I think I can explain the divergence between canon and samsara though, hopefully. Glad to hear that. Jiraiya's apprentice. Puckfleck. Happy to hear that. Yeah, it's like 42. AJ Guardian. Yeah, childish, selfish, and yet, how to say this? Mystical. Having her own playground is an apt description. Think of her as an well-intentioned extremist, the Hokage Naruto. Thanks, sorry for not updating soon. Exam is approaching. Shadow Maria love. Should have added Shio and get Datbeo versus Goodness contest, who, indeed. Aim no Kageseo. Well, no problem with mixing myth here. Though I do wish he stick more to Shinto and Buddha with all the Rinnegan and Sharingan and their techniques. Indeed, spear equals sword aka mind equals blown. Thanks, well, here's the explanation, hopefully it makes sense. ASCK. Yeah, thanks. True, well, about Naruto Kushina Tendo and Kirin Sasuke, the impact of their meeting will appear in later chapters, I think. Who? Was my reaction when I read that manga chapter, Yasha and Rin will switch around freely, maybe trolling people in the process. Aloxamax. Sorry about that. Guess I've gotten rusty. Ah, sorry, but it's either codename or I'll have to point out which one all the time. About the AN part, sent in PM. The Druid, no wait, this is too long. Druid. True, explaining the inconsistencies is here. And about Naruto versus Naruto. Well, as you say, depending on Konoha's actions. I am trying to, how to say this? I am not trying to save or make canon better. but I am nudging canon characters, especially Team 7, to fix their flaws. Naruto and Sasuke's attitude, and Kakashi's, living in the past. It is meant to be confusing, to show how normal people will saw their conversation and relationship. True, especially about the self-kissed part, SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. It almost is. Unfortunately, I stopped myself from doing it. I mean, Jido and Tayuya's relationship will be awkward if that happened. Guessed. Thanks, here it is. Samsara, Game of the Gods. Chapter 21 Meeting Counterparts Part 2 and Divergences. Thousands years ago, we came to this land. We created its people. Why? Simply because we wished to test our weapons in a controlled conditions. We were originally planning to leave the humans here with small part of our divinity, and handed them our creations. We wished to see a battle between our creations. However, as our master knew, we were rejected. Other gods of Takamagahara refused to recognize our creation. And so, we were sent away. After we returned to the mortal world, we realized that we were fortunate. We imbued our divinity to the people of this land. That portion of our power remained safe. And so, we came back here. Up until that point, both worlds were the same. Then, what is the difference? The answer is our existence. First, let us explain that even though gods could exist in multiple worlds at the same time, we possess only one self. We could separate part of us, similar to Master's clone technique. However, that clone will be weaker than us. Our self could see what our clone could see. This is how the Gongan knew of your existence, Master. Their clone in our world saw you, and thus, this world's Zhao Gongan knew you. Now, Dadara's self chose to stay in our world, Master. No, we should amend that. The world that Dadara chose as its abode became our world. You, and thus, we, exist because Dadara exists in our world. However, gathering our power, the chakra, from only one world at a time would be inefficient. And so, we separate ourselves into many forms. The self became Dadara that exist in our world. As for the rest, they were called Shinju, the god tree, by the mortals of this world. And in some ways, perhaps Shinju were more successful than us. The Shinju was revered as a god, and every 1,000 years, it would bore a fruit. This fruit contains the faith it has gathered, its power. Humans were forbidden to eat it. It craved such rule onto the minds of mortals. We see that you could guess what happened, Master. At that time, the land was plagued with wars, and death walked among mortals. Shinju did not care. In fact, it benefited from the war. War caused fear, and fear caused humans to cling to gods. With tremendous faith gathered, Shinju bore a fruit. It is at this unfortunate moment that a woman saw it. The princess of this land, Otsutsuki Kagaya, she saw the divinity of the god tree, and a thought occurred to her. With this much power, I could end this war, this bloodshed. And she ate the forbidden fruit. And she learned how to harness the power within her, the power we gave to the humans of this land, the power of chakra. We laughed when we saw the memory. Humans devouring a forbidden fruit is inevitable. It had happened many times in the ancient world. In fact, Shinju was a fool for not expecting it. The war ended, not because of Kaguya's effort, but her mistake, enraging Shinju. While it was merely part of us, it certainly was more powerful than any mortals, and by enraging it, the woman woke Dadara. It realized that its power was gone, and it descended. It raged, destroying everything, taking back its chakra inside the mortals of this land. Until a mortal stopped it. Son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, this mortal was born with a degraded form of our eye. Master knew it as Rinnegan, we believe. Unlike our priest and master, Hagoromo did not possess our eye. This is because, as a part of us, Shinju is weaker than us. It did not possess the right to gift mortals our eye. Regardless, it was able to spawn a degraded form of our eye, and so, a mortal was born with God's power. His name was Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Unlike our priest who was blessed by us, Hagoromo was an existence who naturally possessed a Rinnegan, and that made his existence rather unique. Perhaps he could be described as an unholy union between a sinful woman and a slighted god. Hagoromo fought against Shinju, stopping its rampage. He imprisoned Shinju inside his body, and its shell was sent to the moon. However, There was another difference. Hagoromo did not meet any deity other than Shinju. He did not form a contract with the Diamond Bodhisattva, and did not gain a mortal god's body. And so, each day, he was poisoned by Shinju's power, growing weaker and closer to death. The events after that, perhaps we should call it, fate, was the same as our world. He created the 9 beasts, and fathered the same children as in our world. He created a sect of followers and taught them to use chakra. To put it simply, this mortal is our priest's counterpart. We are unaware of who our priest was. Perhaps our priest was the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya in our world. Or perhaps he was simply a peasant. We know not, and we care not. Hagoromo had no relationship with Shinju, and so, that part of us did not curse him. We cursed our priest, causing him to exist inside a mortal named Namikaze Naruto. With his presence inside Namikaze Naruto, you, our master, was born. We believe those were the divergences between our world and this one. After Yasha ended her tale, Tendo and the rest of the group in Naka Shrine were silent, each having their own thoughts about the little blacksmith's story. So, Tendo began. Dadara left a part of itself in this world, called Shinju. Because Shinju was not like Dadara from our world, it did not seek a priest, and as a consequence, the Rakudo of this world is different from ours. While in ours, Rakudo is a nameless priest of yours, in this one, he is a son of a princess who happened to be born with Rinnegan. Yasha nodded in affirmation. And because of that, this world's Rakudo was not cursed, unlike ours. And in this world, no one had the eyes of God. Another nod. Without curse, and without eyes of God, Uzumaki Naruto was born a normal baby in this world. Well, as normal as an Uzumaki can be. That doesn't explain the difference between you and Naruto of this world, Jiraiya commented. Which one? Tendo did not know. Actually, it does. When Tobi attacked at the day of Naruto's birth, I saved him, causing my existence as the main ID of Namikaze. Naruto. In this world, I do not exist. Perhaps father saved him, and it somehow resulted in his failure to stop Kurama from escaping his seal. That is why Kurama attacked in this world. Itachi nodded in understanding, because the beast, my apologies, Kurama-san, attacked this Konohagakure, and rumors of how Sharingan could control the tailed beasts floated around. The Uchiha clan was isolated, causing their resentment to grow, and the coup they planned became more uncontrollable than in ours. Sarutobi followed. In your world, the coup was planned by a small number of Uchiha, causing Itachi to be able to execute them without massive ramifications. In this one, we had no choice but to purge the Uchiha clan. By this point, Jiraiya joined. In our world, Orochi met you, and later befriended you. We managed to prevent him from going to the deep end. But in this world, I think Orochimaru saw the deaths and suffering caused by the fox. His desperation in his quest for immortality grew, and so, this world's Jiraiya continued. And so, Orochi of this world became a missing nin, his Jiraiya, Kabuki, ended. So many differences, and yet, so many similarities, Tendo muttered. Yasha nodded. We, being Dadara, have seen worlds where you was a tyrant, master. And we have seen worlds where you are simply one among many, simply immortal. In another, you were a girl, and you were in love with your own father. Tendo paled. Yasha dear, please do not mention that world in front of me, ever again. He had quite a complex with his mother when he was a child. Well, maybe he still had some. But imagining his girl self having complex about his father? No, just no. Yasha's eyebrow rose, but she nodded. Then she continued, to put it simply, the Shinju of this world is a part of us. Our clone, so to speak. And you are the original Ippon Dadara? Kabuki questioned the girl. Yasha hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. We are remnants of true Ippon Dadara. Yes. The true Dadara was slain by Master in our world. Itachi nodded, back at the Fourth Shinobi War. Then all of them were silent once more, thinking of what they could do with this information. Lady Yasha, Sarutobi began. Should Shinju be revived, will it be hostile? Yasha nodded without hesitation. We believe, without Ippon Dadara, Shinju is acting based on instinct. To restore our power, as long as you possess our chakra, Shinju will hunt you. Itachi and Sarutobi looked at each other and nodded. Itachi spoke. Thank you for explaining this to us. Lady Yasha. Jiraiya-san. Kabuki-san. We must hurry and prepare a plan to prevent Shinju's revival. Jiraiya and Kabuki nodded and the four shinobi left with a swirl of leaves. Yasha turned towards Tendo. We did good? Tendo nodded. Good work. With this, we know the main divergence between this world and ours. Thank you, Yasha. Yasha smiled. Now that I think about it, Tendo muttered, I believe I can make use of it. He turned his eyes towards the stone tablet, plans forming in his mind. Yasha watched as a smirk placed itself on the demigod's youthful face. Tell me, Yasha. This power that Shinju took, where will it be sent to? To our world's Dadara inside the moon? Or perhaps? Kirin watched as Uchiha Sasuke's expression transformed into surprise, disbelief and finally, anger. Both Haku and Tsukumo left after he told them that he wanted to speak with the boy in private. Lies. His younger counterpart shouted, there is no Uchiha alive except that man and I. Kirin almost winced at the amount of venom in Sasuke's voice when he spoke about this world's Itachi. Isn't this Sharingan a proof enough? Kirin asked the boy. It could be a genjutsu, Sasuke answered. Try to dispel it, then. The boy did so, and failed. Sasuke's eyes narrowed once more. This time, Kirin could see a small spark of hope inside the onyx orbs. You might have stole it from one of the Uchiha, the academy student accused. Kirin shook his head. A transplanted Sharingan can't be deactivated unless you are an Uchiha. He deactivated his Sharingan and reactivated it again to prove his words. Sasuke tried to find a way to refute the stranger's words but failed. It was not an illusion, and the Sharingan could be deactivated. He heard his father speaking about a Jonin named Hitaki Kakashi back when he was still alive. His father said that the Jonin's chakra was constantly drained by the Sharingan he received from an Uchiha. His father said that it couldn't be turned off because the man's cell was incompatible with Sharingan. That added some credibility to the stranger's words. Where were you? Sasuke asked, part of him still suspicious, that night, when he killed everyone. This time, Kirin could not hide his wince. I'm still having trouble believing that Itachi massacred our clan. Sasuke growled, he did. I know it as a fact. I watched it happen. Kirin's eyes widened, what? His younger self watched the massacre. Sasuke gave him a cold glare, so, you haven't answered my question. Where were you at that time? And where have you been? Kirin answered, he and Yatagarasu had talked about his alibi. I was on an undercover mission, at Takigakure. His Naruto's presence in Takigakure would heal the credibility of his story. I was supposed to investigate Takigakure's new leader, determine whether they are a threat to us or not. Prove it, the younger Uchiha instantly demanded. Kirin almost smirked. His father would be proud. Being the head of police, Fugaku always taught his sons the importance of seeing a valid physical evidence before trusting someone. Fortunately for him, here, Kirin handed the boy a mission scroll. A scroll complete with Hokage's stamp of approval. It listed the details of his mission to Takigakure and his report. Well, actually, it was Naruto's report. Sasuke's eyes instantly went to the Hokage's stamp, examining it for a trace of forgery. When the boy had found none, he returned the scroll to the elder Uchiha. So, believe me now? Kirin asked his younger self. Sasuke shook his head. No, but you are an Uchiha, and you have Sharingan. You know, that almost reminded him of Naruto, and if it was Naruto, he could already imagine the next words that will appear from his younger self's mouth. Train me. And thus, did Kirin's suspicion be confirmed. Outwardly, he nodded, but, before that, can you tell me what happened that day? At the day of massacre? Sasuke froze, but slowly nodded. This man too, is an Uchiha. He deserves to know that happened to the clan. Maybe he would help Sasuke in his quest for vengeance. However, he would make it clear to the older man. Itachi's life is his for the taking. Both Kushina and Naruto sat hugging each other. Their tears had dried but the two were silent. Finally, Naruto spoke. Why did you leave? Kushina sighed. Believe me, I didn't. What did your brother tell you about me? She asked the boy. Naruto flinched as memory of Sen, his brother's words came to him. He said, you were dead. He said that a missing nin killed you, Naruto answered. But that's not true, right? You're alive. Kushina nodded. She could work with that. Technically, He was telling the truth. That man nearly killed me. He hit me with a fatal blow and I fell into a coma. A coma? Naruto blinked at the unfamiliar word. Kushina, noticing Naruto's confusion, explained, I was unconscious, sleeping, for years. No one knew that I was alive except for Tayuya and Fuko, who found me and nursed me. When I woke up, I found that 10 years had passed, and I tried to return to Konoha. But my body was weak, and I had to rest for a year before I could move like I did years ago. Naruto was stunned. Could that really happen? What happened after you're healthy? Kushina smiled. The three of us began our journey to Konoha. On the way, we rested at Takigakure and found Tendo and Geto. He was surprised that I'm alive and told me about you. Hearing about you, living alone, I hastened my travel and now, here I am. What about him? Naruto asked his mother about my brother and sister. It felt strange calling someone that. Especially now that he found out that his brother lied about his identity. Oh him, why didn't he tell me who he is? Kushina winced. This part will be difficult. Your brother and sister are among the best of Konoha. They are constantly sent to other villages for missions. It was by chance that he saw you in Konoha. Realizing who you are, he approached you. After that, he began to regularly return to the village. But why didn't he stay with me? And what about my sister? Naruto asked. Because of the importance of his mission. It is crucial for Konoha that he succeed. Geto, on the other hand, has to keep an eye on their mission while he is away. When Naruto was about to open his mouth, Kushina continued, the mission is classified, I don't know what it is. Naruto closed his mouth, frowning. So, they'll leave again? Now that he thought about it, Sen, his brother, always seemed to be busy, even when the elder blonde is training him. He would suddenly leave, saying that something came up. He was curious about the mission, but his mother said that it's classified. He was curious about his sister too. His brother said that she is a lot like him. Mother, brother and sister, those words sounded foreign to him. He spoke them out loud again, testing the words. Almost afraid that it wasn't real, that it was just his delusion. Then he turned towards the red-haired woman, his mother, and saw her face, full of anxiety and worry. Worry, for him. Just like the other kids at the academy. He has a mother who is worrying about him. He has a brother who is training him and even introduced him to his sister, Fu. He has another sister, a sister he knew nothing about, but is looking forward to meet. As reality hit him, he realized that, I have a family. With those thoughts in his head, Uzumaki Naruto smiled happily, hugging his mother again. Kushina was caught off guard by the hug, but she smiled, different world or not, Naruto is her son. What kind of mother will she be if she leave him alone? Naruto, son? Naruto turned towards her, and she smiled, welcome home. Naruto could feel his tears welling up again as he answered with a shaky, and yet, happy smile, I'm home. Hitaki Kakashi sat in front of the memorial stone, just like usual. Unlike the usual though, his mind was not filled with words he wanted to convey to his sensei, Obito or Rin. Instead they were filled with questions. He, and a few other Jonin had caught a glimpse of several visitors who just came to the village a few hours ago. However, Anbu immediately interfered and asked them to leave after that. Well, it didn't matter. What mattered was one of the visitors' identity. The one who met him with Minato-sensei's face, with his personality, with his identity. Who could it be? You know, you're pathetic, he heard a lazy drawl from behind him. He tensed. Not because the presence managed to sneak up on him without him knowing, but because of the voice. He has heard that voice, every day, in front of this monument. Hitaki Kakashi turned his head and met an identical face. Hello, me, his impostor waved one hand, while the other kept on a certain orange book. First Minato-sensei, now me. Where did you imposters came from? Kakashi asked, even though his tone was relaxed. The glint on his eyes showed his true emotion. He was alert, he was tense. Will you believe me if I say, another world? His fake answered. Kakashi shrugged, not really. His impostor shrugged, too bad. I guess you'll have to ask Hokage-sama then. With that said, his copy walked away from him. Kakashi watched the impostor left with confusion. Why did the man spoke with him? Oh, by the way, I'll advise you to stop living in the past. Kushina-sama won't like you doing that when you're supposed to be taking care of her baby. The other Kakashi shouted at the other man as he disappeared through a distortion, not unlike how Tobi escaped. Sakumo's last thought when he saw Kakashi's stunned eye was, "Damn, I am good. Sasuke must be rubbing off on him." At the forest of Konohagakure, two figures stood facing each other. "Next month is the academy's graduation. Have you prepared everything, Mizuki-sana?" A sliver-haired, glass-wearing, genin, Kabuto, asked the other silver-haired man. Mizuki grinned, "Of course, leave it to me. I won't disappoint Orochimaru-sama." The man walked away, cackling insanely, muttering about demons and vengeance. Kabuto shook his head, fixing his glasses as he gave an amused smile towards Mizuki's back. "I wonder how Orochimaru-sama's new cursed seal will affect his body." Kabuto's smile grew wider. "Maybe I can experiment him a bit." He brought up his scalpel. Now, Kabuto-kun, patience is a virtue, or so Mother Nono once said." A hooded figure stepped out from the darkness. "Hikuja-san. Why are you here? Orochimaru-sama has been looking for you." Kabuto greeted the man with identical face as him, except a bit more snake-like. Hikuja-senin chuckled, "I'm just curious, that's all. I sense my bane inside this village, so I come to take a look." "Your bane?" Kabuto asked with a raised eyebrow, wondering if the man meant his enemy or something like that. "A certain sword," Hikuja answered, "an annoying sword wielded by an annoying brat. I thought it was destroyed, though." Then Hikuja-senin shook his head. "No matter, as long as he is not here. The sword is not a threat. I'm going back, Kabuto. Don't do anything rash now." The white snake disappeared, leaving Kabuto alone. At first, Kabuto's face was calm, but it soon turned into a sneer. "How dare you speak of her name freely, monster? That creature had no right to speak of his mother like that." He swore that he would kill that monster. That monster who dared to wear his face and insult his mother's memory. That is the end of this chapter. More talking, more explaining, more foreshadowing. Well, if you can call it that. What do you guys think about this? I'm a bit worried about these parts. Yasha's explanation. Is it too complicated? Naruto and Kushina. I don't know how to describe Naruto's feeling well, so it's a bit short. Kirin and Sasuke. Actually, Sasuke is not that easily accepting. Right now, he saw that someone who can teach him how to use Sharingan appears, and that person is an Uchiha. He is just seeing Kirin as a source of training. Sakumo and Kakashi. This is the result of me trying to nudge Canon Kakashi to be less of a bad teacher. Doubt it'll have a huge effect though. Kabuto and Hikuja, oh, and also Mizuki. Well, tell me your guess about Hikuja. Short chapter. Executing, blaming, Chapter 22 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, "What did I do to deserve this?" Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Tyog 56. Thanks. AJ Guardian. Thanks, and yeah, it's either that, or risk making the canon universe non-canon because of it. I know that there will be changes, but at least I want the origin story the same as canon. SSJ3 Kyubi Gohan. Ha ha ha, sorry about that. Druid FWY. Ha ha ha, thanks, and yeah, glad that you think so. Now that Madara has the eyes though, I expect that Rinnegan suddenly got overpowered. Not fast, but gradual. What Kirin and Tendo are doing right now is merely the trigger, but they won't change that fast. The answer is in PM, to avoid spoiler. Aim no Kageseo. Glad to hear that. Ha ha ha, yeah, to both points. About God being beyond multiverse, and the tentacle image. I tried to think a way to explain that, but then, oh well, simple is the best. Kakashi is a true ninja after all. On a side note, that Kakashi here is canon Kakashi, so he won't be as crazy as the Samsara verse version. Still eccentric though. PM. No spoiler in this part of the story. Shadow Maria love. I believe, all people are sadist, just with different degree. Peace and order. Agreed, Madara shouldn't talk. Now that he literally have two set of Rinnegan, Pakakage. No problem, I can understand that. 8 swords. Glad to hear that. Sasuke will be befriended, just not now. Sure, I'll do that. Abdulosaurus, thanks, and no problem. PM I guess, I can't give spoiler here. Aloxamax. It's removed from now on, sorry about that. I forgot. Glad to hear that. I guess, I can see them being stronger with someone like Guy as a teacher though, but I guess it's unfair to compare normal teacher with Guy. ASCK. Thanks, ha ha ha, can't resist to put that joke. No, not Jinchuriki, don't know if I'll change my mind though. Yes, we'll see, guest. Thanks. Vampire Harry the 2, thanks. Element Kitsune. No problem, good luck. Ha ha ha, good to hear. I wasn't confident that I could put the emotions into words, so I decided to go with silent but touching route. Sasuke for now is a jerk. Still planning a way to befriend him. Sakumo won't be able to help that guy, that's for sure. Anything sort of Minato, Obito and Rin returning alive. Oh wait, won't help him. That is, half correct. Impstar. Most won't appear unless they have relevant arc. Just mentioned in narration. Indeed, and that is the point, she is trying to get an impossible dream. PM. No spoiler here. Green Apple-chan. Done. Right, it has been quite some time, sorry for that. Now that I'm done with the semester at university, I can go back to writing. Hopefully I can post the next chapter this week. List of names and bodies, Tendo Namikaze Naruto. Jido Tayuya, Canon, Young, Chikushado Kisame Gakudo Jugo. Shirado Asura, Minato Ningen Jin, Tobarama Jigoku do Shiro, Kimimaro Itachi, Yatagarasu. Sasuke, Kirin Kashina Tayuya Jiraiya, Kabuki Kakashi, Sakumo Fuf Yuko. Haku. Yuki Samsara, Game of Gods Chapter 22 Graduation. Uzumaki Naruto ran through the forest of Konoha, carrying Amino Iruka, his sensei, on his back. His sensei was unconscious and injured, blood flowing from the scratches covering his body. How? He asked himself, how did this happen? As he ran, Naruto's thought went to what happened this morning. You fail. Those words echoed once more. I failed, again. Uzumaki Naruto failed the Genin exam for the third time. I failed to create 2 working clones as sensei wanted. Instead, 2 clones appeared, both pale and sickly. It was obvious to any who see them, that these are not the real me, and that's why my clones were considered lacking. The clones were better than my attempt 1 year ago, but instead of making me feel better, for some reason, it just made it worse. My failure this time made me even more depressed than my last 2 attempts. I know the reason. As I entered my home, I was greeted by the reason of my sadness. My family. The family that I just met recently. My mother walked towards me. Noticing my lack of headband, she tried to comfort me. My sister, Fu, and the sisters I rarely see, Jido and Fuko, both joined mom in trying to console me. And the one person I don't want to disappoint, my brother. You failed, he commented. No emotion could be heard from his voice, I see. That was all he said. Nothing more. There was no surprise nor disappointment. Suddenly feeling of anger washed over me and I shouted. I couldn't remember what words I shouted at him, my brother, my teacher. By the time I calmed down, I was in the park, alone. And one of the academy's teacher, a new teacher replacing Mizuki, approached me. He offered me a chance to retake the academy graduation exam. Your secret mission is to steal the scroll of seals, complete a mission, and you will graduate. Desperate to make my family proud, and most of all, desperate to break Tendo's apathy towards me, I accepted. Yes, apathy. An apathy that seemed to grow since I learned of his connection to me. Ever since I met Mom for the first time, Tendo seemed to limit his interaction with me. At first, I didn't notice, but he rarely spoke or asked me about myself, and then, he began to avoid my question. He would only speak when I asked him about techniques or how to become stronger. He wouldn't tell me anything about his past. Sometimes, I see him watching me with strange expression, like he couldn't decide how he feels about me. Sometimes, he would just stare at me blankly with glazed eyes. At first, it only happened when we were together with Mom and our sisters. But lately, it happened more frequently. I thought, it must be my fault. I was nothing like my siblings. They are strong, I am weak. My brother must be disappointed in me. So, I will complete this mission, be a genin, and make everyone proud of me. But then, after completing his mission by using Waijutsu to knock the Hokage unconscious, his brother's acting class helped immensely. He was stopped by Iruka in the forest. Iruka told him that the teacher lied, and there was no such thing as a remedial exam. And then, a monster attacked us. A tiger-like monster with silver hair. The monster harmed Iruka-sensei and tried to attack him. Fortunately, Iruka managed to knock it away with an explosive tag. Before he was unconscious. Shocked, Naruto stood unmoving, watching his sensei's unconscious form. A roar snapped him back to reality and he immediately grabbed his sensei and ran. And that brought him to where he was now, in the middle of the forest, running desperately to escape the tiger. Found you! A guttural shout echoed in the forest and the silver-haired tiger leapt towards him. Naruto ran, barely avoiding a swipe of the tiger's claw. He rushed through the forest with Iruka on his back. Don't run, Uzumaki! The tiger roared. The tiger knew me? Naruto thought. Confusion and panic filled him. You ruined my life. Monster. The monster leapt, trying to catch him in its claws. Naruto jumped to a tree, escaping from it. He turned his head and froze. Now that it was closer, he could see the tiger clearly. It was Mizuki-sensei. He didn't know how, but it felt like Mizuki. He ruined Mizuki's life, and now Mizuki tried to kill him because of it. His shock ceased his movement for several moments and Mizuki immediately grabbed him and threw him to the ground. Naruto shouted in pain as his impact left a small crater. He coughed blood as Mizuki landed its foot on his stomach. Monster, Naruto managed to say as he stared at Mizuki's gruesome appearance. By now, there was no trace of human left in the tiger. Its eyes were murderous, its behavior was wild. You, calling me a monster? The being that was Mizuki laughed. A demon like you, calling me a monster? Duh, Naruto began to ask. Yes, demon. Mizuki cut him off. I thought of simply killing you, but this might be better. I'll tell you a secret, Uzumaki. Do you know what happened 12 years ago? Only one event came to mind. The day of his birth, the day Kyuubi attacked Konoha. Kyuubi attacked the village, and the fourth Hokage killed him, Naruto answered as Mizuki nodded, not unlike how it would answer a student's question. Yes, that was a lie. Mizuki bluntly declared, the fourth didn't to kill it. Instead, he sealed it inside a baby, and that baby was you. Me? Naruto's mind tried to process Mizuki's words. Mizuki continued, of course, no baby can withstand a demon like the fox. People like Iruka were fools. They thought that you were just a kid. But I know better, don't I? You are the fox itself. The monster who attacked the village 12 years ago. Something seemed to click in Naruto's mind. The villagers' attitude, how they seemed to avoid and resent him. How Iruka would sometime flinch when he turned towards him. How his brother treated him. Naruto's mind could only draw one conclusion from this. I am KY. And what exactly do you think you are doing to my brother? A voice softly echoed. Huh? Mizuki turned its head towards the source of the voice, and was sent flying. Naruto raised his head and could see a blonde hair, not unlike his. Tendo, his brother stared at Mizuki with what seemed like confusion. A demon? No. There is no trace of corrupted divinity in it. Then what could it be? His brother spoke to himself. Then he shook his head, and turned towards Naruto. You, brother, is in trouble. You made mother anxious. Geto, Fuko and Fu are searching for you in the village, his brother stated, as calm as ever. I will be sure to deduct the amount of ramen you eat for this. Searching? For him? For a monster, like me? Naruto asked his brother. Tendo's eyebrow rose, sending him a questioning look. I heard from Mizuki. I'm the Kyuubi, right? I'm the monster who killed your real brother, Naruto, by now, are just saying whatever came to his mind. The implication of Mizuki's words were too much. If he really was a monster, then all this time, he tricked his family, making them think that Naruto was alive. Tendo seemed amused. If only you know how ironic this is, he muttered. Then he walked towards Naruto and sat right beside him. Then to Naruto's surprise, Tendo patted his head. Fool, unlike Tendo's usual insult to others, The word he uttered was devoid of mockery or annoyance, and instead, it is affectionate. You are not a monster. You are not Kyubi. Do you honestly believe that I will let you come close to Mother if you really were a monster? Naruto stared at his brother with surprise, and he could faintly feel a small bit of hope inside him. Then, why do you act like that around me? Why do you seem like you are avoiding me? Tendo let out a chuckle. That is what convinced you to believe you were a monster? I did not realize I ranked so high to you, brother. Naruto blushed as Tendo ruffled his hair. Then Tendo's eyes became serious. The reason why I avoided you is... Just as his brother was about to tell him, a roar cut him off. The tiger, Mizuki, growled, crouching on all fours, similar to how a tiger would pounce at his prey. One of Tendo's eyes twitched. His hand leaving Naruto's head as he stood. We will continue our talk later. Naruto nodded, a bit afraid of protesting when he saw how his brother's eyes screamed annoyance. I am disappointed in you, Tendo declared, not to Naruto, but to the monstrous tiger. Can you not read the atmosphere a little? He asked as he walked closer to the tiger. Even in this situation, Naruto could not help but laugh. This is his brother all right. No matter what is the situation, he just tackled it like normal. He treated the tiger like it was nothing more than a small hindrance. Naruto was not worried when he saw the tiger growing angrier, hearing his brother's words. To him, his brother was strong. The strongest. The perverted Sannin told him that his brother is strong enough to fight Jiraiya to a draw, or even win. And you are ignoring me too, Tendo spoke again, exasperated. Can you not speak human language, tiger? Shut up, Mizuki roared, you brat, how dare you get in my way? Get in your way? That makes it sounds like I am the extra here, does it not? Tendo questioned. Die. Mizuki shouted in rage-filled voice. And the tiger rushed in, faster than what most Jonin could perceive. Only for its claws to froze near the blond man's face. IGH, Tendo muttered as his hand held Mizuki's wrist, stopping it. What? Mizuki asked, both in confusion and shock that a mere boy could stop his strength. I said. Tendo pulled Mizuki towards him. Your head is too high. He released his hold and kicked Mizuki's chin, sending him flying away to the ground. The tiger slammed down to earth face first, leaving a deep Tiger Man imprint on the ground. Really, some people just do not know their place, Tendo muttered as he went back to Naruto's side. In Konoha, some sight were rare. Some are even more. Seeing the fox being piggybacked by a young fourth Hokage, accompanied by an academy teacher carrying a tiger wearing human clothes is the latter. What are you fools looking at? Hearing that, the villagers sighed in relief. No, the fourth did not come back to life. It was Jiraiya's new student. The presence of Kushina and the people from other dimension were kept as secret to most people, only select few knew of their presence. The Hokage, Jiraiya, Hitaki Kakashi and Fu. That is why Kushina did not search for Naruto personally, and instead, her children and Fu's went. Kirin was introduced as an Uchiha who fortunately was away on a mission at the night of massacre. Yuki as his girlfriend, Tendo supposed that the Uchiha was fortunate that Zabuza was not here. Kabuki acted as Kagemusha, or body double for this world's Jiraiya. Sakumo joined this world's Anbu and so, his identity was safe. Yatagarasu returned back to their world, though he sometimes dropped by to talk with the third. Tendo and Gedo were introduced as Jiraiya's students who he took in while he was away. Fuko and Tayuya as their friends. At the beginning, most people assumed that Jiraiya took in Tendo because of his similarity to the fourth. Some assumed that Jiraiya took in both Tendo and Gedo because they reminded him of Minato and Kushina. That illusion shattered the moment they spoke. In less than a month, Tendo was known by Konoha as one of the most sharp-tongued shinobi in Konoha. A fact proven by a chance meeting between Tendo and Mitarashi Anko, which resulted in everyone within hearing range learning myriad new insults. Gedo was considered as a female version of Jiraiya, which gained her a lot of admirers, both from boys and fact that she openly declared her love to Tendo did not seem to deter them. When Naruto started to refer Tendo and Gedo as his brother and sister, they answered that they basically adopted the boy as their little brother. And when an unfortunate fool tried to point out that Naruto is a monster, well, he was last seen in the emergency room of Kumogakure Hospital. Yes, Kumo. Tayuya was Tendo's girlfriend, easy for everyone to see as they went to dates several times in Konoha. Though people who believed she was defenseless without Tendo was sent to the hospital in a way, not unlike Tsunade of the Sannin sent perverts to hospital, by punching them. There is also the fact that she had an equally sharp tongue as her boyfriend. Kirin has gained a notable reputation as an actually amicable Uchiha. He would be seen sparring and talking with many shinobi around the village. And it is believed by a certain other Uchiha named Sasuke, that Kirin is what Naruto would be if he was born Uchiha, a competent idiot, still an idiot nonetheless. Aside from Sasuke's annoyance at Kirin's un-Uchiha attitude, the boys seemed to depend on Kirin for training. Yuki was Kirin's girlfriend, and she seemed normal, if not for the fact that she seemed to have a bit too knowledgeable about swords. She recently found a friend in a girl named Tenten. Fuko was the most obscure one among the six. She is least seen among them, but from the few moments people interacted with her, she seemed to be the only sane girl among them. So, it was Mizuki, Iruka muttered as he listened to Naruto's story. Tendo raised an eyebrow. There is also the new teacher, Amino. No, Tendo-san, I was with him until the report that Naruto stole the Forbidden Scroll came. I think that was Mizuki in disguise, Iruka answered. Tendo nodded, accepting the answer. We should inform the Hokage then. Iruka nodded. Sensei, you both knew each other? Naruto asked from his position on Tendo's back. Tendo nodded. Indeed. Our first encounter was quite eventful. Hearing that, Iruka chuckled. Eventful, huh? So you're the sensei I keep hearing about? Iruka asked the blonde-haired man who sat beside him in the Ichiraku ramen. And you are the academy's teacher. Tendo gazed at the man with disinterest. Naruto told you. Indirectly, answered Iruka. He said that you are the old pervert student. I assumed he meant Jiraiya-sama. Tendo sighed. Should have known introducing myself like that would cause problem. It would be annoying to act if people knew that he is Naruto's teacher. They might want to keep an eye on him. Don't worry, Naruto only told me. Unfortunately, I do not share your confidence, Tendo countered as he put away his finished ramen bowl. You can't trust your student? Iruka questioned, a bit angered that the man doubted the boy he considered as a little brother. I trust him, I do not trust his mouth. That child speak faster than he could think. Anger was gone from Iruka's mind as he laughed. From behind the stall, Tucci too let out a chuckle hearing the boy's answer. I kind of understand that, Iruka nodded. Still, give him a bit more credit. He sticks to his promises. Tendo's face grew disdainful, and that is a good thing? Iruka's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Wait, part of Iruka told himself, could it be that this guy is? That fool give his word too easily. It would be simple for me to trick him to a promise just by pretending to be nice to him. He needs to learn how to distrust others. There is no doubt, but, just to make sure. Iruka tested again. I happen to think that it's good to see a nice kid like him, Iruka told the man. Trusting the wrong person could kill him. I did not train the boy just to see him dead because a lucky genin managed to backstab him. Tendo's eyes narrowed. I will be sure to reprimand him for this. A really dishonest, and yet, honest person? Iruka asked himself. Despite this man's insults to Naruto, he could see that the man simply wanted what he believes is the best for Naruto. Are you, by chance, bad at communication? Iruka asked bluntly. Tendo's eyes widened. Where did that came from? He asked the teacher, regaining his composure. Iruka grinned. I knew it, you're just like Naruto. Both of you can't hide your emotions. Are you seriously comparing me with that child, Amino-san? The blonde asked Iruka. To his surprise, Iruka nodded confidently. Naruto speak what is in his mind. You are the same. You just try to hide it with insult and harsh words. Naruto sometimes says the wrong things that other could take as insults, while you do it deliberately. One of Tendo's eye twitched. Delusional fool, don't you mean, clever? Iruka asked with a smile. The academy teacher stood and paid his ramen. I want to see what Naruto's sensei is like with my own eyes, and I'm glad I did. You are a good man, Tendo-san, just a bit awkward. As Iruka left, Tendo's eye twitched faster. Like hell I am. He shouted to the man's back as the teacher simply waved at him. Then Tendo heard a chuckle and he glared at the source. Something funny, Tucci-san? Tucci raised his hands, gesturing the man that he meant no harm. You are a lot like your mother, huh? Tendo sighed. Do not say it out loud, the walls have ears. Thanks to his mother's lack of subtlety when they came to Konoha, Tucci knew of their identity, or at least, have an idea of their identity. He had no doubt that there are even more people with suspicion about who they are. Some might even know of his mother's presence already. Well, if they tried anything though, he would stop them, maybe with enough pain. They will think twice before trying to attack mother. Tendo-san, is your mother well? Tucci asked him. She hasn't come here lately. Tendo nodded. She is fine. Sarutobi-san ordered her to stay at home. Truthfully, I am here to buy her some ramen. Tucci's eyes lightened up in understanding. Is that why I don't see your girlfriend and your sisters with you? Sisters? Tendo questioned. The mini Kushina and the white-haired girl, Tucci answered. Tendo shook his head. The mini Kushina, as you put it, is my sister, but she does not like ramen. As for the white-haired girl, she is a friend of mine. And she is away for a while. Does that pause mean I have to keep Ayame safe from you? Tucci half-joked. Tendo chuckled. After being accused of being a pervert and a lolicon, being accused of being a playboy is nothing. If you want to hurt me, Tucci-san, get in the line. There is already about a pantheon of God queuing. Since then, whenever Iruka met him, the man would translate his words to the actual meaning. Naruto, how exactly did you fail the exam? Tendo questioned, causing Naruto's face to fall. He failed to do a Bunshin no Jutsu, Iruka answered for the depressed boy. Tendo ceased his movements. Uzumaki Naruto-kun, did you not use Kage Bunshin? Naruto did not answer. He already froze in fear the moment his brother added honorific to his name. His sensei stopped doing that when they officially became a family. He can do Kage Bunshin? Iruka asked, surprise marring his face. He could, Tendo nodded. In fact, it is the best Bunshin for him. With his massive amount of chakra reserves, it is impossible for his control to be good enough to form a normal Bunshin. That is why I taught him that. I thought he panicked at the exam and failed at Henge, but instead, he failed at the subject that he should have passed easily. Iruka-sensei said to make a Bunshin. I thought I shouldn't do the Kage Bunshin, Naruto answered sheepishly. Naruto-kun, the use of Bunshin is to trick your opponent into believing that it is you. A Kage Bunshin, with correct preparation, could be even better as they are solid, and with enough chakra, could take 1 or 2 weak hit. So why, pray tell, did you try to do a Bunshin? Even though I already told you that it is impossible, and did not do Kage Bunshin. Naruto laughed sheepishly. Sorry. You should, Amino-san, if he proves to you that he could do Kage Bunshin now, could we pass him? Tendo asked the teacher. Iruka thought for a minute. It is true that an academy teacher is granted the right to pass someone who has done enough credits and proven themselves to be capable of being a potential shinobi. But I could, he answered. Naruto? Tendo called. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 30 clones of orange covered the street of Konoha. Iruka's eyes widened. 30 shadow clones? No wonder he could not do a normal clone. So, Tendo asked Iruka, does he pass? Iruka nodded, but then spoke, if I pass him now, then he will be considered dead last, is that all right? While Naruto's marks has improved since he was taught by Tendo, he still failed the final exam. If he is passed now, then he will be considered the dead last, and that meant, I suppose Naruto will be teamed with Uchiha Sasuke and the best kunoichi of the class, Haruno Sakura, was it? Iruka nodded. Naruto made a horrified face. In a team with the bastard? And Sakura? While he did have a crush on the girl before, but after seeing how his brother and Tayuya acted around one another, he could see that it was not the same feeling. And without that feeling, he could see how annoying it would be to be teammates with the Uchiha and one of Uchiha's fangirl. Sensei. I'll redo the academy, just don't put me in a team with them. Pass him, Amino. That is an appropriate punishment. Iruka looked at the two, one with pleading eyes and the other with eyes full of sadistic delight. I must say, this is the most unique situation I've ever encountered. Iruka thought for a moment, then he nodded. Uzumaki Naruto, I hereby declare that. Naruto and Tendo waited for the teacher's judgment. You pass. Naruto's scream of despair was music to Tendo's ears. They arrived back to the Uzumaki clan house and Tendo reported of what happened to Kushina. Iruka excused himself to report to the Hokage after the family congratulated Naruto's graduation. The boy himself is still stuck between elation and horror, for his passing and his future team. Amino, Tendo called out to the teacher, "Tell no one of this." He motioned his head towards his mother, who, in her relief at seeing Naruto safe, paid no heed to Iruka's presence and revealed herself. Iruka's eyes grew serious. "Hokage's orders?" Tendo nodded. "Uzumaki Kushina is dead 12 years ago," Iruka stated. "There is no woman named Uzumaki Kushina in Uzumaki compound." "That is good enough, thank you." Tendo bowed his head in appreciation. "I heard what Naruto said. You've been avoiding him?" Iruka asked the man. Tendo groaned. "So you pretended to be unconscious," he noted. He spoke the truth. "I have." "Why?" "Because I could see what he might become without my influence tainting him," Tendo answered. "And that is the best for him. He needs his brother, his family," Iruka argued. "He does not need an idol," Tendo harshly stated. "I am different from my image in his eyes, I am flawed." "That does not mean you should avoid him," Iruka pointed out. Tendo sighed. "He needs to grow up. He already did, long before he met you. Now he is trying to regain his childhood, a childhood he never had. A little boy admiring his hero is normal." Tendo let out a laugh. "A normal childhood, I do not have it either," he muttered to himself. "Fine, I will play along for now. But, sooner or later, he will realize, his brother is not perfect. His brother may kill him one day." That was what Tendo wanted to say. "That is good enough," Iruka smiled. "See you, Uzumaki-san." Tendo did not correct the man as he left. "I suppose I should speak with Naruto soon. And then, he must go to Taki. It is know that I dislike you. I believe that I should not interfere you bonding with mother and Geto." "Huh?" Tendo repeated the lie he told Naruto when the boy asked why he avoided him. "Is there a problem, master?" Shirado asked him as they walked through a silent forest near Takigakure. He shook his head. "No, nothing." "How is it, Shirado? Is it done?" Asura nodded. "It should be. Both Lady Yasha and Jin are putting finishing touches to it as we speak." "Good." The younger blonde nodded in approval. "But, a month, eh? It took longer than I had expected." The blacksmith bowed. "My apologies, master. Without Lady Geto's assistance, this is the best we can do. Lady Yasha too, sometimes switched places with Rin, delaying our work." "Raise your head. We both knew that Geto will never agree to help, as I would require leaving me alone with Yuya for a long time. And that is how Yasha and Rin are, you should be used to it." "Thank you, master." Asura nodded gratefully as the two stopped in front of a swirling white vortex. "Let us go then, back to our world." As the two shinobi disappeared into the vortex disappeared. Throughout this, a white snake watched silently. "Mortal god." Rin leapt towards the blonde happily as he entered a massive circular room. Tendo nodded as he caught the girl and patted her head. "Have you been good?" Rin grinned. "We have." Hearing that, Tendo patted her head again. "Good girl." As Rin glowed with delight, the mortal god turned towards the gray-haired man who stood in the middle of a white room. "Done." Jin smirked. "Feast your eyes on this." He took out a piece of paper. In it was the eyes of God, with yin-yang symbol inside the inner rim. "The seal of Samsara, our most awesome creation," Jin declared proudly. Tendo simply tilted his head. "How about you actually explain to me, what is awesome about this seal?" "I'm glad you asked. My other..." Jin took out a scroll and opened it. With an explosion of smoke, a massive board filled with writings appeared. "From the seal Rikudo left us, we learned that it is, for all intent and purpose, the prototype of a storage seal." "Huh? Just a storage seal? 1 month, just to compress a storage seal? So why did it take you so long, then? It is just a storage seal, yes?" Tendo questioned. "Nay." Jin shouted. "This is no mere storage seal, it is a storage seal, written in capital letters, in katakana. Putting that aside, what is so special about it, then?" Ninjendo grinned. "It can contain literally anything that is not alive, that is, and can be connected to specific subjects. As a special service, you can even make the seals invisible unless you are using it." And Tendo supposed he was not a sealing expert, but he failed to see anything impressive about that. "Allow me to explain, master," Shirado cut in. "The seal can contain anything, without limit, be it chakra or items. That means, you can, for an example, seal a tree, and you can summon a tree. Tendo nodded in understanding. So, unlike a normal storage seal, it has no limit. A normal storage seal only store limited items. If you tried to put more than the limit, the items may come out broken, as if someone has squeezed them together. Correct. Now, for the second part, you can connect it to specific place, with specific target, and the seal will absorb that target from the designated place. Rakudo, for an example, connected the seal to the whole elemental country, making the seal absorb nature chakra from the land without stopping for the last 100 years. Tendo nodded. So, that is how he managed to gain enough chakra to form the tailed beasts. Shirado nodded. For a modification, we added 2 places into the seal. My storage seal, which contains most weapons I made. And our forge, Yasha cut in as she switched with Rin. We, for master, will forge weapons. You connected this with your forge, Shirado? Yasha? Are you both sure about that? Tendo questioned. Asura bowed. Everything I have created, I created for your sake. Yasha nodded. We do not mind. We believe, Master has proven himself worthy for our children. Thank you both, Tendo nodded. Then curiosity came to him. I can imagine what is inside Shirado's forge, but what about yours, Yasha? I did broke most of the weapons there. Yasha frowned at the remainder, but she answered. 2 of our children survived. The Godslayer blade, Tatsuka, and the Mirror of Truth, Yada. Tendo's interest grew. Those 2 were both famous artifacts from legends. Can you tell me their powers? Yasha smiled, full of pride. Tatsuka, as Master knew, is the greatest of our children. Tatsuka has slain both god and demon. Kagetsuchi, the god of fire, and Yamada no Orochi, the demonic snake. It contains the power to critically injure deities and demons, and it possesses the ability to absorb a deity's might, stealing portion of their power. That sounds impressive. Does that mean it contains Kagetsuchi's power now, since it was used to slay him? Yasha nodded. Correct. Currently Tatsuka possess the flame of Kagetsuchi and storm of Susanoo. They're weaker than the original's power. However, they should be strong enough to be compared to Master's mortal techniques. Tendo nodded. That is impressive, Yasha. You are truly a master of your art. Yasha blushed, but continued. Our next child is Yada. The Yada no Kagami used to lure Lady Amaterasu out of Aim no Iwado. It possessed the power to dispel illusion, and it possessed the ability to reflect any attacks caught in it. Another impressive creation, he praised the blacksmith god. She nodded. Perhaps in time, Master could use the full might of our forge. However, with most of our children broken, this is not possible. We are rebuilding our armory whenever we exchanged places with the child. I am looking forward to it then, Yasha. Good job. You too, Shirado, Ninjendo. The 3 nodded. Now, Master, Shirado took the seal from Jin. Where do you want the seal to be placed? Tendo thought for a moment. Can you inscribe it on multiple places? My left and right palms? Your palms? Jin asked. I thought you'll say you want it on your stomach. Tendo stared at the human realm with blank expression. And rip my clothes whenever I want to take out a weapon? No, thank you. Besides, you did say that you could make it invisible when I am not using it, then palms are fine. Shirado nodded. Very well, as you command, Master. As Asura grabbed his palms and placed 2 pieces of papers on it, Tendo smiled. With this, he could use his techniques without having to worry about his chakra, and the addition of weapons from Shirado and Yasha were unexpected, but happy news. Wait, then what did you add, Ninjendo? Jin smirked. You will have to wait to find out. My addition is as awesome as theirs. Hopefully it will not be anything stupid. Jin's shout of denials and Asura's chuckle filled the white chamber as the 2 seals were inscribed on his hands. He left again, Geto muttered as she sat on the floor, watching an empty bee. He isn't with the red bitch as she is sleeping in her own room. So, where did he go? She asked no one in particular. Then a woman's chuckle could be heard. Geto's chains immediately rose from her shadow. Whoever you are, come out right now, she demanded, her chains glowing. Child, are you looking for your brother? A silver-haired woman walked out of the corner of the room. Her lone red eye watched Geto with amusement. Geto's eyes narrowed. A woman with black eye patch and rather big breasts. You are not one of brother's girls then. He is a lolicon after all. The woman laughed. You really are amusing, but let us stop joking around. Are you searching for your brother? Geto's chains immediately struck the woman, and she disappeared into the darkness, as if she was not there. That was very rude. I was only looking for a conversation partner. The dead were very boring, the woman reformed from the darkness in front of her. And you monstrous outer beings are just so fun to tease. Geto gritted her teeth. You are a goddess, she stated without a doubt. The woman smiled. I am. But you aren't looking for brother, she stated again. Correct. You came here for me? This time, Geto asked. Indeed, the woman answered, still with the same smile as before. Why? She asked again. Just a conversation. I was very bored in the underworld. Speak. The next day, Uzumaki Naruto went to the academy after being advised by his mother and elder siblings. Among them were, be careful, don't get hurt, from his mother. Don't do anything reckless, okay? From Fu. If the Uchiha or the fangirl did anything weird, just kick their ass. Oh, and don't forget to bring an Icha book, it'll guarantee a good impression from your teacher, from Geto. Listen to mother, listen to the sane sister. Don't listen to your crazy sister. Icha will rot your brain, from his brother, and good luck. Good luck? What for? Anyway, here comes Uzumaki Naruto, ready to be a ninja. Side Story God Quest Part 4. After many chapters without us, and many months of waiting because of certain foolish author, now we are back. Geto shouted as Tendo and Shio walked through a road. Is she alright? Shio pointed at the screaming girl who danced around while saying that she is happy to be alive again. Ignore her, you will get used to her insanity sooner or later, was all Tendo could say. Shio winced as Geto shouted about how she would make use of her screen time the best as she could. I don't think I will, Tendo-san. Tendo nodded. Anyway, Geto, how far are we to our quest? Geto grinned. The forest is in front of us, she pointed towards a forest. Good, let us go, then. But Geto's words were cut off as the world suddenly cracked and shattered to pieces. Then suddenly they were at an empty plains, with two wolves in front of them. There are random encounters here, Geto finished. And what is this, random encounter, you speak of? Tendo asked, eyes twitching. You see, big brother, Geto answered as she chose the attack command and attacked one of the wolf, defeating it. In RPG games like this, players are met with their bane, the almighty random encounter, which will annoy you as you progress through the game. As you walked, minding your own business, suddenly bam, monsters appeared. How in the name of Amaterasu does that work? There was no monster and suddenly monster appeared, Tendo asked, and Geto shrugged. Anyway, Shio-chan. Attack. Shio nodded. Yes. Then she stabbed the other wolf with her naginata. The wolf was also defeated. Good. Now, Shio-chan, do a victory pose? Geto shouted. Victory pose? Shio blinked. If you don't do a victory pose, we can't return back to the dungeon. Tendo sighed. What dungeon? We were on a normal road, near a forest. There was no cave. And why does she have to do a victory pose? Geto shook her head. Any place with random encounter is a dungeon, it is a game's rule. If it is not, then it's a world map. And she is posing because she is the last character who attacked and killed the monster. Do I even want to know? Tendo asked. Geto thought for a moment. Nope, not really. Shio seemed confused for a moment, but then she made a V sign. V, Dezuka. And suddenly blackness filled the world around them and they returned back on the road. What the hell? Tendo could only say. Shio hid her face with her hands. Goodness. That was very embarrassing. Tough luck. You have to do that every time you last hit in a battle, Geto cheerfully informed the girl. Let us just go, Tendo sighed as the party entered the forest, with no encounter this time. After traveling through the forest, facing numerous encounter all the while, is that all? Brother, your victory quote is so generic. This is embarrassing. Shio-chan. That's very cute. They finally reached a square area. Brother, I'll advise you to prepare yourself. I think we are about to face the boss of this quest. Bossu. Shio blinked in confusion. Tendo's eyes narrowed. I assume they're powerful enemies with relevancy to the quest we took? Perhaps kidnappers? Geto nodded. Could be. Prepare yourselves. Geto rushed through the square area and was met with a child, who they deduced to be the lost child they're seeking in. A shinobi wearing black bodysuit and mask. A generic shinobi, Geto commented, all energy gone from her eyes. This is boring. Fufufu. I see that you have come, shinobi of Ta. Then he suddenly went through motions and speak in insane speed. Geto? Tendo asked the girl. Ah, sorry brother, I skipped it. That guy is just a generic shinobi anyway, it's not like he'll say anything important. Geto commented. Anyway, boss battle. Geto-san. Generic shinobi A-san is crying. Indeed, the generic shinobi A was crying. Shio. What do you mean by generic shinobi A? Tendo asked. Shio simply pointed at the text box on the shinobi's head. It did say, generic shinobi A. What the hell? Tendo placed his palm on his face. Who cares? Let's just kill him. Bosses are only good for their item drops and express. Let's kill him and level up. Geto shouted with a grin. Sister, you are scaring me. Then the world cracked and shattered again. The map of battle is different now. It was the same plane, but night instead of day. Wait, wasn't it daytime before? Tendo pointed out. Don't mind the small details, Geto shouted. You guys will pay for calling me generic shinobi A. The generic shinobi A shouted. Shinra Tensai. Tendo lazily opened his palm and attack, after choosing the command that is. GWA. The boss shouted in pain, but then smirked. It's my turn now. Kaiten. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Tendo gritted his teeth as the fire struck him. Brother, are you alright? Geto asked him, worried. This body is annoying. It is too weak, Tendo muttered. Tendo-san is hurt. Geto-san, can we do anything about it? Shio asked Geto. Well, I do have a potion we found in the forest. Geto thought for a moment. Oh well, brother, drink this. He tried, but failed. The cap of the bottle won't open. Later, when it's your turn, I mean. By the gods, this world is crazy. Tendo shouted in annoyance. After spending a few minutes of attacking and healing, also cursing the game mechanics, the shinobi defeated the generic shinobi A. You may have defeated me, but my brothers, the generic shinobi B to ZY will avenge me, he shouted as he fell. ZY? Tendo questioned. Shio answered, I think, generic shinobi A-san have brothers from A to Z, and AA, AB, AC to ZY. That's a lot of brothers, Tendo muttered. Geto nodded, showing her agreement. One of their parents must be good in bed. Geto-san. That is so shameless. Don't mind, don't mind. Geto declared. Anyway, we found the child, beat the boss, let's report the quest. And how do we report it? Tendo questioned. We go back to Taki. Goddess, I think I will go crazy by the end of this. Tendo sent a few prayers to the sun, hoping for salvation. On the sky, above the clouds and space, a white-haired little girl sneezed. She tilted her head in confusion. Chapter 23 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths in Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Aim no Kageseo. Indeed, and indeed. Amatsukami will be his initial opponents. Yeah, Kabuto and Izanami appeared last chapter. Mikaboshi is probably still in his dark lair of evil. Well, Tatsuka and Yada that Tendo have are real, while Sharingan techniques are conceptual. Izanami, the first yandere of Japan. Tyog 56. Good to be back, and thanks. 8 swords. He will probably appear, the ZZ. Ha ha ha, fixed, I think. Knight of Elves. That's quite difficult as I waited for more materials from canon before updating this. As proven with recent Naruto chapter revealing Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Peace and order. She might appear after all. Vampire Harry the 2. Thanks, I'll do my best. Shadow Maria Love. I think, Hashirama will have done that already, looking at his personality. Element Kitsune. Rip Mizuki, you were useful, it was, both amusing and music. A bit of both, so to say. Well, for now, it can't seal conceptual items, but if it gets upgraded, it might be able to seal something such as Flames of Uchiha's Amaterasu, but that's for later. Yes, that's Izanami. Well, depends on what you mean by betray. Little Shio is being bullied by Geto because she is too pure. Well, you know how Tendo is. Too arrogant and too hard on himself. Not Orochimaru, but, well, Orochi, Druid FWY. Glad to be back. True, Geto's future is bleak. Well, I guess most people in Naruto won't catch that references. Yeah, good girl, Sanae sounds right. I guess Suwako is Geto and Kanako is Tendo in the RPG. Good luck to you too. No problem. AJ Guardian. Ha ha ha, I try. ASCK. Thanks, and sorry about the delay. I had to wait for Canon's chapters. Especially now that they reveal Hagoromo. The Hokage Naruto. That's difficult, because I'm waiting for Canon's information before getting into the Mon part of this story. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. Canon rules, and because I'm cruel. Ayan Michi. Already wrote one, not published though. Abdulosaurus. You mean the goddess in the RPG side story? Yeah. The goddess who met Geto was Izanami. Guessed. Thanks. Green Apple-chan. Thanks, I'll try. Crow 667. Lowly is justice, as some of my friends will put it. I wish to add more Amy but, her role is still later. No RPG for this chapter I'm afraid, maybe next chapter. Yasha being M, is directly stated in this chapter. Thanks, I'll do my best. List of names and bodies. Tendo Namikaze Naruto. Jido Tayuya. Canon. Young. Chikush Ado Kisame Gakudo Jugo. Shirado Asura. Minato Ningen Jin. Tobarama. Jigoku Shiro. Kimimaro Itachi. Yatagarasu Sasuke. Kirin Kashina. Kashina Tayuya Jiraiya. Kabuki Kakashi. Sakumo Fuf Yuko. Haku. Yuki. Some spoiler about the newest chapter of Naruto manga, skip if you don't want to be spoiled. To be honest, after reading the newest Naruto manga, I laughed. 1. Rikudo's naming sense is similar to the one in my story. Indra, Uchiha. Ashura, Senju. Equals gods from Hindu. Seirei equals Holy Spirit. And in Sage's Journey, Tenno equals Heavenly Emperor. 2. Naruto being Ashura's reincarnation, well this is given actually, though I assumed that he was Hagoromo's instead of Ashura's, however, it completely destroys any notion of Naruto being a no-name orphan, completely. So unless you are an Uchiha, Senju, Rikudo's descendant, you are useless in Naruto. Though Guy is fighting Madara quite impressively. 3. Hagoromo Rikudo not having his own personality, he seemed to act merely on the knowledge he acquired, not on his real feelings. In Samsara, nameless, Rikudo is a combination of his 6 paths. I can take Hagoromo Rikudo as a Rikudo who does not conform to one of his paths, making him an outer being. Him being outer being leads to 4. The reason why he is able to talk with Naruto. He is a floating chakra. That means, for all intent and purpose, he is outside the realm of reincarnation. Complete contrast with Samsara's Rikudo, who is trapped within the realm of reincarnation. 5. And that tidbit about Hagoromo saying that he might not be a human can be taken in an interesting twist in Samsara, especially with how Kagaya looks like. I'd better watch my movement for now. If I carelessly assume something and write it as canon verse history, Kishi might troll me. End spoiler. Samsara. Game of Gods Chapter 23 Team Formation. Me? Well, my name is Hitaki Kakashi. The silver-haired one-eyed shinobi spoke lazily. I have no interest in telling you my likes or dislikes. Dreams for the future. I have a lot of hobbies. The only thing you told us was your name, Naruto and Sakura shouted, with Sasuke grunting in agreement beside them. Actually, I think he told us a lot. One of the Uchiha there, officially Uchiha Kirin, commented with a smirk. He told us that he is a secretive man. That means, he has something to hide. The most suspicious aspect of the Scarecrow version 2 is without a doubt his mask, his brother, Tendo added. With no doubt, he is hiding his secret behind that. The fact that a certain ramen waitress fainted with a happy smile after seeing the face behind Scarecrow version 1's mask solidified this. His team's sensei narrowed his one eye. You guys are planning to peek at the face behind this mask? Tendo and Kirin shrugged, and the Uchiha answered, we tried, but you guarded your mask well. For now we're planning to take a look at your face after you're dead. Worry not, we have no plan to accelerate your journey to the other realm, Tendo assured their sensei. We have never planted an explosive tag under your bed, nor have we poisoned the foods you ate. Now, what's with that suspiciously specific denial? Kakashi asked with an eye smile. I like you guys. Scarecrow Sr. once said the same thing. It ended with a certain blonde being hit with 1,000 years of pain. The Uchiha's face transformed to a gleeful grin, much to Sasuke's horror. Hitaki, one does not need to warn you that should you try to go anywhere near me, you will be the one sent flying. We have another blonde here for you to torture. This time, it was Naruto's turn to be horrified. He didn't know what they were talking about, but he knew that his brother is planning to torture him. How the hell did it become like this? After he came to the academy and sat in his usual seat, he was approached by one of his classmates. Naruto. What are you doing here? Only those who passed their exams are supposed to be here. Naruto grinned and pointed at his forehead protector, but not saying anything. The words his brother said came to him. It might be better for you to not speak a lie, and instead, merely lead the other party to assume your lie. Because, putting it simply, you and I cannot lie at all. His classmate, whose name Naruto did not remember, was about to speak but then closed his mouth and moved away. Naruto blinked, wondering what is wrong, but then he saw the reason. Uchiha Sasuke approaching him, or to be exact, his seat. Move, the black-haired boy said to him. While most people would infer that as an order, Naruto was used with his brother asking for favor or saying advice while disguising it as a command. So he took the Uchiha's attitude in stride. Why? He shot back. Didn't mean that he would surrender to the genius that easily though. Sasuke simply turned his head to the side, where a battalion of fangirls stood like hungry wolves. No doubt, planning to steal the spot next to the target of their affection, Uchiha Sasuke. You want me to move to the middle, and you'll take the edge seat? To avoid your fangirls, didn't need to be said? The Uchiha grunted. And Naruto was reminded when he met his brother's friend, Kirin. Talking with an Uchiha is actually simple, the Uchiha told him. When they grunt at you, it means affirmative. If they glare at you, that means negative. When they actually voice their agreement or disagreement in words, that means they had enough of your arguments and just want to get it over with. Or when we need to prove our superiority, he added with a small laugh. Naruto thought of just moving his seat. After all, it's not like changing a seat will do anything. But then. No, he told Sasuke. Hearing his answer, Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Why? Just giving this seat to you will be boring. How about a spar? At Naruto's words, Inuzuka Kiba let out a laugh. That's a good one, Naruto. No doubt that most students in the class believe that he couldn't win. Naruto's eyes narrowed. So, how about it? Naruto asked again, his eyes meeting Sasuke's. This time, it was Naruto's turn to be surprised as Sasuke nodded. Kirin told me of your teacher. I want to see what he can teach to someone like you. What do you mean, someone like you? Naruto glared. An idiot, was said without any hesitation. Bring it on, bastard. Naruto leapt from his seat, ready to fight. That's enough, Naruto, Sasuke. Everyone, back to your seats, Iruka commanded as he entered the class. And then, Iruka began a speech that Naruto completely ignored. His brother already drilled it to his head. Putting it simply, when you become a genin, you become a workforce of the village. You will be tasked with many mundane tasks that may seem to be irrelevant, and even a waste of time. Behind him, Geto faked a cough. A certain someone thought they were training, though, and even forced his team to work like a crazy instructor. Tendo ignored her. However, sooner or later you will receive a real mission, in which you may be forced to act contrary to your moral. You might be tasked to lie, to steal, to betray, and inevitably, to kill. Killing? Actually, now that he thought about it, being a ninja means that he has to kill one day, right? Naruto began to wonder, before knowing his brother, and the people his brother introduced him to, The only ninjas he knew were the third Hokage and the teachers at the academy, and they all seemed to be kind. But some of the people he knew recently were different. Yuki was always on guard, even when she is visiting their home. Fu, too, acted hostile to strangers most of the time. That is because most of the Chunin instructors working at the academy are not active shinobi. They mainly assist the Hokage in taking care of internal matters in the village. Of course, this does not mean they are weak, but they are not in combat as much as other shinobi. Then when he asked if Yuki and Fu's attitudes were normal, his brother laughed. Ask yourself this. If you know that you can be killed anytime with no one realizing it, how will you act? Those two are good shinobi. They are alert most of the time. What about you and Geto, sensei? What about Kirin? Naruto asked Tendo. Tendo chuckled. Tell me, if you live in a world like that, how can you survive? You can either act as if there is nothing wrong, placing a mask on your face like Kirin, or... Naruto waited until his brother continued. Or you can go mad, his brother answered as he moved his gaze towards their kitchen, where their mother is trying to teach Geto how to cook. He didn't really understand what his brother was trying to say, but when night came, he realized something. His brother never told him how he coped with the world. Ruto. Naruto blinked as he realized that the classroom was empty and Sakura was shouting near his ear. Spacing out, idiot? Sasuke asked Naruto. I'm not an idiot, bastard. Naruto glared towards the Uchiha. Where is everyone anyway? He asked Sakura. Sakura sighed. They all left already. We are Team 7 but our teacher hasn't come yet. Naruto blinked. Is that so? Obviously, why would we stay here if we don't have to? Sasuke questioned rhetorically. There was an awkward silence. Naruto tried to do what his brother once told him and analyze his teammates. Sakura was his crush, though he outgrew that crush and she is one of Sasuke's fangirl. This made her avoid him unless necessary and always trying to talk with Sasuke. On the other hand, Sasuke avoids Sakura and doesn't really talk much with other people outside of grunts or glares. This is awkward. Then Sakura spoke. Naruto, your face is a mess. Go tidy it up a bit. It'll be a bother if our teacher got bad impression of us because of you. Naruto shrugged but stood up. I'll be back in a bit. He stopped near the door as he heard voices. He motioned at his teammates to come closer. As they did, they could barely hear what the voices are speaking. Ingli, they are very similar, and yet, very dissimilar to us. Naruto heard a familiar voice remarking from behind the door. How exactly did you convince the Hokage to allow this, bastard? This time, it was familiar to both Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura had never met the owner of the voice, but they could swear that he was smirking. I simply showed him the statistics and reports of Konoha's possible Genin team loses. How most of them are ill-prepared to face a sudden spike in mission's difficulty. How most of them have gone soft. So you guilt-tripped them. I prefer to say that I showed them the truth. After all, with the Red Dawn around, we must be vigilant. The voice grew serious. They heard a grunt of agreement, not unlike Sasuke's grunt. So their existence is confirmed then? The first voice sighed. Unfortunately, they might prove to be quite an annoyance. Only you will call those guys annoyance. Anyway, where is the scarecrow anyway? The junior scarecrow. He is on his way here, I believe. However, I have no doubt that he will not be here soon. The voice that sounds like Naruto, but a bit deeper answered with a small chuckle. The second voice laughed. Of course he won't. For now though. Then the door was opened. What are we going to do with these 3 spies? The yet-to-be Team 7 froze as the owner of the voices appeared before them. Someone who could pass off as an elder Naruto with red eyes and an elder Sasuke with slightly longer hair. Sasuke. Spying at this age? I'm proud of you. Kirin patted Sasuke's head with a grin. Sasuke's face displayed his annoyance, but he did not say anything, aware that Kirin would simply annoy him further if he pay attention to the man. Naruto, it seems that you managed to work together with your team. Well enough to put aside your problems and eavesdrop on us, at least. Sensei. Why are you here? Naruto tilted his head. Are you our Jonin-sensei? The elder Uzumaki shook his head. No, we are not. There is a change of plan. It has been decided that a Chunin will be assigned to each team as an assistant. Kirin is assigned to your team. I am merely tagging along. The rookie Genins blinked. Why so sudden? Sakura questioned. And you are, Haruno Sakura-san, correct? I do not know the answer, it is Hokage's orders. Sakura nodded while Kirin let out a strange cough hearing the answer, causing Sasuke to look at him strangely. Your Jonin commander, Hitaki Kakashi will be here in approximately 2 hours. In the meantime, he, Uchiha Kirin and I, Tendo will train you. The Uzumaki and Uchiha's eyes flared in anticipation while Sakura was surprised. Train, us? To Sakura, who had never trained except in the academy, this is something new. Indeed, Tendo nodded, we will train you so that you are able to reach the standard of a genin. As of now, all of you do not meet the standard criteria. Sasuke opened their mouth, trying to deny his words, but Tendo continued to speak. First, Sakura-san, your physical prowess, skill, and repertoire are lacking. Sakura hung her head. Naruto, your physical prowess is good. I already made sure that your skills is adequate. However, your jutsu repertoire is limited. I am partly to blame for this, as I did not teach you anything beyond what is necessary and I instructed Geto and Fu not to teach you anything. Naruto nodded, though he frowned when he heard that his brother was the reason why his sisters never taught him anything. He was told that it was because his chakra control is pathetic, and until he learned to control his chakra better, there is nothing they could teach him without risking him harming himself. Sasuke-san. Sasuke snapped to attention. I was informed by Kirin beforehand that your physical strength and skills are up to standard. And as an Uchiha, you have access to a rather wide jutsu library. However, your mindset is terrible. Sasuke glared. Save your preaching. I will kill that man one day, no matter what. He was used with people saying to him about how he mustn't be fixated to his vengeance, and he had enough of them. What do they know? Quiet, boy. Tendo glared back and Sasuke actually flinched as he felt the pressure emanating from the elder shinobi. When I speak, you will listen. Uchiha Sasuke. This applied to the two of you as well, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. Do you understand? The three genins nodded, each of them feeling varying level of fear. As I was saying, Sasuke-san, your mindset is terrible. Contrary to your belief, I do not care of your ambition. What I care about is how you regard the two beside you as liability. How you believe that you are above them. Allow me to inform you that right now, you and Naruto are equal in combat. Sasuke opened his mouth to deny his words, but closed it as he saw Naruto shaking his head frantically, reminding him of Tendo's order. You know, Sasuke, Kirin called him from beside Tendo, Naruto just saved you from a lot of pain, you know. Unlike me, Tendo has no problem with cruel punishment. Just ask Naruto if you want. Both Sakura and Sasuke stared at Naruto questioningly and Naruto laughed with hollow eyes. Poisonous snakes, bears, the forest of death, Naruto muttered blankly. You do not believe me, Tendo stated, then, while waiting for Kakashi, you and Naruto will spar. Should you win, then I will allow you to do as you please. However, should you lose, you will attempt to work with your teammates, acceptable? Though he asked whether it was acceptable or not, it is clear to them that he will only accept an affirmative. Sasuke nodded. Uzumaki, you were too harsh, Kirin commented as the two stood on the sidelines of the academy's training ground. Naruto and Sasuke stood facing each other a distance away from them. Tendo sighed, that boy reminded me of myself, back when I was in the academy. You turned out all right, the Uchiha pointed out. Truly? Then friendship has made you blind. Can you imagine what will become of me should I continue my life as it was? You will be a machine, Kirin answered without any hesitation. To this, Tendo nodded, correct. Now, imagine what will he become should he continue this path. Kirin's face transformed to a disgusted face. All I can see is a monster hell-bent on vengeance. Even if he somehow manages to achieve his vengeance, it will mean nothing. I talked with him a bit about his past. He idolized Itachi. If he killed Itachi, I'm afraid that his hate will be transferred to himself, and then he'll. Self-destruction, that is his future. Tendo's cold eyes watched as Naruto began the match by leaping towards Sasuke. Sasuke caught Naruto's punch and kicked the blonde away. Naruto spun in the air and landed on his feet, his hands forming to a cross seal. You do realize, Kirin began as the field was filled with shadow clones, that if Naruto wins, Sasuke will be in foul mood. That is your business, is it not? Tendo shrugged, not caring. Bastard. Sasuke gritted his teeth as the field was swarmed by orange. Why do you even bother using so many clones, dead last? They're useless. Sasuke grabbed the Naruto that tried to hit him, assuming that it was the real one. He punched it. His fist connected to Naruto's cheek, but to his surprise, instead of being blown away, Naruto exploded in smoke. Wrong one. Bastard. Another Naruto tried to kick him from behind, but he roundhouse kicked the boy. Again, it exploded in smoke. They are solid. Sakura shouted in surprise from where she sat, watching the match with conflicted feelings. If the idiot is going to swarm him with numbers, then... Kaiten. Hosenka no Jutsu. Sasuke shot a volley of fireballs towards the clones. Fool, Tendo muttered. The moment he's trying to match an Uzumaki in stamina, it's over. Kirin shook his head in disappointment. Sasuke's attack succeeded. About half of the clones were wiped out by the small fireballs, but then... Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Again the blonde spawned his orange horde. Kaiten. Hosenka no Jutsu. Sasuke shot another volley of fireballs, clearing some of the clones away. However, the jutsu left him with little chakra left. It might be pathetic, it might be simple, Kirin began, but Clone Rush is damn effective. Too bad that most of us doesn't have that much chakra. Tendo nodded, indeed. And it is a shame that Naruto lacked the skills necessary to use it to the fullest. Can you imagine the result of thousands clones with the skills of Rock Lee? That'll be one-sided massacre against anyone without wide area jutsu. Correct. Unfortunately, Naruto is the type who can only work diligently on subject that interest him. And right now, his interest lies in jutsu, or as he put it, cool flashy secret technique. Then why not teach him exploding clones? Bunshin Deibakuha. Just as the words left his mouth, Kirin realized the stupidity of the suggestion. From the look on your face, you have noticed. Nonetheless, I will explain. Right now, Naruto possess about the same chakra capacity than we possess enough power to level Konoha to ground with multiple clone explosions at the same time. Seeing as that child can barely control his chakra, teaching him clone explosion will result in a literal disaster. I know, it was just a thought, Kirin muttered. Still, he needs an offensive technique. Right now, he is just overwhelming Sasuke with numbers. That's useless against highly skilled opponents. I am aware. I plan on teaching him Rasengan soon. Kirin tried to recall. Rasengan? You mean that sphere of chakra? Why that technique? He rarely saw Tendo using it. Then again, his teammates seemed to prefer using elemental techniques lately. The blonde shrugged. Namikaze Minato was the creator of that technique. Kirin nodded. Nothing more needs to be said. Sasuke panted as he destroyed yet another clone of Naruto. Is there no end to this? He started to wonder if Naruto had some kind of bloodline. No one should have that much chakra. He cursed as he realized that if this continues, he would lose, to Naruto of all people. I have no choice, he thought as he took out a pill. The Uchiha ate a chakra pill and swung his left arm forward. Wrapped on his finger was a ninja wire. He dashed around the training ground, avoiding the punches and kicks that the clones tried to land on him. As the wire made several complete circle of the training ground, Sasuke smirked. Kaiten. Hosenka no Jutsu. Sasuke shot a small fireball towards the wire, causing it to create a wall of fire around the training ground. That is, Tendo's face showed a sign of amusement. This is your doing, I assume, Uchiha? That's right, Kirin grinned, surprised. Before them, the clones of Naruto were forced to dispel as they hit the burning wire enclosing the training ground. Tendo shook his head. It is a norm for you, Uchiha, to copy other people's techniques. Using wire to substitute my chains, I suppose? The Uchiha shrugged. Well, real chains can't be burned easily. Tendo nodded. Indeed, I fondly recall your attempt to melt a kunai. How was your endeavor anyway? Did you manage to melt it? Bastard, ignoring that, it seems that the junior Uchiha is not LL talk. His skill with taijutsu is excellent for an academy graduate. It is expected though, you trained him. He knows Hosenka, and most likely, Gokakyu. To add, he seems to be quite cautious, bringing a chakra pill with him. Well, the chakra pill was Yuki's doing actually. She insisted that we bring chakra pills with us. Kirin nervously laughed. I'm quite sure that Sasuke didn't expect on using it against Naruto. Tendo frowned hearing the comment about his brother. Then he noticed what Naruto is doing inside the circular flame. This will end soon, he declared with a small smile. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Again, clones of Uzumaki Naruto appeared, but this time, they were standing on top of each other, creating a tower. Let's go! The real Naruto shouted, and a clone behind him, that was not part of the tower, nodded. Placing his arms together, the clone shouted, "Ready, boss." Naruto jumped on the clone's arm, and the clone lifted his arm, throwing Naruto towards the tower. Then, one by one, the clones in the tower kicked the flying Naruto to the sky, high enough to bypass the wall of fire. What? Sasuke gasped in surprise. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto placed his arms in cross seal, creating two Kage Bunshin in the sky with him. They kicked him, pushing the original towards Sasuke. Kick. Naruto kicked Sasuke's head, sending him flying. The last thing Sasuke's heard was his cousin's laughter. Uzumaki Naruto kick? Seriously? Kirin asked in the middle of his laugh. To my regret, even after my warning, Geto managed to infect that child. That was an interesting match, a voice commented from behind them. Finally, we've been waiting for you to come out, Scarecrow-sensei, Kirin grinned as he turned, seeing this world's version of his teacher. Kakashi gave them an eye smile. I'm not a teacher yet. Tendo gave him a raised eyebrow but did not comment. Instead, he asked, what do you think of the match? Kakashi's eye opened, showing his usual lazy look. They both are interesting for genin. Weaker than what I expected though. From what my Kusen said, I expected them to be stronger. Tendo nodded. Kirin and I were trained by better teachers and we are not a good teacher. We were planning to train them while waiting for you, however it seems that you were early. By your standard, at least. Anyway, shouldn't you introduce yourself to them? Then Kirin noticed that Sakura and Naruto had woken Sasuke up, as he was knocked unconscious by Naruto's kick. Scratch that. Let's stop them from killing each other first. Naruto and Sakura watched as Sasuke opened his eyes and sat. I lost? To Naruto? Sasuke muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Naruto frowned. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Naruto, you are the dead last, and Sasuke is the rookie of the year. How can he be defeated by you? Sakura asked, both to defend Sasuke and in honest surprise. They heard a chuckle. Now, where did I heard similar argument before? The rookie of the year won that time, though. A silver-haired man appeared near them, Tendo and Kirin beside him. Sasuke-san, I assume that you will accept my words now? You and Naruto are equal in combat. You might be more skilled, and possess stronger offensive technique. However, Naruto's body is stronger, and how he used his clones are superb. Sasuke frowned but he nodded. He knew that Naruto that he fought before was not the same Naruto he fought in the academy. His taijutsu was better, he actually fought with strategy, even though most of it involves swarming his opponent with clones. But most important of all, train me, Sasuke demanded, his eyes meeting Tendo's. No, the reply was fast and blunt. Why? Because I see no reason to, was the answer. I need power to defeat that man, Sasuke explained, and I should care, why? Sasuke glared at the blonde-haired shinobi. The Uchiha realized that one of the main reasons for Naruto's growth is without a doubt, his teacher. And there is something familiar about the man. Then why are you training Naruto? Questioned the Uchiha. Tendo shrugged, why should I tell you? Sasuke growled and Tendo chuckled. The rest of Team 7 watched with amusement and amazement at the exchange. Well, as interesting as this is, meet us on the academy's roof. The three of you. The silver-haired man clapped his hand and then the three older shinobi disappeared, leaving the three genin. And then, the silver-haired man told them to introduce themselves. They instead asked him to introduce himself first, resulting in the scene before. Well, moving along, I'm Uchiha Kirin. This team's Chunin assistant. It's a new position given by the Hokage. My task is basically to assist you whenever Hitaki-sensei is busy. Kirin then smiled. What I like is my girlfriend. What I dislike is a certain blonde bastard. My hobby is spending time with my girlfriend. My dream? Getting married, and staying alive I guess. Tendo smirked. Your father-in-law will not be pleased. He is planning to kill you for proposing to his daughter. Don't remind me, Kirin paled. I would like you to remember that at the time when you need me the most, Tendo began. Kirin grinned. Thanks, you're a true fry. I will be laughing at you from the side as you were cut into 7 pieces, the blonde ended nonchalantly. Go get kicked by a horse and die. Tendo ignored the Uchiha. I am Tendo. I am here tagging along with this idiotic Uchiha. He nodded towards Kirin, putting it bluntly, Kirin. And I are the candy and whip policy of this team. He will praise you for your work, and I will crush your happiness. Sensei, Naruto sighed, putting his head facepalming. The 2 other genin, Sasuke and Sakura, could not seem to decide how to react. My interest is battle. I dislike boredom. My goal is, Tendo thought for a moment, to kill a god. There was a silence after they heard that. Kirin, take him to the hospital, Kakashi ordered Kirin. Kirin laughed. Don't worry, sensei. God is a code name given by Tendo's teacher to his target. That bastard really doesn't plan on hiding his intention, does he? Kakashi shrugged hearing that. Alright then, now it's you guys' turn. Let's start from the right. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I like my friends and family, he added in his mind. And ramen. I dislike sensei's punishments and waiting 3 minutes for instant ramen. Naruto, Tendo sighed, you are embarrassing me. In the end, the boy was still a ramen-obsessed child. My hobby is training and pranking. My dream is, Naruto stopped. Sasuke and Sakura, who were half expecting him to say, to become a Hokage, looked at him in surprise. To be strong enough to protect people important to me, Naruto declared. Tendo's face showed a small proud smile hearing that, and Kakashi smiled under his mask. He has grown in an interesting way, Minato-sensei will be proud. Next is the black-haired one, Kakashi then amended as he saw Kirin smirking, the small one. Kirin gave a small frown as Sasuke spoke. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I dislike, and nothing I like. What I have is not a dream, but an ambition. My ambition is to kill a certain man. There was a silence as Team 7 thought about Sasuke's goal. It was broken by a sigh. Sasuke-san. Redo your introduction. Include your likes and dislikes properly this time, and you forgot your hobby. Sasuke glared towards Tendo. Why? He asked, not unlike how Tendo answered him, it's meaningless. Tendo shot him a raised eyebrow. You are a shinobi, are you not? It is an order. An order from your superior might be meaningless to you. However, most of the time, they have a reason. Uchiha Sasuke, my hobby is training. I like tomatoes, I dislike anything sweet. Tendo nodded his approval, good. Lastly, the pink-haired girl. My name is Haruno Sakura, Sakura began. The person I like is, she blushed as she stared at Sasuke. My hobby is, again, my dream. And your dislike? Kirin questioned, though his eyes showed his lack of enthusiasm. Ino. Kirin sighed, are all girls in that age like that? Tendo shrugged, I do not know of those in Konoha, however, Tayuya and Haku will kill you for assuming so. True enough. Well then, Kakashi stood up, now that the introductions are over, I guess I'll be telling you what we'll be doing. The 3 genins waited with anticipation. Nothing, Kakashi declared, that's all for today. Naruto and Sakura began to shout in outrage as Sasuke glared at the silver-haired Jonin. Calm down. Kakashi motioned them to stay down. Both Naruto and Sasuke must be tired from their match. Tomorrow, we'll be doing a survival training. That's why you should go back home and rest now. Survival training? Naruto tilted his head, confused. You see, kids, Kirin smirked as he gained their attention, you guys aren't a ninja yet. What? Sakura blinked, confusion filling the 3 genins' faces. Tendo sighed, both of you are taking too long. Allow me to explain, what is the number of students who graduated this year with you? 27, Sakura instantly answered. The unofficial Team 7 member nodded, correct. The graduates are divided into 9 teams. And each of them will be tested by their Jonin. Only 9 will be chosen to become shinobi. The rest will be returned to the academy. What? Why? Naruto jumped, outraged by the announcement. Kakashi's lone eye met the genins. Becoming a shinobi is no joke. Only those who are capable can become shinobi. And because of this, the bar must be set high. It isn't really that high though, Kirin whispered to Tendo. Tendo nodded. Tomorrow, we'll meet at the third training ground. Bring all of your shinobi tools, and don't eat breakfast, you might throw up. That's all for today, dismissed. Kakashi disappeared, leaving the three genins together with the Chunin and Tendo. There is nothing I wish to add to Hitaki-sensei's explanation. Tendo nodded to each of them. Naruto, there will be no training today. You are free to do as you wish. Kirin nodded. Same, Sasuke, you can do what you want. I need to have a talk with Hitaki-sensei. Tendo and Kirin both disappeared from the roof, each having their own destinations in mind. So, Tendo questioned Asura as he entered the realm's forge. The Shirado was standing beside a bed covered with blood. Asura turned towards his master with serious look. He is dead, killed by a defense mechanism placed on the seal. However, we managed to extract enough information about it. Explain it to me then. Tendo's eyes flickered towards the bed, where the corpse that was Mizuki laid. The seal placed on him contains a strange chakra that attracted nature chakra to it. And, with a command or when it detects its user's desire for power, it will unleash a transformation not unlike Jiraiya's sage transformation. However, as the user is most likely untrained in using it, they transformed into beasts instead of sage. This nature-attracting chakra, does Yasha have an idea where it came from? Tendo questioned. That chakra would be very useful to him. Gods can only be harmed by divine energy or nature chakra. While not many can harness either of them, much less both, the existence of this strange chakra would allow creation of weapons with capability to harness nature. Something that might change the tide of battle between humans and gods. Asura shook his head. Lady Yasha too had never seen such a thing. However, Tendo's eyebrow rose. We know where it is from. Tendo smiled. Share it with me then. Gakido. Or to be more precise, the body Gakido is inhabiting. Tendo's smile froze. The body they used for Gakido came from Kabuto and thus, most likely, Orochimaru. This is dangerous. From what he learned of this world's Orochi, it seems that Orochimaru was a madman hell-bent on ascending beyond humanity. If he learned of the gods, and the weapon that he possess, ensure that all shinobi in Taki are aware of Otogakure existence. Inform them to call one of us if they encounter Otogakure shinobi. Asura bowed. As you command. But, Tendo began, it is quiet, he said to Yasha who was following him as he walked through the forest near Takidakure, his unofficial training ground. We do not understand. Tendo sighed. Why is it so quiet? I thought the Amatsukami wanted to kill me. Why have they not come yet? I am bored. Yasha frowned. We believe that Master is taking them too lightly. They possess a reason for their silence. And that is? They are unable to track you, Master, Yasha answered him. Care to explain further? Asked Tendo with a curious look. Before this, the gods of Takamagahara managed to track Master and our previous priest by the contract established with them. However, now that the contract is broken, and Master is protected by Amaterasu-sama and Zhao Gongan's power, the Amatsukami are having difficult time pinpointing Master's location. Tendo nodded in understanding. I see. How long do you think I have until they find me? Yasha shook her head. We do not know. Tendo sighed. Oh well, I guess I will train while waiting for them. Yasha, I want to test the seal in the forge you gave me. Is that fine? Yasha wordlessly formed several golems and took out her scythe. We are ready. Tendo laughed. He placed his right hand over his left hand's open palm. His left hand glowed and he swung his right arm, revealing a katana. Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Yasha informed as the golems charged, the Godslayer blade, used by Izanagi and Susanoo to slay Hai no Kagutsuchi and Yamada no Orochi. The strongest weapon known to our pantheon, however. Yes? Tendo questioned lightly as he avoided the golem's fist and slashed it with the blade, cutting it into two easily. Currently, its power is limited. The artifact spirit living inside that blade is gone. Destroyed by Kusanagi no Tsurugi that was created by Yamada no Orochi's hatred to the blade that slain it. Is there any way to recover its power? Tendo asked as he cut down another golem. Though, I must admit, it is already powerful. Being able to cut down the golems this easily. Yasha nodded. There is, however, we do not advise this. We believe Master should not speak of this again. He had to admit, He was curious about Tatsuka's full power, but since Yasha advised him not to, he supposed he would listen. Yasha suddenly appeared before him, scythe raised. Tendo opened his left palm towards the scythe. This time a mirror appeared. Yasha swung her scythe towards Tendo. However, the mirror of truth already caught the scythe's reflection in it. There was a flash of light as the scythe hit Tendo. Tendo raised an eyebrow as he realized that he did not feel any pain, and instead, in front of him was Yasha, her left arm separated from her body. We are uncomfortable. Most people will not stop at uncomfortable. It feels good, Yasha questioned, tilting her head. How in the name of Lady Amaterasu did it become like that? From the video that Masters Outer showed us, we saw that mortals usually deny any pleasurable feelings during intercourse until they have reached their peak several times. Does that mean fighting and being stabbed is similar to intercourse for you? Is there not something wrong with that? Does that mean you are masochist? That video is just one interpretation. Not everyone is like that. No, in fact, when the hell did Gedo show you that video? Such an excellent display of Tsukomi skills from Master. Yasha expected no less, Yasha praised. Being praised for such a thing. I am not happy at all. Tendo sighed, and sighed again as he felt heat around him. Lady Amaterasu, why are you here? Amaterasu pointed towards him, as if saying, you called. Well, technically I did. Tendo shook his head in amusement. He did call her name. Then he saw a familiar book in Amaterasu's hand. This time, he had to read her the tale of Bamboo Cutter. Unlike all other times though, Tendo felt a strange sense of attachment towards the Princess Kaguya from the story. It was the same story as the one he had read. A baby was found inside a shining bamboo stalk. The baby was named Naotake no Kagayahime. Her beauty was beyond any others. Many nobles proposed to her, and she rejected each of them. Kaguya gave them impossible tasks, each of them impossible to complete. Then she met the emperor, Mikado, and fell in love. However, she refused to marry the emperor. This is because she was not of mortal world. She came from the moon capital, sent to Earth for her safety as the moon capital was warring against each other during that time. One day, the Tennin, heavenly beings, angels, whatever one wished to name them, came for her. They requested her to return to the moon. And she did, not before leaving one last letter for Mikado, and the elixir of life for her love. As Mikado read the letter Kaguya left for him, sadness washed over him, and he wrote a reply for Kaguya's letter, ordering his soldiers to take the letter to the mountain closest to heaven and burn it, and to bury the elixir of love in the same mountain. They did, and the book ended the story with strange words that somehow he could read. Mikado-sama, good day. It has been 100 years since this one last saw Mikado-sama's visage. This one apologized for not replying to Mikado-sama sooner. However, one's honored father prohibited one to return to Mikado-sama's world. One wishes, if somehow, this letter did made its way to Mikado-sama, then may one and Mikado-sama see each other again. Chapter 24 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Impstar. Sorry, but that will be impossible. I'm about to begin my thesis preparation soon. Ha ha ha, that just came to me as a random thought. Ayan Michi. Yes, Kishi does bring that kind of effect to people. Ha ha ha, praises and critics are the same for me. Both are things that can help me understand readers' thoughts. It is flames that I hate. AJ Guardian. Moon? Maybe? She is the princess of the moon? Element Kitsune. This chapter will be more serious, so to speak. Ha ha ha, the introduction was long because I need to find a way to establish how different would the mood of Team 7 will be with the addition of 2 more irresponsible adults. Well, I am a firm believer that even as pieces in current world, they will be at peace in the next one, so both. Of course, Orochimaru is dangerous. Which is why I am a bit disappointed with how canon seems to ignore him in favor of Akatsuki and Madara. Samsara being Samsara. It is a bittersweet story, but like I said, most people lately only knows the, for kids, version. Yeah, but Tendo is not Ashura's reincarnation, putting it simply. Mikado. Samsara Rakudo Madara, Nawaki, Karen's mother, that nameless Uzumaki Rakudo mentioned, Tendo. Ashura, Naruto. ASCK. Yeah, well, this chapter is quite serious though. True, as Element Kitsune said, Naruto is a broken Aesop now. Peace and order. Quite true. Druid FWY. Toho is invading your mind. True, that innocence, how to say this? If it was up to me, I would like to corrupt it. But since Tendo is not a protagonist of that kind of story, I won't. Yeah. Ha ha ha, Bamboo Cutter. I wonder how did I turn Bamboo Cutter into a foreshadowing? Shadow Maria love. I'm sure Shisui or Kirin will compile such manual, with Tendo's help. Or maybe Itachi, since he seems to have some strange sense of humor too. Aim no Kageseo. He isn't. Mikado, Samsara Rakudo Madara, Nawaki. Karen's mother, that nameless Uzumaki Rakudo mentioned, Tendo. Ashura, Naruto. Ha ha ha, yeah, subtle as a stealthy brick, he is. Actually, I think he can, since Jugo's body absorbs nature energy. We'll see, shall we? SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. That, he is, Abdulosaurus. I did my job then. Crow 667. Rants, is that you? Well, no harem development here. Just serious Team 7 bell test. Flawless Mirage. That foreshadowing is as subtle as a bulldozer crashing through a building. Thanks, I'll try. Green Apple-chan. As I mentioned above, Tendo is as subtle as a stealthy brick. Samsara. Game of Gods Chapter 24 Team 7, Part 1. You're late. Naruto and Sakura shouted while Sasuke simply glared at their teacher. Sorry about that, I got lost on the road of life, or so the Jonin claimed as he waved lazily. Kirin and Tendo, who were standing next to the Genin's side, they were used to this. Scarecrow's ability to get lost in a straight path aside, we should not waste any more time. Kakashi nodded. All right, Tendo will explain to you your task. Tendo took out a small bell. Do you three see this bell? There are two of them, divided among Kakashi, Kirin and I. Your task is to find out which of us possess a bell, and acquire said bell from us. Those who acquire a bell will be accepted into Team 7. Kirin smirked as he listened to his teammate's explanation. There were two main differences between their test and the original bell test. One is that they did not inform the students which person actually carries a bell, and the other is. Well, let's keep that as a surprise, right? Kirin thought. The person who fails to acquire a bell will be tied to one of the stump over there. Kakashi pointed to a tree stump on the ground. They won't get any food, and they fail. The one without a bell must go back to the academy. Naruto gulped hearing that. Going back to the academy. His mother and sisters would be sad if he failed, and Naruto moved his gaze towards his brother, who smiled cheerfully, causing Naruto to break out in a cold sweat. I'll die. If I don't get a bell, I'll die. Tendo chuckled when he saw Naruto panicking as Kakashi continued his words. You can use any tools in your disposals to acquire the bells. I want you to attack me with an intent to kill. But, you'll be in danger. Sakura's words caused Kirin to burst out laughing. Sakura-san, Tendo called, causing the girl to pale. It seemed that he had established his position clearly. I highly doubt the three of you can touch us. In danger? Do not joke around, each of us can kill you without moving a single step. Kakashi eyes smiled. Now, Tendo. It can't be helped that Sakura-chan is worried about her cool sensei, which is me, of course. Though I must admit, the dead last and the guy who was beaten by said dead last seemed to be quite excited. Naruto and Sasuke immediately dashed towards Kakashi, kunai raised. There was a sound of metals clashing with each other and the genins froze. And you are dead, Tendo declared as his kunai stopped inch from Naruto's throat, the genin's kunai being cut into two. Really, Sasuke, you're so reckless, Kirin sighed as one of his kunai stopped Sasuke's and the other placed directly in front of the smaller Uchiha's eyes. See? Kakashi eyes smiled. If you can't even get past them, what makes you think you'll be any danger to me? However, Kakashi's eye turned cold. That was a good attempt. I think I'll like you guys. Ready? The genins tensed. Begin. And they disappeared, leaving the three senior shinobi. Good. Kakashi nodded as his 3 students disappeared from his view. The most important thing for a shinobi is your stealth. Kakashi-sensei, fight me. Naruto appeared before the one-eyed Jonin and the 2 assistants. That foolish brother of mine, Tendo sighed while palming his face. Beside him, Kirin was laughing. Damn, Tendo, where did you find this guy? He's hilarious. You're a strange one, aren't you? Kakashi asked Naruto blankly. The strange one here is your hair, Naruto shouted as he charged towards the Jonin. Kakashi sighed and opened his pouch. Naruto immediately stopped his charge. Shinobi Lesson, Part 1, Taijutsu, Kakashi declared. Kakashi-sensei, isn't taijutsu supposed to be hand-to-hand combat? Naruto asked Kakashi, who nodded cheerfully. That's right, Kakashi answered as he took out an orange book. Kirin grinned. No doubt this will end in a hilarious way. Naruto watched Kakashi with a conflicted expression, torn between outrage and confusion. What's with that book? Naruto asked. I just want to know what happens next. Don't worry about it, it won't make any difference with you guys. Naruto glared. I'll beat you down, he roared. To Tendo it was pathetic, seeing Naruto being taunted that easily, and how the Genin's sloppy attacks were blocked. He did not ascertain which of us possess a bell, instead he simply challenged Kakashi. Most likely this is because he considered Kakashi the greatest threat among us, a Jonin, Tendo analyzed. Kirin, we should move, Tendo told his friend as he walked away from the field, not sparing his student a single glance. Kirin smirked. All right, but that was cruel of you, Kirin commented, changing the rules of the test like that. These children should not be pampered. They are more stubborn than you or. Suddenly, an explosion of killing intent filled the place. Tendo and Kirin turned their head. Konohagakure Hiden Taijutsu Ogi. Senengarashi. And thus, did another being named Naruto fell to the might of the secret taijutsu technique that was handed down by Konohagakure elite Jonin for generations. The 2 senior shinobi watched as the blonde Genin was sent flying to the lake. Kirin grinned and he opened his mouth to comment. Don't say a word, Uchiha, Tendo cut his teammate off. Don't say. Whoa, Tendo's words were cut off as he was struck by a fireball. Kirin laughed as Sasuke appeared before him. That was gold. Anyway, I'm outta here. Try not to get killed, Sasuke. The elder Uchiha disappeared. Just as Sasuke tried to process the words his Kusan left him, his world was filled with pain and he was sent flying by a kick from Tendo. Not bad, Uchiha. You attacked once our guard was down. However, it would take more than a weak ember such as that to bring me down, Tendo praised as he landed on the ground. Not even his clothes were singed by Sasuke's flame. Sasuke glared as blood flowed from his mouth. Just as I wished, he declared to his senior. He knew that the blonde was the most ruthless out of the 3 sensei, and perhaps, the strongest. He might not be able to acquire training from the blonde right now, but fighting Tendo to test his limit would be good. However, to his disappointment, the pressure around his senior disappeared. Tendo sighed. Unfortunately, your cousin made me promise not to use any lethal techniques against you or Sakura, such a pity. Sasuke's glare grew more intense as he noticed that Naruto's name was left out. Did this man truly think that he was weaker than the blonde? Let me begin my lesson then, Genjutsu. Genjutsu? Sasuke questioned. Do you think you can use an illusion against an Uchiha? Tendo's smile was cruel as he retorted, if I recall correctly, according to your esteemed ancestor, an Uchiha's worth is determined by their eyes. You who have yet to unlock Sharingan is not an Uchiha. Sasuke immediately charged, anger filling him at the taunt. Shut up. A Genjutsu, his senior spoke in a relaxed voice, avoiding his punch, is not limited to a shinobi technique. Genjutsu, using kanji of illusion and technique, is an art of tricking and manipulating your opponent to a certain state of mind. Even something as simple as taunting you could be considered as a genjutsu. Sasuke growled, but he tried to regain his composure. He knew the truth in the blonde's words. So what? Making me angry doesn't mean you've won. Tendo chuckled. Indeed, it does not. However, the fact that you did not even notice that you were trapped in an illusion can be attributed to your anger. Sasuke's eyes widened, forming a seal and gathering his chakra. He shouted, Kai. Immediately the Tendo before him disappeared. The Uchiha narrowed his eyes, turning his head around to search for any clues for the Sannin's apprentice's location. Pathetic, he heard just as his vision was filled with black. Did you not even realize that it was two-layered genjutsu? Sasuke immediately understood. The Tendo who lectured him was an illusion. However, behind that illusion was another illusion, an illusion where Tendo was not there. It was his complete loss. I do hope you will not disappoint me next time, Uchiha, Tendo stated as he walked away from the unconscious genin. Oh, and for you, Haruno, Tendo commented as if just remembering, causing Sakura who was watching the unconscious Sasuke to freeze. That Sasuke was an illusion. The real one is not there, he told the girl. The girl immediately escaped, causing him to chuckle, not in amusement but disappointment. She did not even realize that I lied. Pathetic, all of them. He directed his disappointment not only to Sasuke and Sakura, but also to Naruto. No matter, I do hope they will do better in their next attempt. On the other side of the plains, Naruto continued his assault on Kakashi, creating 20 clones to assist him in this endeavor. Kakashi lazily avoided the clones' attacks, hitting them lightly and dispelling them one by one. Are you really trained by that guy? Kakashi asked the army of Naruto with his usual bored expression. They glared, each of them replying with affirmatives, and one of them shouted, "Why the hell are you asking?" Kakashi scratched his hair. How'd I say this? You guys are weak. Immediately exploding in anger, the Naruto army renewed their attacks on Kakashi. Lesson: Ninjutsu. Kirin shouted as he suddenly placed himself between the clones of Naruto and Kakashi. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. In an instant, the army was obliterated, save for the real Naruto who fell to the ground with singed clothes. Well, that was quite anticlimactic, Kakashi commented. Kirin nodded. I held back on the fire. With Naruto's body, it'll only hurt him for a few seconds. Kakashi's eyes smiled. Then, shall we begin? Kirin did not answer as the two shinobi jumped to the forest, leaving the unconscious Naruto on the ground. Naruto, Naruto. The younger blonde opened his eyes and saw Sakura and Sasuke standing beside him. Sakura? Sasuke? Did you two get the bells? Naruto questioned. Sakura shook her head while Sasuke simply glared. No, none of them are here. Our teachers disappeared. Disappeared? Naruto voiced his question out loud. This time, it was Sasuke who nodded. They aren't in the training ground. Most likely they're in the village. Wait, then what about the test? Naruto asked, panicked at the thought of failing. Sakura thought for a moment. Maybe they're trying to stall until the time limit? What time limit? Naruto asked, puzzled. Sakura was about to answer but she froze. Their faces immediately paled. They didn't give a time limit, Sasuke muttered. That means, Sakura began. The only way to end this test, a voice cut their conversation as Tendo appeared on the edge of the field, is for you to acquire a bell or die trying. Even after you return to your homes and rest, the test will still continue. There is no end to it, unless you steal a bell from us, or you kill yourselves. Saying that, Tendo took out a bell and jingled it. Now, what do you say for another chance at the bell? Naruto and Sasuke immediately dashed, Sakura following behind them. Tendo smiled as he avoided their attacks. As Sasuke swung his fist, Tendo spun and threw Naruto towards its trajectory, causing the punch to hit the blonde instead. As Sakura tried to cut him with a kunai, Tendo stole the kunai and threw it towards Sasuke. It was apparent that the genins cannot win should the battle continue this way. And then, Naruto summoned his clones, and Tendo's smile disappeared. It was a major disaster for the genins. Naruto's clones got in the way of Sakura and Sasuke's attacks. The elder blonde simply used the clones as shield. Enough, Tendo declared as he watched one of Naruto's clone accidentally punching Sasuke. He flicked his fingers and immediately the genins were sent to the ground, pushed by an unseen pressure. Naruto's clones too disappeared without a single resistance. This is beyond pathetic. You three are attacking me without any semblance of strategy. In fact, all of you simply hindered one another, Tendo lectured them with a cold expression. And then, Naruto brought out his clones, completely ruining any attempts of teamwork in this team. The clones were useless. They attacked their own teammates. They took attacks from their own teammates. Tendo's eyes were filled with not anger, but pity. There were no words that I can use to describe your performance. It wasn't even a battle, it wasn't even a fight, it was simply a disappointment. Should you become genin with this kind of team, you will be dead before the end of your first mission. He threw the bell to the ground. With a sigh, he spoke, "Take it. I am done with you fools." After that, the elder shinobi left the genins without any more words. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were silent, still laying on the ground, their minds reeling from the rant that Tendo delivered. For Sasuke, who lost his family in the massacre, and Naruto, whose mother doted on him ever since they reunited, it was the first time someone lectured them like that. Even Sakura, whose parents disapproved her choice to become a kunoichi, had never been chewed out like that. Sasuke had to admit, he completely disregarded his teammates in the fight they had. Several times in the heat of battle, his kunai stabbed Naruto's clones in their vital spot. Were that the real Naruto, he would have died. Sakura recalled a few times Naruto's clones almost killed her, and the few times she did kill them. How Tendo had taken her kunai and used it to cut her comrade. It was eye-opening. It was the truth that Iruka-sensei had once lectured them in class, that the world of shinobi is unforgiving. Naruto took the lecture the hardest. His sensei had voiced his disappointment for a few times in their training, however, he had never lost faith in Naruto. This is the first time he abandoned Naruto, even saying that he was done with them. Now that the battle is over, he received the memories of his clones, how he hurt Sasuke and Sakura, how they killed him. The members of Team 7 looked at each other, and then to the lone bell on the ground. They nodded and Naruto took the bell. They didn't know how long did they lay down there, thinking. By the time they realized it, it was already nighttime. "Do you know where he is?" Sasuke asked Naruto. There was no need to mention who this he was. Naruto nodded. He knew where his brother would be whenever he needed a time to think alone. He stood and walked towards the village, Sasuke and Sakura following. Sakura spoke as they walked. "Sasuke-san, Naruto-san, I apologize for being useless. Back then, I just dragged you both down." Naruto gave her a cheerful grin, or at least, he attempted to. It looked more like a wince. "Yeah, I'm sorry too. My clones hurt you both. If anything, I was the burden." Sasuke seemed to be fighting something inside him as he listened to his teammates. Finally he looked away. "Sorry," he muttered. From behind a tree in the training ground, Kakashi and Kirin shared a smile. While it was a small step forward, it seemed that their plan worked. Tendo stood silently on the training ground near the Uzumaki clan house. "Why are you here?" he questioned coldly towards the three genin who marched towards him. Naruto threw the bell towards his sensei, who caught it. "And what does this mean?" Tendo asked the three with a raised eyebrow. "You said there isn't a time limit, right?" Naruto asked. At Tendo's nod, Sakura spoke. "We don't need your pity. We'll take the bell with our own power." Tendo gave them a mocking smirk. "Truly? Even after that catastrophic performance you gave?" Sasuke glared. "Mock us all you want. Tomorrow, we'll be the ones laughing." "Huh, so it seems you kids are quite confident." Tendo appraised each of them. "However, you do remember that one of you will fail, do you not? There are only 2 bells, while there are 3 of you." Hearing this, the genins glared at him. "We'll make you a deal, sensei," Naruto shouted. "If we get both bells tomorrow, then we'll pass together. If we fail to get both bells, we'll fail together." Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. Tendo chuckled. "What is this? It seems that you 3 managed to put aside your differences to work together. Very well." As he nodded, Kakashi and Kirin appeared from the shadows. "We accept. Do not put a disappointing dance like you did before." And thus, Tendo thought as the 3 genin walked away from him and his fellow teachers, did they manage to pass the first stage of this test? Shall we see whether they will pass the test tomorrow or not? He let out a chuckle as he imagined what the 3 rookies would bring. Chapter 25 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths in Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed. What did I do to deserve this? Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Shadow Maria Love. Well, this is Tendo after all, and Michi. Ha ha ha, I am wary of advancing the story, especially with the recent revelations in the manga. Kagaya as antagonist, Oh my. What a coincidence, that is my plan too. About Asura and Indra, we'll see, Druid FWY. Ha ha ha, real life problems, sorry about that. Well, read on. Peace and order. Could work, if not because they're in their serious mode right now. Besides, Kirin is, well, just read on. Element Kitsune. Bring them up, and push them down. Candy and whip policy at its finest. Kirin is officially Chunin in canon verse. He was a Jonin in Samsara verse though. Tendo had no rank. They're best friends, after all. He has, in the introduction chapter. Almost breaking. Just wait until Tendo be the one on the receiving end. Well, to be fair, they won't change that quickly. This is one of the situation where Team 7 can work together, but can drift apart easily too. Compare Wave Mission and Chunin Exam. Eloxamax. Quite, well, Suede is fine. Being Sasuke's fanboy, lavishing praise on him while ignoring Naruto and Madara's techniques are not fine. I thought he would be more excited seeing the strange techniques that Madara can use. I mean those are techniques from 100 years ago, you know. Poor kids indeed. The only way for Tendo's journey to end is for him to die. No other path. Impstar. We have seen how Kakashis, ignore them and let them grow by themselves, approach work in the canon. It failed spectacularly, and soft love will certainly be repelled by Sasuke's attitude. Crow 667. He doesn't, and yes, it was quite short. I promised to post a new Tokyo Guardian chapter but I was too busy, sorry about that. I'll post it when I can. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. Thanks. Samsara. Game of Gods Chapter 25 Team 7, Part 2. They're late, again. Naruto shouted as he, Sasuke and Sakura sat in the middle of the training grounds, waiting for their sensei and seniors, who, even as clock ticks life away, still does not appear. The sun gleefully shone upon them in the sky, indicating that the time when they're supposed to meet, 6 in the morning, has already long passed. Sakura nodded, supporting Naruto's anger. Seriously. Why aren't they here yet? After our seniors insulted Kakashi-sensei yesterday, they aren't any better. Sasuke did not voice his complaints out loud, but his glare was more intense than usual. You kids, what are you doing here? An unfamiliar voice asked them. The three not yet Genins turned their heads towards the voice and saw a shinobi wearing standard Konoha shinobi uniform, with his head covered by a bandana. The shinobi's sunglasses glinted. Are you kids aware that using the training ground without permission is against the law? Huh? Naruto blinked. Without permission? Our sensei told us to meet in this training ground? Sakura protested. The sunglasses, as Naruto dubbed him in his mind, seemed taken aback. Then, may I have your sensei name? Perhaps he has run into some kind of trouble. Hitaki Kakashi, Sakura answered dutifully. The shinobi blinked. Last I saw Hitaki-san, he was fishing with Jiraiya-sama's apprentice and Uchiha-san. The three members of Team 7 froze. Where? Sasuke uttered, his eyes full of rage. The shinobi fixed his sunglasses. I believe they're at the lake east to Konohagakure. Those bastards. They tricked us. Naruto was the first to roar and sprint towards the direction of the Konoha's main gate. Sakura and Sasuke followed soon after, each of them possessing burning flames of fury within their eyes. The sunglass-wearing shinobi watched the kids leaving him. He took off his bandana and sunglasses. Really, they didn't even notice it was me, Kirin sighed. I'll have to return this to Ebisu-san soon. Shrugging, he walked away to the opposite direction of where the not yet Genins went. Sensei. Naruto shouted as he and his army of clones rushed towards Kakashi and Tendo, who, as the sunglass-wearing shinobi told them, were fishing. Kakashi, I already fought them yesterday. It is your turn today, Tendo told the Jonin. The silver-haired man shrugged, giving the approaching army of orange an eye smile. Oh well, let's just get this over with. As the Naruto's assault began, Kakashi avoided each of the attacks while giving light punches back towards the army, dispelling the clones one by one. From the corner of Kakashi's eye, he saw a hint of red and blue among the Narutos. They're together. And they aren't getting in their teammates' way like yesterday. But, Kakashi was replaced by a log as Sasuke's kunai hit it. Sasuke and Sakura are a bit confused on how to attack, since there are too many Narutos and they don't know which one is the real one. Rather than teamwork, This is more of them leaving each other to their own devices. Soon enough, the army of Narutos were gone, leaving the three Genins against an unscratched Kakashi. Is that all? Kakashi asked in a bored drawl, taking out his Icha Paradise book. Naruto gritted his teeth. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Just as his clones were about to swarm Kakashi once more. Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu. The army of clones were vaporized by a fireball heading towards Kakashi. Kakashi's lone eye glinted, seeing Sasuke's attack. That's the end of this fight then. Let us see. Tendo made a slash mark on a slab of stone. Not being able to figure out Kirin's disguise, -5 points. Then he looked towards the Genins who were tied around a tree near him. Not being able to hit Hitaki, -10 points. This time, he made 2 slashes on the stone. On the riverside near them, Kakashi waved happily towards the Genins. The Genins said nothing, they simply glared at him. Having 0 strategy as you approached us, blinded with anger, -10 points, another 2 slashes. Finally, 0 teamwork. 0 attempt to communicate your plan to your teammates, -20 points. This time, 4 slashes were made. Tendo shook his head. Another failure for you. Even after you made that cool declaration yesterday. What was it? Tendo transformed into Naruto. We'll make you a deal, sensei. He mimicked Naruto's shout. If we get both bells tomorrow, then we'll pass together. If we fail to get both bells, we'll fail together. Then he transformed back to his usual self, and yet, you guys failed anyway. Well, you kids still have about 9 hours before midnight. The Jiraiya's apprentice chuckled. I doubt it will make any difference though. He cut the rope around the 3 Genins and the 3 wasted no time in charging towards him. By the way, the elder blonde began as the kids approached him. I am a clone. He exploded into smoke, and the 3 collided with each other. I'm a clone too. The Kakashi near them shouted as another sound of explosion echoed. Those bastards are dead. Naruto shouted, immediately jumping, already prepared to run through the village to find their sensei and seniors. Wait, Naruto. Sakura grabbed his leg just as he was about to run. We can't get the bells like this, we need strategy. Sasuke grunted as he stood. It pains me to admit, but they're far stronger than us. We won't be able to steal a bell without any plan. Naruto frowned. What was that for Sasuke? You could have hit me with that big fire of yours. Naruto shouted, recalling how Sasuke destroyed most of his clones, just before Kakashi knocked them unconscious in the previous fight. Sasuke glared. Your clones are getting in our way. Don't you have any other techniques? It might be useful when you have to fight alone, but with us around, we don't know if the you in our way is real or not. Naruto glared back, not wanting to lose. Calm down, you two. Sakura shouted. We're supposed to be working together. Naruto and Sasuke glared at each other for a few moments, until Naruto finally looked away. All right, I won't use clones anymore. Sasuke nodded. If you are going to use clones, at least make it clear for us which one is the real you. Maybe we can make some secret codes. Sakura suggested. It might help us make a plan when fighting them too. Naruto and Sasuke turned towards her with interest, though Sasuke tried to feign disinterest. What's your plan? Tendo and Kakashi ate their ramen as Tucci questioned them of Naruto's progress. It was nighttime right now. 4 more hours and the Genins will fail their test. The blonde shrugged. They took 2 steps forward and 1 step backward, he answered. Tucci frowned. I see, will they pass? He asked again. Tendo motioned to Kakashi to answer. I am an outsider here. It is Hitaki's decision. Kakashi eyes smiled. Well, I don't mind passing them as long as they show potential for teamwork. But Kirin and Tendo here had other plans. Tucci raised an eyebrow, interested. First, if they show good team. Kakashi's words were cut by a loud voice. Kakashi-sensei, sadist-sensei. We challenge you, Naruto shouted as he entered Ichiraku Ramen. Speak of the orange, and it shall appear, huh? Tendo chuckled. Good luck, Hitaki. Kakashi turned towards the elder blonde with a questioning look. What will you be doing while I fight? Eating my ramen, obviously. Kakashi and the 3 Genins stood facing each other. Around them were civilians and shinobi who were curious at the commotion, forming a circle around them. Again, Come at me with an intent to kill, Kakashi told them lazily, opening his Icha book. Naruto jumped towards Kakashi, his hands moving towards a cross position. Kakashi raised an eyebrow but allowed Naruto to gather his chakra. After all, if he still planned to use clones even after the beating before, they either have some kind of plan, or they are morons. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto shouted. Kakashi sighed as he avoided the Naruto clones again. Are you one-trick pony or something? Kakashi asked. Not only he used clones again, this time, it was obvious which one is the real one as Naruto used it right in front of him. Kakashi easily caught the real Naruto, is that all? Surprisingly, Naruto grinned, bastard. Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke fired his jutsu without hesitation. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, is Naruto confident that his body can take on a fire jutsu? Or is he? Kakashi's eyes widened as the Naruto he caught exploded into smoke, just as the fireball struck him and exploded. Did we get him? Sasuke wondered as he kept his eyes trained on the area around him. Not bad, Sasuke. Kakashi appeared behind the Uchiha. Where's the real Naruto? He asked as he placed a kunai behind his student's neck. He must stop the Uchiha now. His fire techniques could cause disaster if it hits one of the spectators around them. Too bad, sensei. Sasuke smirked. I'm a clone. Sasuke exploded into smoke. Kakashi's eye widened. He immediately spun, expecting an attack to come from his back, but nothing happened. Gotcha. Naruto jumped from underground, his hand reaching for the bell on Kakashi's waist. However, Kakashi's honed senses allowed him to leap faster than Naruto, causing the genin to miss. His eyes immediately moved towards Sakura, the only member who had yet to do anything. Sakura met his stare coldly, something that raised an alarm within Kakashi. As far as he knew, the pink-haired girl did not have that kind of personality. Then, as Sakura's hands moved, Kakashi's suspicions were confirmed. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Kakashi avoided the small fireballs aimed towards him, but then he realized his error. They were fighting in the middle of the street. Seeing one of the fireball kept moving towards one of the civilian, Kakashi sprung and deflected the fireball just before it hit one of the villager. He was about to scold Sasuke for not watching his aim before he felt a presence behind him. Sensei. Kakashi heard Sakura's voice, coming from behind him, and he relaxed immediately, figuring out what just happened. We got the bell. Tendo chuckled as he watched the whole battle from the sidelines. The first, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who appeared in front of Kakashi were not the real ones. They were two Naruto clones and Sasuke disguised as Sakura. When one of the clone approached Kakashi and used Kage Bunshin, Sakura, who was actually Sasuke, used Great Fireball. Because Kakashi's attention were focused on Naruto, he failed to notice that it was Sakura who launched the technique. Instead, he assumed it was Sasuke. Kakashi immediately attacked Sasuke, intending to stop the Uchiha's jutsu before they could harm the spectators. This is part of the kid's plan, and the real Naruto who hid underground attacked Kakashi while his guard was down. From that, the kids must have seen that Kakashi prioritized the civilians' safety, and so, Sasuke took the chance to aim his fireballs towards one of the villager, who is actually Sakura in disguise. Perhaps because Sakura herself is not really a shinobi material with her low chakra capacity and below average physical strength, Kakashi let his guard down and assumed that she was truly a civilian caught in a shinobi battle. Kakashi even forgot that it is very strange for a civilian girl to be here at nighttime. He supposed that was because shinobi are usually active at night. They forgot that civilians were not like them. Sakura took the chance to steal the bell from Kakashi. This was beyond his or Kakashi's expectation. They showed good strategy and teamwork, and he could see that Naruto and Sasuke made a few signals to each other, just before Sasuke launched his small fireballs towards Sakura. However, that was an excellent display of teamwork. You three, Tendo spoke to the three genins, approaching them as they cheered. It appears that the three of you has exceeded our expectation. Sensei. Naruto shouted happily, then we, yes, Tendo nodded, you guys only have one more hour to pass our test. Huh? Sakura blinked. Tendo chuckled. Take a look at that bell in your hand, Haruno. Sakura examined the bell closely and gasped, Genjutsu. And indeed, in her hand now was a rock. Allow me to inform you kids one thing. Tendo's smirk was of pure amusement. Since the start of the test, Kakashi and I did not possess a bell. Kirin have both of the bells tied around his waist. So, everything we did just now, Naruto asked, dread coloring his face. Worth absolutely nothing. Your target is still at large, Tendo ended with a cold smile. You can find Kirin inside the Uchiha clan compound. Good luck. Tendo and Kakashi left with a swirl of leaves. A silence filled the street. The spectators of the fight watched the three silent genins with varying emotions from pity to amusement. Sasuke, how far is the Uchiha clan compound? Naruto asked the Uchiha. 10 minutes, Sasuke answered. Then what are we waiting for? Let's beat up that cousin of yours. The hopefully soon-to-be genins dashed towards their destination, filled with vigor. What do you mean he isn't here? Naruto shouted in surprise. In front of him and his teammates were Kirin's girlfriend, Yuki. As I have told you, Kirin is not here. Perhaps Tendo-san tricked you? Sasuke trailed off. Seemed like something he would do, was left unsaid. Then, Yuki-san, do you have any idea where Kirin-senpai is? Sakura asked her. Yuki thought for a moment. This morning, he told me that he is going to climb a mountain. A mountain? Naruto asked blankly. Indeed, Yuki nodded. Kirin claimed that a friend of his invited him to dine in the middle of a mountain. Seriously? Sakura asked weakly. Maybe he deliberately left from Konoha so that they couldn't pursue him? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. I see. Thank you. Yuki nodded. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help much. Please don't hesitate to drop by again should you have any question. The three genins walked out of the Uchiha clan compound. Dark clouds flew over Naruto and Sakura's heads. What are you two doing? Sasuke asked them. Let's go. Go where? Naruto asked. To the middle of a mountain. Sasuke answered. Middle of a mountain, Sakura repeated again. Then her eyes widened in realization. I see. Naruto blinked, not understanding what his two teammates are talking about. Here we are, Sakura declared as they stood in front of a house. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Whose house is this? Read the name plate, Sasuke commanded. And Naruto did. Yamanaka. Naruto read out loud. Yama no Naka. The middle of a mountain. Naruto's eyes light up. Kirin-senpai is here? He was. A ponytailed man answered Naruto's question. He dined with my family today, however he left already. Visiting a young deer. Inoichi-san, it has been quite some time. How are you? Sakura politely greeted the man, bowing. Sasuke bowed a little while Naruto just stared at the man, puzzled. Who are you? Naruto asked. Naruto. Be more polite. This man is Yamanaka Inoichi, an elite shinobi and Ino's father. Sakura scolded the blonde. Naruto did not seem impressed by the introduction but bowed a bit. Inoichi smiled. I am fine, and I see that you are in quite a pickle, Haruno-kun. I'll advise you to follow the clue I left you quickly, before you escape. Remember, he is visiting a young deer. Sakura bowed again. Yes, thank you very much. A young deer, Naruto muttered. That's Shikamaru, right? Sasuke and Sakura nodded. They found Shikamaru asleep near the Nara clan's house. Shikamaru, wake up! Naruto shouted beside the poor Nara's ear. Shikamaru jumped. He looked at the three people around him. Troublesome. He closed his eyes again, trying to return back to the land of dream. Nara, keep your eyes open or Naruto will shout at your ear again, Sasuke threatened. It worked. Shikamaru's eyes were now open, though it was clear that he did not want to be there. We are looking for Sasuke-kun's cousin, Kirin. Do you know where he is? Shikamaru said nothing but handed them a piece of paper. Huh? Naruto blinked. On it were 6 questions and a string of numbers. 1. The number of shadows standing over Konohagakure. 2. The path of shinobi. 3. Hyuga clan's bloodline. 4. The pride of Aburame clan. 5. The white fang of Konoha. 6. Mokuton. Maruyan Sanju Juichi ni. Naruto read the numbers 0, 4, 3, 10, 11 and 2. What does that mean? Sakura shrugged. First of all, Let's try to answer the 6 questions. Number 1. The shadows standing over Konohagakure means the Hokage, right? Naruto asked his teammates. They nodded. The answer is 4, Yan. Sasuke declared. The path of shinobi? Sakura questioned. Nindo. Naruto shouted while pumping his fist. Number 3, Byakugan. Sasuke answered coldly. Number 4 is difficult, Sakura commented. Naruto read the statement on the paper. The pride of Aburame clan. Aburame means Shino's family, right? Does that mean the answer is those bugs they have? Sasuke shook his head. Someone once told me something about them. Aburame Shibi is the pride of Aburame clan. So the answer is this, Shibi, guy? Naruto asked, a bit puzzled, yet, he wrote down the answer. Number 5, the White Fang of Konoha. Sasuke read out, I do not recall anyone with that title. Sakura smiled, I know him. He is Kakashi-sensei's father, Hitaki Sakumo. I found out about him while I researched about sensei. Last question. Naruto shouted excitedly, it's Mokuton? Senju. Sasuke answered, his tone colder than when he answered the question about Byakugan. So, the answers are, the genins reread the piece of paper where they answered the questions. 1. Yan 2. Nindo 3. Byakugan 4. Aburame Shibi 5. Hitaki Sakumo. 6. Senju 0, 4, 3, 10, 11, 2. What does this mean? Sakura wondered. Troublesome, they heard Shikamaru mutter. The maru on the paper doesn't mean 0, it means whole. Whole? Naruto asked the Nara. One number, one question. Read the character located on the clue. Number 1 is Yan, number 2 is D, number 3 is A, and so on. Sakura read them, Yan, D, A, I, M, E. Yandaime, the 4th, she finished. Does that mean Senpei is somewhere with connection with the 4th? Shikamaru lazily nodded. He is on the Hokage monument, on top of the 4th's head. Also, you guys only have a few minutes before midnight. Hearing that, the 3 immediately dashed towards the Hokage monument, where the 4 Hokages, heads, watched the over village. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered. The questions and answers are too simple. The Nara recalled how he was dragged into this farce. There, I beat you, so, can you help me a bit? The smiling Uchiha said to him as he handed the shocked Nara a piece of paper. Between the two was a shogi board, where a game just took place. Sometimes, Uchiha, the blonde that watched them muttered, I wonder if you were pretending to be a fool, or honestly an idiot. Savon. I'll ask for a rematch tomorrow, Shikamaru muttered as he fell asleep once again. Uchiha Kirin chuckled as he sensed 3 chakra signatures approaching him with great speed. He looked at the clock in his hand, it was minutes before midnight. Took them long enough, he commented. The genins saw him from a distance, standing on top of the 4th Hokage's head. Senpei. Fight you. Naruto's shout was cut by a bell thrown towards his face. Congratulations, Kirin told them with a smile. You kids passed. What? Sakura blinked. Tendo didn't tell you. I don't plan on fighting you kids. My only test for you is to see whether you can find me before the time is up. Then the alarm started to ring. And time is up now. Glad that you found me before it rang, huh, genins? The newly passed genins collapsed immediately. Their bodies finally felt the exhaustion that had been following them throughout the day. Kirin laughed, come on, don't be like that. Raise your heads, Kirin waved at them to come towards him. The 3 genins limped towards him, and he patted their heads one by one. Look behind me, what do you guys see? The 3 shinobi looked beyond Kirin and Sakura gasped in surprise. Sasuke's eyes widened while Naruto smiled widely. During the night of Konoha, the village was supposed to be shrouded in darkness. Instead, white paint covered the roof of Hokage residence, forming words. Congratulations. Genins of Team 7, Tendo and Kakashi-sensei wrote it. Kirin informed the kids, from now on, the 3 of you are shinobi of Konohagakure. Hold your head high and proud, members of Team 7. For you kids passed the test that we gave you with flying colors. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura did not know how long they stood, watching the words on the roof of Hokage residence. Kirin smiled at the 3 as he stealthily left the Hokage monument, allowing the genins to soak on the success of their first mission together. Then Kirin remembered. I wonder if Kakashi and Tendo told Hokage about this. Oh well, if those two forgot, then Team 7's first official mission is set. Cleaning the paint off the Hokage residence, Chapter 26. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths in Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? Credits to The Eye of God for the story image, thanks, review responses. Engro. Thanks and yeah, I guess Tendo and Kirin are Shinichi and Heiji here. ASCK. Thank you, and well, I'm sure everyone here has read about the bell test for many times. Aim no Kageseo. Some names in Japanese are just too easy to be used in a quiz. Quite so, wonder what Kaguya's goal is. I have my plans that might need revision now that Kishi revealed that Kaguya is antagonist in the manga too. Impstar. Sorry about that, I was trying to make them as kids who were thrown to the real world, but I might have caused them to be either too competent or too incompetent. Peace and order. With Naruto around, I'm sure vandalism is quite normal. Zero differences. Guessed. Done. Shadow Maria Love. Ebisu is quite generic after all. Element Kitsune. Part 1 of Training Go. Kirin's personality and test is similar to his fighting style, which I have yet to reveal. Remind me to do that later. Kakashi and Tendo only plan to see if they can work together or not. They don't plan on fighting or thinking seriously, so yeah, they let the genins win. No, Tendo preferred to see his plans unfold before him because it is more interesting to him. Fighting against someone he can already predict is boring after all. Quite so, it is quite a long introductory arc, isn't it? That was because I don't know whether to put Team 7 or Team 7. From now, I'll use Team 7. Druid FWY. Ha ha ha. Well, I'm sure most readers already see bell test for about 100 times. But yeah, there are many variations, if you can call it that, to bell test in this site. Glad that mine lives up to your expectation. A bit of Team 7 and a bit of plot here. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. I believe that bell test has become too mainstream, so I added some variation. Samsara. Game of Gods Chapter 26 Training, Candy, and Whip. It was another dark night covering the Hidden Flower Village. Yes, it was a night just like any other. Today, yet another beautiful petal was being plucked from it, a petal ripe for the pickings. Sensei, it hurts. A girl, no, a woman's voice screamed. Now, didn't you say you want this? Yes, but the woman's face was flushed, sweat trickled down on her face. Just relax and Lee. What the hell are you reading, Ero-sensei? A shout of outrage knocked Kakashi out of his reading time. Kakashi blinked and stared at the small blonde before him. Yo, Naruto. What's the problem? Work. This time, it was his pink-haired student who answered. Kakashi waved his hand, pass. Sasuke did not say anything, but his glare clearly demanded that the scarecrow join them in their mission. The sensei of Team 7 sighed. Think about it, why'd I, an elite jonin, have to clean some paint from someone's roof? There could be better ways to spend my time, such as reading Icha Icha Paradise Volume 1, reading Icha Icha Paradise Volume 2, reading Ick. You were the one who painted it. You were the one who took the mission. You just want to read your smutty novels. There are already 3 volumes here. Kirin received strange looks from the genins for his comment. Never mind that. Kirin tried to regain some dignity. Hitaki-sensei, you have to work too. It'll give the kids good role model. Kakashi eyes smiled. No, work you lazy cyclops, Kirin told Kakashi with a kind smile. Though the sounds of his cracking knuckles ruined the impression quite well. Kakashi frowned as he pointed to the side, where Tendo and Tayuya watched them while eating lunch. That one doesn't do any work too. And he gets lunch instead. No fair, he protested. In response, Tendo laughed. Stop acting like a kid, Hitaki-sensei. I am not a member of Team 7 officially. Besides, seeing me eat like this will motivate the genins to work harder. As if taunting them, he showed them the dango that he had and ate it slowly. Beside him, Tayuya sighed, aren't you getting too sadistic, nah? Tendo. She still couldn't get used to call her lover with that name. To think that a masochist would say something like that. Or is that an offer for me to punish you? Tendo questioned with a small smile. Idiot. Tayuya smacked the elder Uzumaki's head. Tendo senpai and Tayuya-san are really close, aren't they? Sakura commented. I wonder if I'll meet someone like that too. Sakura's eyes reflexively went to Sasuke. Sasuke ignored her. He instead turned towards Naruto. Oi, do something about your teacher's girl. He needs to train us. Naruto glared. Is that how you ask a favor, bastard? Besides, if I ask Tayuya-chan to go away, Sensei will kill me. Seeing the genin's concentration diverted, Kakashi returned to his book. Then the sky went dark and they heard a sound of thunderclap. Everyone, Kirin called them calmly, still with the same smile as before, work. There was no reply of affirmatives. The members of Team 7 had decided that actions speak louder than words as they cleaned the roof of Hokage residence, Kakashi included. And you two loverbirds, Kirin turned towards the couple, if you don't plan to help them, wait for us in the training grounds. Tayuya shrugged, it didn't really matter to her, but then she saw Tendo smirking and she sighed. This won't turn out well. What is the problem, Uchiha? Yuki kicked you out of the bed or something? Kirin's smile did not falter. Unfortunately for you, I am not whipped like you. Do not project your own insecurities on me. Tendo's smirk grew. You're asking for a fight, aren't you? I'm stuck with 3 brats who can't even do their mission right, 1 perverted man-child, while I could be spending my days with my girlfriend. And now I have to watch you, who forced me in this situation in the first place, flirting with your girlfriend. Am I asking for a fight? No, I am demanding for a fight. Tendo's smirk disappeared, replaced by an excited grin. Bring it on, Uchiha. Sure, Kirin nodded. After we're done with the mission report. Tendo deflated. That kills the mood, you know. It's reality, Kirin answered with a shrug. Then he turned towards the Team 7. Who watched him with undisguised shock. What? Kirin asked them, honestly confused. Nothing. Naruto immediately answered, as if their switches were pressed. The members of Team 7 immediately resumed cleaning the roof, meticulously. Good work, this completes your first mission. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded his approval. He waited for a moment but no reaction came from the genins. Now this is weird, he thought. Most genins who completed their first mission would cheer, even Hyuga Neji from Team Gai smirked a little. But the genins of Team 7 were scared. Is there a problem? The third asked Kakashi. Kakashi scratched the back of his head with an eye smile. We're about to watch a show. If anything, it confused Sarutobi even more. Knowing this, Kakashi pointed to the scene behind him. Sarutobi followed Kakashi's pointed finger and promptly took out his smoking pipe. It was a familiar scene to him. He had seen it happen with his team, the Sanin, Minato's team, and countless others. But this one would, without a doubt, cause him a massive headache. Tendo smiled coldly towards his teammate. Now then, Uchiha, the scarecrow is done reporting to the head monkey. Shall we begin? Sarutobi had to admit, even though the brat was arrogant, it took courage to call him monkey right in front of his face. On the opposite side of the room, Kirin laughed flatly. Honestly, you Tendo, show the bald monkey some respect. We should finish our squabble in the training grounds. Let them see which is superior between us. Bald monkey. Is it? Sarutobi's vein began to throb but he held it down. If you both want to fight, then do it away from here. Seeing the two nod and disappear from the office, Sarutobi stood up. He might as well take this chance to gauge the two's strength. After all, Yatagarasu already told him that the two were like ticking bombs. Tendo and Kirin stood facing each other in the middle of training ground reserved for Team 7. The spectators consisted of Team 7. Sarutobi and Tayuya watched them from the edge. The atmosphere between the two were tense. Even the genins could feel that the two were seriously planning to destroy the other. And then, brats, Tendo called the genins. They immediately listened with rapt attention. Watch this well. This is how you will be training with us. Before any of them could voice their confusion, Tendo and Kirin's arms moved. Jan Ken Pon. They shouted. Tendo's hand was paper and Kirin's was scissors. There was a silence, in which the spectators could only blankly stare in shock and surprise. Then, Kirin's eyes glinted. Die, you arrogant bastard, he shouted as he swung his fist towards Tendo's chin, an uppercut. However, Tendo allowed his body to fall back, avoiding the fist. Then he swung his hands again, Kirin following. This time, he was rock and Kirin's was scissors. You first, foolish Uchiha. Tendo kicked Kirin, who jumped, causing him to miss. Like hell. Again, they threw their hands. Stand still and be decimated. Each time one of them won, the winner would attack the loser, and the loser would deflect or avoid the attack. What is this? Sakura muttered in shock. Sasuke and Naruto nodding in agreement beside her. However, the Hokage and Kakashi's expression could only be described as astonishment. While this might seem like a stupid game to most people, they noticed that the two fighting shinobi kept on gaining speed. By now, they could only see blurs of the fighters' hands, and as it kept going on, they stopped throwing janken and simply attacked each other instead, a full taijutsu match. After a few minutes, the rapid exchange ended with Kirin's fist hitting Tendo's face, sending the Uzumaki flying. Damn it! Tendo cursed as he spun and landed on the ground. I win this time, bastard, pay up! Kirin grinned as he held his fist up. Tendo scowled but nodded, fine. I will send you a technique scroll later. Then he muttered, I would not lose if we fight with jutsu. To this, Kirin simply waved his hand. What kind of idiot will challenge you to a jutsu match? In taijutsu, I'm still stronger than you. And genjutsu too. Tendo glared at the cheering Uchiha. Next time, we will fight with weapons. Maybe he could test if Totsuka can cut through the Uchiha's flesh. Not caring about how using a Godslayer blade to squabble with his best friend was childish, Tendo turned towards the Satayuya, shaking her head with a tired smile. Kakashi watching them with his usual lazy look, hiding a glint of interest within his eye. The Hokage nodded in approval, apparently understanding what he meant by saying that the genins should pay attention to them. And the genins seemed surprised and deflated. They probably expected a jutsu fight, Tendo thought. As you can see, from now you will train your taijutsu like that. Janken duel, Tendo told the genins. No, wait a second sensei, we don't see, Naruto protested. How can we train like that? The rules are simple. The three of you will play Janken duel with each other like Tendo and I did. Kirin stepped beside Tendo and started to explain. You play Janken, the winner will attack the loser, and the loser must avoid the attack. Of course, Tendo continued his teammates' words. In reality, no one will wait until his opponent is done playing Janken. However, this will help you react to certain trigger, in this case, losing or winning a Janken. Each week, we will raise the level of this training into. Tendo caught the fist that Kirin swung and punched back, which the Uchiha avoided. Something like this, he told the genins as he and Kirin continued their attacks on each other. But, Sakura spoke as he raised her hand. Why don't we just start practicing taijutsu directly? Why do we need this Janken duel? Because this game determines whether we will teach you a jutsu or not. Kirin's answer immediately caught their attention, causing the two seniors to smirk. Let me explain what Kirin meant. Tendo took out a scroll from his pocket. This here is a jutsu scroll. This game was created by us as a way to exchange our techniques. The loser will give a technique to the winner. And like this, at the end of each week, we will face the three of you in Janken duel. If all three of you remain standing at the end of the duel, Kirin showed 3 fingers, we will teach you 3 jutsu. If 2 of you are left at the end of the duel, Tendo showed 1 finger, we will teach you 1 jutsu. If only one of you survive, Kirin shook his head, we won't teach you anything. If you lose against us, this time Tendo chuckled, I will punish you. While it is impossible for you to win against us in straight fight, with this rule, you will have an advantage as we cannot attack unless we won the Janken. Of course, we will train with taijutsu normally later, but for now, we will do it like this. Understand? Kirin asked the 3 and they nodded. It was just a simple game, how hard could it be? Naruto wondered. Oh Naruto, ye hardly knew them. Bakunetsu Ken. Kirin shouted as he punched Naruto to the edge of the ring, a small circle made with rope. It was almost evening, Kakashi and Sarutobi had left already. Tayuya was now sleeping on Tendo's lap as he watched the Naruto struggle against Kirin. To his surprise, the boy managed to hang on the edge of the ring, surviving for another round. Tendo sighed, that is almost a game over for you 3, he commented to the fallen Sasuke and Sakura beside him. Do you guys want to learn some jutsu or not? Sasuke glared at the blonde but said nothing. Senpai, it isn't fair to expect us to win against you too, Sakura protested. Tendo sighed. You kids, are you really shinobi? He then sat beside them. Allow me to explain. There are two ways to win in this game. He showed his index finger, 1, having one of you hit Kirin. Then he raised his middle finger 2, surviving until the time limit, which we agreed was 10 minutes. Sakura nodded, but Kirin-senpai eliminated us instantly. Tendo nodded, correct. Therefore, you kids have to avoid his attacks, or prevent them. The two genins seemed puzzled. Explain to me, how are we doing this game? Tendo questioned. Both sides picked one fighter based on a lottery, Sasuke answered. The fighters will duel until one of them is knocked out of the ring. After that, the remaining fighter will replace the loser. Correct again, Tendo nodded. Now, tell me, why are you both not assisting Naruto right now? Sakura blinked. Huh? There are no rules stating that you cannot help your teammate, he reminded them. In addition, since you are not a fighter, even if you were hit or knocked out of the ring, it will not count as your loss. You can simply help by forcing Kirin's hands to rock, only or paper, or perhaps you can help by taking an attack meant for Naruto. Even before Tendo finished his statement, the two already dashed towards the ring. Tendo chuckled. Today is the first day, so I will let this go, however. As he heard a sound of bodies slamming to the ground, Tendo's chuckle grew. I wonder when will they notice that I can interfere too. By the end of the first day the genins managed to gain one jutsu, and even that was only thanks to the senior's compassion. You guys were amusing to watch, so I will teach you one jutsu, was what Tendo said. Tendo smiled as he recalled the outraged look on Naruto and Sasuke's faces. The jutsu he taught them was Doden. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release, Double Suicide Decapitation Technique. A technique which allows its user to soften the ground, making them able to hit underground, and drag their opponents to it. Naruto spoke complaints about how it was not a cool jutsu like Sasuke's fireball, at which Kirin replied. Why don't you just ask Sasuke to teach you that jutsu then? Naruto turned to the younger Uchiha with a face that clearly showed his reluctance in asking his teammates' help. And Sasuke refused anyway. However, Kirin promised to teach Naruto that just you should he show improvements in taijutsu. Tendo shrugged. He did not mind at all, though he believed that fire release techniques would not suit Naruto's affinity, which he presumed to be wind or water, as with most Uzumaki. Right now, he was on the roof of his house, Tayuya beside him. It has been quite some time since they spent the night watching the moon like this. He chuckled when he recalled how Tayuya bragged about him one night. Isn't that the moon that you made? She asked him, causing him to laugh. Really, he muttered, so peaceful. Master, Shirado and Rin appeared behind him, causing him to sigh. Before the little blacksmith could speak he placed his hand on her mouth. Be silent, Rin. It is night, and mortals are sleeping during this time. Rin pouted but nodded, sitting beside him while Asura remained standing. Report, Shirado. As you have commanded us, Asura began, we have sent some of our spies to Otogakure. However, it seemed that most are no longer loyal to us. Tendo frowned. Eliminate them, he commanded. Acknowledged. What should be done about Otogakure? He thought about it for a moment. I will change my plans. Not just Otogakure, right now. I need spies everywhere. Perhaps it was just a random thought, but after reading the tale of Bamboo Cutter, he wondered if elemental country's Kagaya was related to the Bamboo Cutter's Kagayahime. He needed information. Information about this world's Rakudo Sennin and Dadara. While he could ask Rin about the latter topic, he doubted that mortals in this world would view the matter in the same way. While he was at it, he wondered why Rakudo suddenly stopped talking with him. What is that ancestor of his doing now? Send Jin to Kirigakure, tell them that Takigakure is looking to establish an alliance with them. Send Shiro to Iwagakure, however, ensure that he stays hidden from them. His main goal there is to approach Roshi and Son Goku. Asura nodded. What of Otogakure, Kumogakure and Sanagakure? Tendo frowned. He doubted that Chikushodo possesses the necessary skills for espionage and he certainly would not allow Gakido to roam free. I suppose we can leave Sanagakure be. They are not a threat with their current economy crisis, he muttered. Kumogakure possess many sensor-type shinobi, and its security is quite difficult to penetrate. Contact them directly. Shirato, inform them that Takigakure is interested for an alliance. Same as Kirigakure then? Asura asked. Tendo nodded. Then he continued, as for Otogakure, truthfully, I would ask Gedo but. Do you need me for something, brother? Asura allowed surprise and astonishment to appear on his face while Tendo kept his cool. However, it worried Tendo a bit that he did not sense his sister's approach. He wondered if he should answer the girl, I need someone to spy on Otogakure. Orochimaru's research is worrying, and the fact that he possessed someone who could wield nature itself demands some investigation. As someone who understands the nature of chakra the best, you would be my first choice. Gedo frowned. Are you getting rid of me so you can spend more time with that girl? She pointed at the sleeping Tayuya, not even bothering to hide her displeasure. Tendo raised one of his eyebrow. Do you actually think I will do that? His mirror counterpart frown grew. I don't know. Tendo immediately narrowed his eyes. His sister knew everything about him. Even things that he would hide from Tayuya or Shirato. The fact that she answered that she did not know meant that either she is an imposter or... Gedo, are you hiding something from me? He asked straight out. Gedo's expression disappeared. That is none of your concern, brother. I will do as you command and spy on the snake. But don't blame me if Otogakure end up disappearing. Just like when she came, she left without any trace. We smell something bad from girl mortal god, Rin whispered. What kind of smell? Asura questioned the blacksmith. Rotting and burnt corpses. Hearing Rin's answer, Tendo's face became cold. Someone approached Gedo, he deduced, and whoever that is, they managed to convince her to hide it from me. Asura and Rin said nothing, they could sense anger coming from the mortal god. Someone is playing around with my sister, someone is defiling what is mine, Tendo muttered, his eyes narrowing. I will kill them. Then Tayuya stirred. Immediately, Asura and Rin disappeared from the roof and Tendo regained his calm facade. Awake, Yuya? Tendo questioned the girl. Tayuya murmured something unintelligible and kept on sleeping, causing him to chuckle. I guess, I should take her to her room now, Tendo whispered as he took the girl to his arms and waked back into the house. After Tendo closed the door to the roof, Gedo appeared from within the shadow. He got angry, she muttered. And you didn't tell him about me at all. I'm so happy that you trusted me so, a woman voice spoke lightly. To think that he would threaten to kill me. How scary. Your brother is scary. The woman laughed happily. He wasn't joking, you know. If he finds out who you are, he'll kill you. Gedo warned the woman. Most might think that you gods are immortal, but I know better. No matter what you are, as long as you exist in this world, you can be killed. The woman's voice gained a somber tone in it. How true, my physical body died back when I give birth to my son, and my brother killed my heart soon after. Be careful so that you won't end up like me, okay? It was clear to anyone that listened that the woman was crazy, as her voice took a childish happy tone in it. Gedo snorted. Honestly, if I died giving birth to brother's child, then I'll die happy. You should be grateful that your brother even think of you as a woman, Izanami. Izanami's face could not be seen, but Gedo knew that she was smiling. And you think your brother doesn't? You heard what he said. Gedo placed her hand over her eyes. I am his possession, nothing more. Doesn't that sound romantic though? You are a toy of his pleasure, to be used anytime, anywhere he wanted it. He would break you, kill you, murder your whole body and soul over and over again. And even then, you would only moan in pleasure. How delightful. Izanami's tone conveyed nothing but pure elation as she spoke so. She truly believed what she was saying. But, I wonder if he'll run away like Izanagi when he saw what you really are, a monster. Izanami wondered with a relaxed voice, as if talking about the weather. He won't. He isn't like that brother of yours, Gedo answered, but her tone was not as confident as she hoped. We'll see then, won't we? The heavenly gods are moving, the land gods are stirring. And among them, the star of evil continues to corrupt the land with its servants. How will your beloved brother handle all that, I wonder? He is but immortal, and they die so easily. My brother won't die. No matter what. Even if I'll have to drag him back from the underworld, I won't let him die, Gedo swore. To this solemn vow, Izanami gave a delighted laugh. That is the end of this chapter. It is short, since I will be facing exams soon, sorry about that. And the plot? Well, it only advances by a bit since I am still waiting for more info about Kaguya in the manga. Again, sorry about that. Team 7 are facing an introduction to their training. This will not be end of their training arcs. Their trainings are scenes that will appear once in a while. Both to give them some character growth and to put mood whiplash like this chapter. A bit of Tendo's hidden personality is surfacing here. I must admit, I felt a bit strange as I had to imagine how Izanami think to establish her scene with Geto. I hope that I managed to convey how twisted her mind is. Please tell me what you think about Geto and Izanami's scene. Chapter 27 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths in Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Engro. Indeed it won't. Well, Tendo-Jido relationship is complex, so I'll send a PM. Druid FWI. Blame my university. There is actually, as you said, there are signs that the rule is breaking. In fact, that is the main problem that Tendo and Jido face in their character development. Ha ha ha, we'll see, shall we? Impstar. A combination of, why not? From Jido's part and because Jido and Izanami are both woman-scorned. If only. AJ Guardian. Have to admit, hard to top that revelation. I'll have to try to foreshadow Kaguya's part here to avoid any revelation like in canon. Glad to hear that. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan was going for crazy instead of those hardcore lines was actually referring to her being killed by her son and her husband, brother abandoning her. Element Kitsune. Yes, he was. Kirin is Kakashi's student after all. As stated, it is actually a game made by Tendo and Kirin to decide who will share their jutsu to the other. If Tendo wins, Kirin will give him a jutsu and vice versa. Tendo is a master of elements. Handing them a jutsu is like handing a performer or musician a tip. This is Naruto, so, yeah, true enough, Tendo is more inhuman when he is with the paths. It can be said that the reverted to being a realm instead of a human. Jido doesn't fall for Izanami's lies. In fact, she is against Izanami's words. It can be said that both of them are trying to prove to the other that Tendo will end up like Izanagi, and Tendo will not end up like Izanagi. Samsara. Game of Gods Chapter 27 Crack Naruto suspected that there is something going on. He might not be the brightest ninja around, but when he saw his big brother and sister passing each other without as much as a glance, he knew that something weird is going on. While Tendo would insult Geto and always told him to ignore her, he would always sometimes look at her with kind eyes whenever she wasn't looking. Most people wouldn't notice. Tayuya-chan didn't notice. Naruto doubted that even Tendo himself noticed. He only noticed because he spent a lot of time staring at them, wondering what they are like, wondering if he would live up to their expectations. Not one to beat around the bush, Naruto voiced his confusion. Sensei, is something wrong? He still called Tendo Sensei even at their house. It felt right, more than calling him brother. His brother turned towards him with a surprised expression, another unusual sight. No, there is no problem, Tendo answered. Naruto didn't look convinced. Worry about yourself first, rather than worrying about me, his brother continued. Today you'll be receiving your first retrieval mission. Retrieval mission? That sounds cool, awesome. What's our target? Forbidden scrolls? Hidden treasure? Legendary weapons? Tendo smirked. Its name is Tora, your new nightmare. Geto watched her brother talking with Naruto from the edge of her eyes. Coward, she thought viciously. He didn't even try to approach her. As she sat on one of the chair prepared by Kushina, she had a sudden idea. I'll be going to Land of Rice Fields for a mission, she declared, bringing the whole family to silence. There were different reasons for their silence. To Naruto and Fu, this was because she rarely started a conversation. For the rest, it was because they knew what Land of Rice Fields meant, and who is ruling it right now. For Tendo though, he completely froze. His chopsticks had stopped moving. No doubt that he was shocked that she would reveal her departure without consulting him. She immediately felt oddity within her, screaming how she shouldn't antagonize her counterpart. She crushed such feelings. I'll be going tonight, so you don't need to prepare a dinner for me, Mom, Geto told Kushina with a grin. Kushina nodded. All right, be safe, daughter. Geto had to admit, Kushina hid her emotions well. No doubt that she was panicking right now, thinking that Orochimaru might be planning something. She had heard tales of Orochimaru's twisted experiments in this world. Geto wondered if the experiments were even half as monstrous as she was. Then Geto turned towards Tayuya, who was scrutinizing her with suspicions in her eyes. Don't think of doing anything perverted with my brother while I'm away, thief. Tayuya glared at her immediately. That's none of your business, isn't it? No, unfortunately, it isn't. She thought bitterly. Throughout this, she did not hear her brother say a word. Tendo sighed as he watched Naruto and his team trying to chase after Tora as it jumped and done maneuvers that no cat should be able to do. Tora glided, yes, glided, through the air and scratched Naruto's face with its feline fury. Ordinarily, he would have commented or mocked Team 7's failure, but right now, his mind was in another place. You seem distracted, Kirin stated as he joined his teammate watching their students. Tendo shrugged, I suppose so. Kirin shot him a questioning look. That was an invitation to tell me your problem, by the way. What should you do if you feel that someone precious to you is, what was the word, disobeying? No, Kirin would not understand his and Geto's relationship, drifting away from you? Kirin was filled with confusion. As far as he knew, Tendo and Tayuya were still as close as ever. Are you cheating on Tayuya? He asked anyway. As expected, his best friend shook his head. Of course not. I am speaking about Geto. Kirin nodded in understanding, though Tendo doubted that. Is Geto dating with someone? Kirin asked. That was not quite right. Still, that was close enough to the meaning he needed, so he nodded. Well, she has her own life, right? You should accept that and let her be, Kirin suggested. As much as he would like to shout at the Uchiha, informing Kirin that she is his and no one else may touch her, Tendo knew that his bond with Geto was not normal. I believe, Tendo began, hiding his real thoughts, I may have angered her yesterday. Kirin blinked. That could be bad. Geto seemed like someone who would not hold grudges. He guessed Tendo is overreacting. It is, Tendo nodded. Do you have any advice for me? I don't know if this will work, but, Kirin shared his thought, I heard she is going to spy on the snake soon. The blonde nodded again. Why not give her a present? Omamori or something like that? Truthfully, the Uchiha would suggest some jewelries, but he doubted that Tendo giving Geto that kind of present would go well with Tayuya. Tendo thought about it for a few moments. Omamori, a charm that was crafted by temple or shrines, commonly contains as protective blessing or wishes pled to a certain god or goddess. Personally, he did not believe in such things as that, but seeing as gods were real, those charms might have their uses. That might work. Thanks. With that, Tendo immediately walked away. Not going to join our training today? Kakashi asked him when he passed the silver-haired Jonin. No, I have something important to do. Now then, do you have any idea what kind of charm I should give her, Rakudo? He questioned the sage, not only because he was seeking an advice, but also to confirm something. There was no answer. As Tendo suspected, either the sage ignored him or something was blocking his link to him. Tendo shrugged. He could try to enter his realm later. For now, Geto takes priority. A good luck charm, huh? Konohagakure only had one shrine, and that is Naka Shrine. Unfortunately, Naka Shrine did not possess a shrine maiden at all. In the first place, do I even know the god that they are worshipping? He wondered. Anyway, Naka Shrine was out. He might need to leave Konoha to acquire a charm, or maybe. Rather than asking a human to craft a charm, wouldn't it be more effective to ask a god to do it? Tendo thought with amusement. He walked towards the Forest of Death, looking for a place where no one could spy on him. Shirato, he called as he threw a three-pronged kunai. A kunai that Asura insisted he kept, in case that he requires the path's assistance. Immediately in a yellow flash, his second appeared with a little blacksmith. What is it, master? Asura questioned as he looked for possible threats. We, called by master? Yasha's eyes went to him instantly, waiting for her orders. Tendo felt a sense of relief flowing through him. At least this one is still his. He ignored the prickling feelings, informing him that they were their own person, not his. Tendo nodded at both of them. Can you craft me an omamori, Yasha? I want to give one for Geto. Yasha tilted her head in confusion. Of course she would be confused. She was a fallen god, a god that should have cursed and wreaked havoc. Instead, she was asked to give blessing to something. We could, she answered with a bit of hesitance. No doubt wondering if a charm blessed by a degraded god was something that anyone would want. Still, she was asked to do something a god would normally do, and she felt relief that her master viewed her as a god instead of a demon. What manner of charm would master wish? Yasha questioned. Yaku Yoke? Kaien? Kanai Anzen? Or perhaps, En Musubi? Tendo tried to recall what each of those do. Yaku Yoke, a charm blessed to avoid evil spirits or influence. Kaien, blessed to bring good fortune. Kanai Anzen, blessed to give protection to family. Lastly, En Musubi, which is blessed to assist someone to find their love. Which one would Geto need? Giving her Kanai Anzen would anger her, since it meant he viewed her as a family. En Musubi would not be good either, since she might take it as Tendo ordering her to find a lover other than him. Kaien, perhaps? But it was too general. Yaku Yoke might be good, but she might be offended with him giving her a charm to avoid evil after what happened yesterday. Kaien is fine, Tendo told her. He would rather not cause the girl to be emotional by giving her a wrong charm. The Dattara nodded. We require privacy, our master. Excuse us. And she disappeared, deeper into the forest. As they waited, Asura approached him. Master, did something happen after we leave yesterday? No, nothing. Whether that was something fortunate or not, he could not decide. Geto informed everyone that she would be leaving. Asura simply raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Tendo did not blame his other self. He was probably curious about Geto's strange behavior but felt that intruding would cause her and Tendo to be furious. I assume Master's omamori was meant as a peace offering then? The Asura realm asked without any reservation. Most people would call it a gift, Tendo muttered. However, you are not wrong. Shirato frowned. I doubt Lady Geto would be pleased with your present. Why is that? Just as he would answer, Yasha returned. We made the charm. She handed Tendo a red cloth adorned with words. Her omamori and a symbol of Dattara's eye. The eye seemed to be quite out of place, Tendo commented, but you do not have a shrine dedicated to you, so I suppose it is better than leaving it blank. Yasha frowned. We can remake it if Master wishes to. He shook his head and, recalling how Yasha was sensitive to praises, patted her head. No need. You did good, Yasha. The Dattara smiled. We made one for Master too. She took out another charm, this time wrapped in a blue cloth. Tendo accepted it, noting that other than the color of the cloth, they seemed to be the same. What kind of charm is in this? He asked Yasha. Yasha gave a conflicted expression. We were planning to give Master Yaku Yoke, however, that child told us to craft a Kanai Anzen instead. So Rin sees him as a family. Huh? Thank you, Yasha, Rin. Then he recalled his question. How does the charm works anyway? Yasha thought for a moment. The charm was imbued with our divinity. It would scare away lowly spirits and creatures. Master would not need to fear misfortunes caused by lowly yokai. Tendo looked at the charms in interest. That sounds interesting. So those bad luck yokai really exist? No, Yasha shook her head. They do not exist. However, the concept of yokai causing bad luck does exist. And that is what we are protecting you from. However, as we are not as powerful as we were, should certain gods such as the 7 lucky gods curse you, we cannot protect Master. Tendo nodded in understanding. Thank you, I will take care of it. Do not forget to burn the charm and ask us to craft another one, Master. Our blessing inside the charm would weaken after a year, and it would be best for Master to acquire a new charm. That part was the same as mortals' understanding about omamori at least. After that, he said his farewells and the 2 blacksmiths returned to their base in Takigakure. Now then, Tendo frowned as he stood in front of a door that leads to Geto's room. He planned to give her the charm right now as Tayuya was out in a patrol mission inside Konoha. He briefly wondered if he should tell Tayuya of the clone that he sent to guard her. He decided to put that thought away for now. Sister, are you here? There was no answer. His frown grew. Geto? He knocked the door. Again, there was no answer. He grabbed the handle and turned it. To his surprise, the door was not locked. "Pardon my intrusion." Tendo entered the room. He signed. There was an open window and an unzipped bag. Geto was here, and for some reason, she left the room when she sensed his presence. Rather than chasing after his sister, he formed a pen with Shirato's ability and wrote a message. Leaving the charm and message near the another word, he left the room, knowing that his sister would return after she ensured that he was not near. Geto sat on a branch of a tree in the forest near the Uzumaki's house. "Running away from your brother? I thought you want to speak with him?" Izanami's voice echoed around her. Geto scowled. "Not now. Not when I'm still like this." Izanami's voice did not speak, but Geto knew that the goddess of underworld listened. "If I speak to him now, I'll just turn back to that little pet of his. Those annoying voices won't stop. Every time I'm near brother, they get louder. That's why I told you to kill them already." Izanami's voice sounded exasperated. "The more you ignore them, the crazier you'll become, you know." Geto laughed. "Having you as my psychiatrist, why do I feel like I'm better off dead? If you die, I'll be sure to take you as my shikome." Yomotsu Shikome, the hags of underworld. Izanami's personal servants who she commanded to chase after Izanagi after he abandoned her. "I'm not a hag," she told Izanami. Izanami laughed. "Most of my shikome now aren't hags. They're all quite cute actually." Then Geto felt hands massaging her face. "Just like you, little monster." "Shut up," Geto sighed, her chains batting the invisible hands away. "He left already. I'm going home." "But your home is with me, Geto-chan. In the Garden of the Dead." She did not dignify that with response. "So, what does he want?" Izanami asked Geto curiously as the outer realm read the paper that her brother left in her room. "He said he's giving me this charm as a token of apology," Geto told the woman as she picked up the charm. "Honestly, can't he lie better? There is no way my brother is apologizing to me." Izanami's laughter echoed throughout the room. "And he gave you a charm blessed by Dotara too? Hilarious. A protective charm blessed by a demon." Geto shrugged. "You're a demon too, aren't you?" "I guess so." The fallen goddess did not even flinch as she answered. "Still funny though." Geto smiled coldly as she examined the charm closely. "Giving me a charm blessed by another girl, honestly. Not going to destroy it?" She shook her head. "No, even if it's annoying, this is his only gift for me." Geto sighed. "I'll keep it." Geto was sure that Izanami was grinning right now, even though she couldn't see her face. "Having you treasure something from another girl. Your brother has a cruel sense of humor." Geto laughed. "I doubt he even noticed." Tendo sat on the bed of his room, closing his eyes. While Geto avoiding him was unfortunate, it had given him a time to check on Rakudo, to find out the reason for the sage's silence. He allowed his mind to focus on the moon of Rakudo's realm, relaxing as he lost connection with the real world. Tendo opened his eyes and frowned. This is not Rakudo's world. Instead of a cliff and moon, he saw a dark room. A room with 6 doors placed together and 2 other doors on the other side of the room. He examined the doors closest to him and saw that all of them had a kanji carved on it. The kanji heaven was written on the first door. He instinctively knew that behind this was his realm. Beside it was a kanji anger. Shirato's realm. He skipped the first 6 doors, knowing that it led to each of the realms inside him. The 7th door located behind him had the word strange on it. This was Geto's realm, he noticed. But the glow was not there. Curious, he tried to open it but failed. Geto locked her realm, he muttered in conclusion. Deciding that there was nothing he could do, he moved on to the last door and his eyebrow went up immediately. The kanji sage was written on a chained door. The door's handle literally cannot be budged because it was covered with chains. Chains familiar to him. Geto is preventing me from contacting Rakudo. Or perhaps, the other way around. She was blocking Rakudo from speaking with him. For what reason? Perhaps Rakudo had some idea about who Geto was speaking with? He grabbed the chains and tried to break it. It is quite sturdy, Tendo commented as the chains failed to budge. His eyes narrowed. His sister would need to explain this. Geto jumped from a tree to another as she continued her path to Otogakure. Any reason why you're in so much hurry? Izanami's voice asked her. Brother found out about me sealing Rakudo's realm. I felt him trying to enter mine too. Izanami laughed. Seems like your plan to seal off the sage backfired, huh? What now? As long as Big Brother doesn't see me directly, he can't do anything. I'll use this mission to spy on Otto as an excuse to avoid him, Geto answered. Then she suddenly stopped. What is it? Izanami wondered if she changed her mind. He is trying to force entry into my realm. I didn't expect that. Izanami giggled. You sealed the sage to stop him from recognizing me. But now, it caused your brother to be furious at you. What will you do? Geto frowned. I have no choice but to let the sage out. We're far enough from Konoha anyway. She closed her eyes, and recalled the chains that she sent to seal off Rakudo's realm. Tendo heard the sounds of chains clacking and turned his head towards Rakudo's door. The chains were gone and the door opened. Son of man, it appears that you managed to open the door for us. Rakudo spoke to him as the sage stepped out of his realm. What happened, Rakudo? Tendo asked his ancestor with narrowed eyes. Why is Geto preventing you from contacting me? Rakudo shook his head. We know not. She appeared and closed off our realm without a single word. He frowned. It should be simple for you to stop her. Why did you allow her to do as she please? The sage did not answer. Tendo sighed. Whatever the reason, you are free now. It might only be a prank from Geto. Do you truly believe that, son of man? No, how did you manage to subdue the sage anyway? Izanami asked Geto as they continued their travel. Geto grinned. The same reason why I'm confident that the old man won't say anything. He is fond of my brother. What do you mean? Rakudo said to brother once that he reminded Rakudo of his lover, she answered. If Rakudo harmed me, then my brother will hate him. So he allowed me to do as I please. Izanami laughed. I see, the sage won't tell your brother of our plans because he doesn't want to hurt your brother. But now, what should you do? He might be angry at you, you know. I'll write him a letter of apology after I reach Otogakure. He'll forgive me, Geto declared confidently. Izanami giggled. He would, wouldn't he? The next day, Tendo saw a letter on the desk of his room. Geto, he muttered, recognized the handwriting. He read the letter that was filled with words of apology and excuses, such as she was bored and so on. Tendo sighed as he recalled Kirin's words. Her own life, huh? How laughable, her life is his. Still, he will allow Geto go unpunished this time. However, should he find whoever is influencing her, they will die, no matter what the cost. Honestly, I feel as if the chapter is too focused on Tendo and Geto. I thought of putting Team 7 and some of other people's views here, but it might cause dissonance in the chapter. This chapter explained why Rakudo hasn't appeared much, especially after Izanami approached Geto. One of the important info in this chapter is how Tendo and Geto think of each other. Tendo is rather lax on Geto's mischief, and Geto being confident that no matter what she do, her brother will protect her. This is actually implied, but made as comedy or skimmed through, in earlier chapters, such as when Geto killed Kanon Tayuya and when Geto informed Rin of adult things. No matter how much Geto is punished and reprimanded, Tendo will forgive her sooner or later. That, omamori, or good luck charm part might seem random, but it has its purposes. Anyway, there is no side story in this chapter. I'll put it next chapter instead. Next chapter will also have a flashback of one of the missing Samsara arc. Reviews are getting smaller in number, but oh well. Chapter 28 Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto summary. Naruto wished he listened to the paths and Rakudo when they told him not to enter the forest. Now he was stuck in another world, playing a game with a girl with power comparable to a god. He sighed, what did I do to deserve this? Credits to The Eye of God for the story image. Thanks. Review responses. Guest, June 14, 2014. Thanks Inuyukai52. Ha ha ha, no problem. I was just wondering if many people stopped reading because I rarely update or if I made any mistake. True enough, I suppose part of it is because Samsara series is technically a crossover between an original story of mine, about gods, and Narutoverse. Engro. Naruto will be more mature, though he is still Naruto, later on as he goes to missions with Tendo. Jido and Tendo well, can't really say anything without spoiler about that. They will be therapy no jutsu'd. By who, though, I will not say. ASCK. No problem. War Sage. Thanks. AJ Guardian. I think I have some plans for that. Here's hoping that I can foreshadow what will happen there to avoid Kaguya's giant space flea out of nowhere trope. Now that I think about it, is there any God of War crossover where Kratos came to elemental country? Shikoi the god of death. Yes. If Tendo ever become like Rakudo, his Jido will become a monster. I actually have a reason for that. About why Byakugan is stated to be Omoikane's and Omoikane's relation with Kaguya. But that have to wait, as it will spoil part of the story. SSJ3 Kyuubi Gohan. True, but I was hoping to place emphasis on human side of the story too. For the past 23 or so chapters, GOG focused on divine side of the story, about Tendo, Yasha and so on. Druid FWY. She is the original yandere of Japan after all, rather than sever, the correct term would be distort. Again, rather than undead, the better term is not living, and yes, that is one reason why she is disgusted with herself, and Izanami's interest in her. Fritter. That is partly because I am building up a plan for the plot. There are many plots in canon that seem unrelated but can be made related just by injecting several myth or legend in it. Element Kitsune. He is rather smart after all. Well, book dumb though. Yeah, like someone who is chained to a wall trying to break the wall, chained to be free. Tendo is an idiot. Part of his character that rarely pay attention to others. Rin is a little sister Chara. As some people might put it, little sister is justice. Yeah, she locked Rakudo up and is counting on Rakudo's fondness to Tendo to save her. Well, spoiler. Guest. June 17, 2014. Indeed so. And I have multiple time asked those who review, can you point me my mistake? Alas, there are no answer. Guest. June 19, 2014. Thanks, glad you like them. I'll do my best. Dragon Zagakurama. That's the point of this conflict. To remove that inverted personality thing. Guest. July 8, 2014. Recruit is right. The voices never stop, at least, not until she can break free of Tendo. And about Orochimaru, well, we'll see. Warrior Emperor Z 1991. If by bitch god you mean Izanami, that will happen, later though. Tendo will meet, fight Kaguya and Hagoromo, this I can promise. Guest. August 27, 2014. Well, if someone reviews, I can PM them or discuss with them about their opinions of this story, if they have any interesting ideas they want to share, and so on. But yes, if we go by the normal definition of review, small number of review is better. But like with most authors here, I run by fuel named reviews. As usual, after a long absence, I'll be giving excuses for my absences. I've been busy with thesis and classes. When I was free, end of the year and start of January, my grandmother died, the extended family gathered and there was a funeral. Samsara. Game of Gods Chapter 28A Shinobi's Life. Well then, Tendo, we're leaving. One of his sensei, Uchiha Kirin nodded towards his brother, Tendo. Should you really go with them in this mission, Kirin? Tendo questioned, and like usual, Naruto had no idea what they meant. His brother and Kirin would sometimes say something strange without context. But that did not ruin his mood. For today, Uzumaki Naruto and his team will go for their first C-rank mission. This would also mark the first time he went out of the village. Come on, what's taking them so long? Their client, a drunk old man asked their sensei, Kakashi. Naruto deflated a bit. He wondered why their first real mission's client was some old guy. He wanted to escort some princess or cool lords, damn it. But no, they just had to get an old man who smelled like sake. Don't worry about me, Kirin assured his brother. Naruto went back to listen his sensei's conversation. It was a better way to spend his time than listening to Sakura's attempts to get Sasuke's attention. Even if she had matured since they first became a team, Sakura would still attempt to win Sasuke's heart. At least she knew how to be serious in a mission. Can you do what is necessary? The moment you need to protect them, can you sacrifice those two? He saw his brother's eyes turn at him and his teammates for a moment, but then his gaze returned to the elder Uchiha. What do you think? Kirin's grin was different from what Naruto usually saw. This one had a trace of steel, of a blade, in it. Tendo sighed and walked towards Naruto. Naruto, try not to get yourself killed. I still have many things to teach you. Hearing this, Naruto grinned. He made a thumbs up. Don't worry, sensei. I'll get Tazuna Gigi to his home and be back before you know it. Tendo chuckled. I doubt that. But if you guys, he pointed at the three genins, managed to complete this mission in less than 2 weeks, then I'll teach you kids the basics of elemental manipulation. Hearing that, Naruto and Sasuke's eyes glinted and Sakura smiled. Kirin whistled. Kids, take note. This is serious. A chance to train elemental manipulation under Tendo is something that even Jonin would kill for. He is the only person other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the esteemed Third Hokage, to master all 5 elements. Just like the old man Hokage, Naruto was impressed. He knew that his brother was awesome, but hearing a confirmation from someone else made him more awesome. And because of that, we'll be taking this mission a bit more seriously, Kakashi-sensei added. That means, Naruto, no sneaking too much ramen into your bag. Sasuke, try to work with your teammates. And Sakura, don't ogle Sasuke too much. Tendo sighed. Not even their first mission yet and we already have a set of warnings to give them, lamented the blonde. Thus, to win this challenge and to shove our responsibilities to teach the brats to Tendo, we'll be going now. Onward, my minions! Kirin shouted as he marched, Kakashi following behind him while reading his book. Sakura giggled as Kirin began to hum a strange theme, as if countless clone soldiers who could not aim accurately marched, like some kind of an imperial maw. Tazuna-san, Naruto's thought was cut as he heard his brother called their client. He turned towards his sensei and saw him coldly smiling. Be careful of bandits, and whatever else may come to hunt you. Naruto swore he would never see a drunk man sober up that fast. Tendo watched Team 7 and their client leave the village. It had been a few weeks since Geto left Konohagakure on her mission to spy on Otogakure. She had sent a weekly reports of Orochimaru's village, its hierarchy, average skills of its shinobi, and its plans. He wondered how his sister managed to learn Orochimaru's plans, of a certain meeting with the Kazekage in Suna, of Chunin exam and of that person's role in these plans. He shook his head. This was not the time yet. He had to wait until that man act. For now, the mission to Nami, the mission where they met Zabuza and Haku. Originally his worry consisted of Naruto's safety, but now that Kirin decided to go with them, he doubted Naruto would be harmed. The only problem was, Tendo-san. He turned his head and saw Yuki approaching him. Have they left already? Tendo nodded. Do you wish to go with them? He questioned. He would not be surprised if the girl wanted to ensure the safety of her and Zabuza's counterpart. Yuki shook her head. I trust him. It need not to be said who he was. Tendo nodded. I trust him too. However, I disapprove of his attitude. He is a rather unpleasant person while on a mission. Even with that, I believe that he is still one of the strongest shinobi around. Do you not agree, Tendo-san? Yuki's tone was pleasant, but he knew that she would not tolerate disrespect to her precious person. And to be completely honest, he agreed. Kirin might act like a clown at times, but he is one of the best shinobi of the elemental country. As such, many shinobi envy him. Are you not the same way, Tendo-san? Tendo tilted his head. What are you talking about? Just as she was about to answer, a masked shinobi, an Anbu, appeared beside them. The shinobi handed Tendo a scroll. If you excuse me, Yuki-san. I have an appointment. He left without waiting her answer. Kirin-senpai. Sensei. Naruto could only watch in shock as Sakura screamed. Both Kirin and Kakashi-sensei were ripped apart by an ambush done by 2 shinobi wearing Kirigakure forehead protector. Then the 2 shinobi disappeared. In an instant, they were behind him. Naruto's instinct, honed by countless torture given by his brother and sister in the name of training, immediately kicked in. He dashed towards one of them, intending to stop the combination attack that killed their teachers. At the same time, Sasuke leapt and threw his kunai towards the chain that the 2 shinobi used, pinning it to a tree. Seeing Naruto attacking one of the Kirigakure shinobi, he kicked the other shinobi. As the Kiri shinobi were pushed back by their assaults, both Naruto and Sasuke expected the 2 shinobi to be disadvantaged as their connected chain was still pinned. To their surprise, however, the chain suddenly disconnected itself from the 2 shinobi's gauntlets. The 2 shinobi used their surprise to attack, one of them blocking Naruto and Sasuke's way while the other moved towards their client Tazuna. Sakura! Sasuke shouted. Hold him back, he shouted as he drew another kunai. Naruto, go, I'll take care of this. Naruto nodded. Knowing better than to argue in a real battlefield, he ran towards the shinobi who targeted Tazuna, trusting Sasuke to cover him. Sasuke blocked the Kiri shinobi's path and began engaging him in close combat, managing to block the shinobi even though he was losing. Sakura stood in front of the other shinobi, blocking the gauntlet with her kunai. Unfortunately for her, while she had grown compared to back in the academy, she was no match for her opponent, who was clearly beyond genin level. After a few clash, she was shoved aside and the shinobi raised his hand to kill Tazuna. Naruto felt as if the world moved in a slow motion as he saw the other Kiri shinobi swinging his gauntlet, realizing that he would not make it in time to save Tazuna. That's enough, Kirin's voice cut in as he kicked the shinobi that tried to attack Tazuna. Without stopping, he jumped over Naruto and the Kiri shinobi he kicked, a kunai in his hand, covered in electricity. Chidori. There was no emotion on Kirin's face as he swung the kunai down, stabbing the other Kiri shinobi's head and killing him in instant. At the same time Kakashi appeared and caught the shinobi that Kirin kicked. He lazily stabbed the shinobi's stomach with the blunt end of his kunai, knocking the shinobi out. The Demon Brothers, Kakashi commented, a pair of Kirigakure missing nin. Chunin if I remember correctly. You guys did quite good against them, for rookies that is. There was a silence. No one reacted to Kakashi's words. As he expected, after all, the way Kirin killed the other shinobi was quite impressive. Quick and merciless, a perfect shinobi, as some would say. Kirin sighed. Part of him was hoping that this mission would be different from his world. If possible, he did not want to kill Zabuza and Haku of this world. I hope I can fulfill my promise to Haku. But if I can't, he could only hope that she would forgive him. Ah, Tendo-kun, come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen motioned the man to enter the Hokage office. Is this about the report I sent to you? Tendo questioned, not willing to waste any time. The Hokage nodded. That's right. Tendo-kun, are you absolutely sure of the validity of this report? He frowned. Honestly, no, he could not be sure. Geto's recent change and the fact that the report was too detailed bugged him. However, Geto was not the only spy he had in Otogakure. While most of them were eliminated for betrayals, he still had a few spies there. While I could not give my word that the report is completely accurate, I can tell you that Orochimaru's plan to invade Konohagakure is real. And most likely, his plan to ally himself with Sunagakure is also true. Sarutobi nodded. To do so, he created this Otogakure? I do not know. Tendo wondered if this Orochimaru even work on the same logic and belief as the Orochi of his world. In our world, Otogakure is a joint project by the Sannin to create a village for survivors and orphans of war. And in our world, the ones who invaded Konohagakure was not Otogakure. The man known as God of Shinobi sighed hearing that. What of the other part of the report then? Of that man's involvement in the invasion? Tendo frowned. I had only spoken with him twice, and I killed him in our second meeting. However, I am aware that his primary loyalty lies with Konohagakure. The problem is, does Konohagakure gain anything by letting itself be invaded? There was a silence as the two men pondered on it. Why would someone invade themselves? Why would someone deliberately allow their enemies to attack them? There are several possible reasons, Tendo began. It could be that he planned on luring them to a trap. Or he could use this as a show of power. To show that Konohagakure had recovered from the attack 12 years ago, Hiruzen content. Now that I think of it, Tendo added, if we could repel Sunagakure and Otogakure's invasion, we could also make demands to Sunagakure, as they violated their alliance with us. Hiruzen nodded. That could also be the case. Or he could simply decide to help Orochimaru to kill me. To place himself as the next Hokage. I doubt that, Tendo disagreed. Should you die, the next Hokage will probably be one of the Sannin. Jiraiya or Tsunade. Ah, but you are forgetting that Jiraiya's role is far too important for us. He cannot become a Hokage. Tsunade has left Konoha and swore to never come back, much less become a Hokage. Our Jiraiya, or as he call himself now, Kabuki, can take over Jiraiya's role in information network, Tendo argued. But he does not know that. As far as he knows, if I am out of the picture, he is the best candidate to be the next Hokage. The fact that Hiruzen was still wary of the Dimension Traveler's loyalty remained unsaid. Tendo sighed. True, honestly, thinking of Shimura's reasoning is too much trouble. If he is an enemy, then I will eliminate him, it is just that simple. Hiruzen laughed hearing the man's words. You might be powerful, but you are too arrogant. Killing Danzo is not that easy. The reply to the Hokage was a shrug. I killed him before. I can do it again. In your world, you are not an unknown, here, you are. Danzo will never let his guard down around an unknown variable. No shinobi would ever underestimate an unknown enemy. Rather than a famous shinobi whose techniques were listed in Bingo Book, a shinobi who had evaded scrutiny was even more dangerous. Tendo's eyes narrowed at the doubt that Hiruzen showed. Is that all then, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi nodded, not missing the slight mockery in Tendo's tone. The Namikaze was indeed prideful. Before you go, how is Naruto? Tendo chuckled. He is a loyal Konoha shinobi. Is that why you won't teach him your skills? Sarutobi questioned. Tendo's chuckle ceased. Are you Hokage not supposed to be a shinobi? Both you and Itachi are quite direct. We are Hokage because we know when to be direct and when not to be. People like you will simply rebel if we try to sneak around. Yes, I will not teach him my techniques. I will never mold him to be like me. After all, he might be my enemy, one day. Tendo left, not giving another glance to the third Hokage, missing the look of pity that the elder shinobi had. Once the Namikaze Naruto of another world left the office, Hiruzen took out his pipe and smoked. He might be your enemy? Ridiculous. I can see the hatred in your eyes, boy. That hatred you can barely restrain. My only question is, what is it that you hate? Is it yourself, this village, or perhaps, the world? Scarecrow Jr. I'm starting to wonder if you are deliberately allowing yourself to be captured to test the kids, Kirin commented as Kakashi lazily read his book inside the water prison. And why isn't the book wet? Kakashi waved his concern away. Ma, there's no need to be so uptight. I'm sure we can break free and beat Zabuza. And my book is awesome, that's why it's not wet. It had been several days since they left Konoha. Everything was as Kirin faced in his world. The demon brothers attacking them with shoddy disguises. Zabuza ambushing them in the land of Wave. And even Zabuza capturing Kakashi in the water prison. This time, he was captured too, though. Honestly, it was as if the whole mission was a joke. Compared to back when he was a genin, he felt no fear or excitement. He had fought Zabuza before, he had trained under Zabuza. Compared to the Zabuza in his world that kept on training for years, this world's Zabuza was not as huge threat. Can you guys stop talking as if I'm not here? The demon of the hidden mist, Momochi Zabuza. If you haven't noticed, the kids and bridge builder you are supposed to protect will be killed soon. No, Kakashi shouted, in monotone. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, run. He is not an opponent you can face. He commanded, still in monotone. Zabuza's eye twitched. I think I'll take my time killing you guys. Before that, Zabuza-san. What do you say about a bet? Kirin asked as he opened his kunai pouch and took out a whetstone and a kunai. He started to sharpen the kunai. If my students manage to free us, then you will let Tazuna-san go for today. If not, well, Tazuna-san is dead. Kakashi muttered, they are my students too, but Kirin ignored him. As far as he was concerned, he and Tendo were the genin's teachers, not the lazy Cyclops who read his book 24/7. To this, Zabuza grinned behind his mask. Aren't you Konoha shinobi supposed to be good guys? Never abandoning your clients and all that? Really? Kakashi tilted his head, eyes still on his book. I thought we are known as the strange guys instead. The Scarecrow is right, Kirin nodded, still sharpening his kunai. We do have Guy. And if I heard right, there are rumors of him perfecting the clone technique. Guy? Made a Guy? Zabuza's eyes widened. The sublime green beast of Konoha? Kakashi hummed. You know, I still can't figure out the sublime part of his title. But I have heard a rumor like that. They said that he made a clone that is a smaller him, complete with abnormal skills in taijutsu. I think, after this mission, I'll avoid Land of Fire for a few years. Zabuza made a decision relatively quickly. Knowing that if made a Guy, one of the most eccentric shinobi managed to reproduce itself, that meant discretion is the better part of valor. That aside, how are the kids? Kirin wondered. Turning his head to the direction of the genin, he noted that the mist around them were heavy enough to inhibit his sight. Your Kirigakure no Jutsu is impressive. Thanks, Zabuza nodded. But it seems that our talk must end. The moment he ended his sentence, A horde of orange jumped from the mist around them. Kirin whistled. As usual, Naruto is a one-man army. However, he knew better than to think Zabuza could be defeated that easily. Even with one hand still keeping the water prison around him and Kakashi, Zabuza swung his broadsword, one of the famous sword of the seven swordsmen of the mist, Kabikirabocho. He had fought against that sword countless times in his world, sparring against Zabuza and Yuki every day to train himself. Kirin was more than familiar with the sword's ability. His blood had been drained to repair the blade in each battle. The ability to use iron in blood to replace its own, a literal bloodthirsty sword. As he watched Zabuza cutting down the Naruto army without breaking a sweat, Kirin muttered to himself, I wonder if I should break it. If he did break the sword, he had no doubt that Zabuza would hunt other people's blood to repair it, and indirectly causing a massacre would give a lot of trouble to his brother. Kaiten. Gokakyu no Jutsu. His musing was cut short by Sasuke's fireball. A fireball that barely missed the sphere of water containing him and Kakashi. Zabuza blocked the fire jutsu with his sword, a testament of the blacksmith's skill as the sword was not scratched at all. In Takigakure, Yasha sneezed. We feel as if someone is talking of our child. Most likely so, Lady Yasha. Your weapons are of the greatest quality, no doubt that someone is praising it even now. Asura lavished the goddess with compliments that she took with a prideful smile. Kirin wondered if he and Kakashi should escape the prison now. It would appear that the Genin's plan had failed, or so he thought until another Naruto appeared from underwater, using a variation of earth release, double suicide decapitation technique that was recently taught to them, catching Zabuza's leg and dragging him underwater. Kirin was both impressed and proud of the Genin's skills. Turning his head to look at the Jonin, he could see approval in the Hitaki's eye. Naruto had used the army of clones and Sasuke's fireball as distraction while he swam and hid underwater. Zabuza, who expected the Genin's plan to be simple, was forced to release the water prison now that he was stuck in the water. Soon enough Naruto jumped out of the water, landing next to Sasuke. They both smirked to each other, pleased by their success. Kirin made a note to ask Tendo to beat that out of them. Good plan or not, they still underestimated a Jonin. He would need to praise them first though, he was the candy, after all. As he expected, Zabuza appeared once more, standing on top of the water. But it was enough, he and Kakashi were freed from the water prison. Kakashi, do you want to handle this? Even though he said that, he spun the kunai he sharpened while in the water prison, positioning it in front of him. Kakashi shrugged, I kind of want to see your skills. Then watch, my fights usually end rather quickly. It was not a boast, but a fact. He was not Tendo who would hold back to enjoy a fight. He had no interest in prolonging a battle. Kirin sent chakra to his eyes and he could feel his vision change. Sharingan? If Zabuza had an eyebrow, he was sure it would be raised. I heard that the Uchiha clan were all killed by a traitor. I'm surprised to see some still alive. Kirin's copy wheel eyes met Zabuza's and the swordsman understood. The time to talk was over. Kokwangyo. Darkness covered the area, enveloping the mist, the shinobi, even the land disappeared. Recognizing a genjutsu but realizing that if he tried to dispel it he would open himself to his opponent's attacks, Zabuza closed his eyes. For the man known as the best in silent killing, a battle without his sight was a simple matter. One thing occurred to Zabuza, his opponent had to have known of his prowess in assassination. So why is he using a genjutsu that blocked sight? Chidori. Kirin could feel the familiar lightning covering his kunai. There was no need for any hand seals. No need for any thoughts. Unlike Tendo, he had not mastered elements, but the few jutsu that he mastered, such as Chidori, he could use on the level that surpassed his rival. Zabuza was now even more confused. Even if the genjutsu hid the lightning of the jutsu, the sounds of chirping birds could easily be heard. Even without using his eyes, it would be easy for Zabuza to kill his opponent just by following the sound. And then, Zabuza could feel the genjutsu being dispelled. He opened his eyes, and realized why his opponent had used the genjutsu. Uchiha Kirin had disappeared, and he had cast another genjutsu. The area was filled with the sound of thousand birds, but Zabuza could not trace his opponent. The sound echoed around the forest, as if the Uchiha was everywhere. He had predicted that Zabuza would be wary of his actions, using Kokwangyo even though it was useless made him think it was a trap. While Zabuza pondered whether to attack or not, he cast the Chidori and sound-based genjutsu to mask his location using the sound of 1,000 birds. And now, there were no sounds but chirping birds. Kirin hid somewhere in the battlefield and Zabuza knew that one wrong move and he would be killed instantly. In that moment, Zabuza knew that his opponent was the same as him. An assassin. Zabuza began to erase his presence, preparing to face Kirin in the field that they both knew the best. But, the moment he did so, it was over. "You let your guard down," Kirin declared as he took out the kunai that was stabbed into Zabuza's stomach. How? His stealth technique was perfect. He had ensured that even the Mizukage failed to spot him when he tried to assassinate the cage. How did this shinobi find him? Kirin's eyes returned to its normal black. "I know you better than most, that's all." Pondering those words, Zabuza felt a senbon hitting his neck and he allowed himself to be knocked unconscious. "Good work, Haku," were his last thought. Jin, better known as the human realm of Namikaze Naruto, was cursing his fate. "Damn it, Tendo. Why the hell are you sending a guy who uses water to Suna? It's because I stole your ramen, isn't it? This is a revenge, right?" Or cursing his other self who sent him to Sunagakure to find out if they were working together with Orochimaru in his plan to invade Konohagakure. He just came back from making alliance with Kirigakure. Damn it, he deserved a break, not another job. That woman Mizukage's mood swings whenever someone mentioned anything that's slightly mean, old, and that boring one-eyed Kiri shinobi ruined his vacation in Kiri. Now he had to work in the place that was completely opposite of his body's element. It should be a simple mission: sneak around, steal souls from some random jonin and then analyze the information. But this plan was disrupted by a certain person's appearance. Sabaku no Gaara. Gaara of the sand, the vessel of Shukaku. And a literal monster in the land of wind, as it is full of sands. It was an easy math to any who knew Gaara. Gaara plus sand battlefield equals perfect victory. If Jin could use the full capabilities of Senju Tobirama, this battle would be over already. He could rain torrents of water on Gaara until the sand hardened. Unfortunately, this was a spying mission for a reason. While he doubted that he could remain hidden after all this, he could at least escape as long as he remained undetected. He heard rumors that the current cage used gold dust in a manner similar to his son's sands. That was a big no. Facing two persons who could wield the whole area around them as weapons, Jin would not win unless he revealed his identity. Well, his body's identity. He would rather not kill Gaara. While it wasn't actually him, the Gaara of his world was a friend of Tendo. Sands gathered around him, attempting to envelop him in a manner similar to a coffin. He swung his hands, summoning water to stop the sands. Jin broke through the sand with a water drill and dashed away from the Jinchuriki. He would need to retreat for now. Perhaps he could return and finish his mission sometime later. At least, not while Gaara was in the village. He managed to leave Sunagakure without much trouble, but on his way, he felt something strange. Bloodlust. He wondered if Gaara managed to chase him, but recognizing the difference between wild bloodlust and a controlled one, he realized that it was not Gaara. He tried to scan his surroundings for any chakra, and felt several people's chakra near him, several of them nearly fading. They are fighting, Jin concluded. Curiosity being a part of humanity, he could not resist his calling as he moved towards the fight. What he saw surprised him, though he supposed it shouldn't surprise him. After all, he had read of this world's Orochimaru's profile. The cage and his bodyguards were dying, surrounded by Otogakure shinobi and Orochimaru. The fact that the cage was killed without much resistance could only mean one thing: a betrayal. As the cage lay dying, he glared at the snake Sanin defiantly. In response, Orochimaru cut his head off, and without any theatrics or applause, a cage died. To this sight, Jin could only mutter, "If I came a bit earlier, I could have saved the cage and we would have a powerful ally." If Shiro knew about this, he'll bitch about it for sure. Of course, part of him said, there's still Edo Tensai. He crushed that part without hesitation. Rokusho Aoi, correct? Tendo questioned the shinobi wearing a Megacure forehead protector in front of him. It had been a week since Naruto's team left to Wave. He had no doubt that they were in the Wave right now, perhaps preparing for a battle against Zabuza and Haku. He had been planning to go there, if only to see how the genin would fight. However, the Hokage had another plans, it seemed, as he sent Tendo to a mission. A mission to retrieve the Raijin no Ken. And that was what brought him here, before this missing nin of Konohagakure. This shinobi who betrayed Konohagakure and joined Omegakure, Rokusho Aoi. Aoi smirked. It seems that my reputation precedes me. That's right, I am Rokusho Aoi, the wielder of Raijin no Ken. The shinobi took out a familiar weapon, a Vajra, and activated it. Tendo's eyes narrowed. Now that he thought about it, this was the first time he had seen the legendary blade. T was a Vajra. An exact same Vajra as the one he possessed. The only difference being the elements the blade had. While his did not possess an element, the Raijin was surrounded by electricity. Where did Senju Tobarama got it? He doubted the man before him would know. He would have to ask Ninjendo about this. And then, he would need to send a message to Zhao Gongen. The Raijin no Ken was undoubtedly the Bodhisattva's doing. But for now, are you scared? You are about to face the might of Thunder God? Aoi leapt. The Raijin's blade extended as he swung, intending to cut Tendo to pieces. Tendo sighed. In his right hand was the Vajra he kept inside the seal. You believe that wielding his Vajra will make you equal to a god? You should learn your place, human. Tendo opened his left palm towards Aoi. And the Jonin froze in midair, Shinra Bancho. Aoi felt his body being pulled, being forced to stay in the air, against the gravity. No, it is as if a stronger gravity existed in the place where he floated. He tried to move his hand, to swing the Raijin no Ken. But it was useless, the pull was stronger than him. I do not like killing humans. However, if you consider yourself as a god, then you will die like one. Tendo swung his Vajra. And the battle was over. The man who called himself God, and relied on nothing but the power he stole was slain. This man was worthy of neither his time, nor his effort. However, ending the life of one who fancied himself to be a god made him smile. Aoi's decapitated corpse fell from the sky. Naruto and Sasuke faced the masked shinobi who was revealed to be Zabuza's accomplice. Naruto tensed in preparation for a battle. This time, it was not about mission. He didn't care about the C rank or A rank mission he received. All he knew was that the people of Nami are suffering, and he didn't like that. He swore he would protect the bridge and prove that heroes exist. When the masked shinobi spoke, Naruto couldn't help but feel that the voice was familiar. Like he had heard the voice recently. Naruto, he heard Sasuke calling him, so he pushed the thoughts aside. He's a bit fast, Sasuke said to him. Naruto snorted. That masked guy's speed surpassed his and were equal with Sasuke. But the Uchiha still said that he was a bit fast. We can beat him, stated Sasuke with confidence. We'll do this like our plan yesterday. All right. Let's go, Sasuke. Naruto's hands moved to form the seal that was familiar to him. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 20 Kage Bunshin appeared around the two genins. Sharingan. Sasuke's eyes transformed into the same red eyes that Kirin had. But Naruto noticed that the black things on Sasuke's eyes were less than Kirin's. Naruto recalled how Tendo and Kirin assaulted Sasuke non-stop in the name of awakening Sharingan. He thought Sasuke was crazy for agreeing to it. Seeing this, the masked shinobi moved towards Sasuke, intending to eliminate the Uchiha. Naruto didn't blame him. His brother told him of Sharingan's abilities, and he knew it was powerful. Naruto's clones struck before the masked shinobi could reach Sasuke, kicking him from the side. The enemy managed to avoid his clone's attack, but he succeeded in preventing the masked guy from attacking Sasuke. How long, Sasuke? Asked Naruto. Their plan was to use Sasuke's Sharingan to analyze and copy their opponent's style. Then Sasuke would fight the guy while Naruto attack any openings. Give me a minute. 1 minute. Naruto watched his clones being struck down one by one. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. If there was anything he learned from his Kage Bunshin, it was this. If clones don't solve your problem, you're not using enough. 50 Narutos entered the battlefield, and an advice from his brother came to his mind. Should you face an opponent who is faster than you, there are several methods you can use. One of them is to stop their movements. How do I do that? Have I not taught you the perfect jutsu for that? Combined with shadow clones, that technique is very useful. Another method is to use ninja wire and other traps. And the last method is something that only a fool will do. What method? Just use your body as a bait and attack them when they hit you. The masked shinobi's relentless strikes against his clones were stopped by hands that appeared from the bridge. The hands caught one of his feet, while another clone grabbed on his left arm. Doten. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. 2 Naruto jumped from the ground, joined by the rest of the clones, ready to beat the masked shinobi up. But then, the masked shinobi's free arm moved in high speed and he slammed the ground with his other feet. Sensatsu Suisho. Needles burst out from the water and air around them, striking the clones and dispelling them. The masked shinobi then moved towards him, Senbon poised to strike. What the he? Naruto's shout was cut short as Sasuke appeared in front of him, blocking the attack. Good job, Naruto. Now I can read his moves, Sasuke told him with a smirk, fighting against the masked shinobi all the while. After clashing a few times, Sasuke managed to connect a kick to the masked shinobi's stomach, sending him skidding a few feet away from the two. I see, the masked shinobi spoke, relaxing his posture. It appears that I can't underestimate you too. Naruto grinned. Of course. We aren't going to lose to the likes of you. We'll protect this bridge and bring hope back to the people of Nami. The masked shinobi did not react. Then, allow me to face you with all of my strength. Chakra surrounded the area around them. Naruto and Sasuke watched in worry and fascination as mirrors of ice formed around them, above them, forming a dome of ice. Makio Hyosho, the masked shinobi, declared the name of the technique as he disappeared into one of the mirror. The masked shinobi attacked. Faster than what Naruto could see. Faster than he could move, the masked shinobi was in front of him once again. And this time, Sasuke realized he could not stop the attack. Yet, he moved. To protect Naruto, to take the attack using his own body. Sasuke's own mind shouted at him, "What kind of a fool are you? What's the use of sacrificing yourself like that? Remember our ambition? Remember Itachi?" Sasuke recalled the scroll he read, the method to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, the secret of Uchiha clan. The sacrifice he must make to acquire the power equal to Uchiha Itachi. As his eyes began to close, he recalled his conversation with Kirin. "Kirin, do you know about Mangekyo Sharingan?" "I know of it." Kirin's tone was cold. "Why? Do you have it?" he asked, wondering if Kirin possessed the same power as that man. "No, and I don't want that trash." "Why not? It is the greatest power of our clan. The pinnacle of our clan's pride." He was furious. To think that an Uchiha would deem the greatest eyes, the eyes that was deemed to be the eyes of heaven, a trash. "Sasuke, are you weak?" He felt as if he was struck by Kirin's question. He recalled the night when his family died, his father, his mother, the brother he once knew. "I am not," he denied it. But he could recall the feeling of being helpless, being powerless, being useless. "Then why do you want Mangekyo Sharingan? It is a coward's way out of weakness. As long as you are willing, you can gain Mangekyo Sharingan, but only those who are truly strong can defeat Mangekyo Sharingan even without it. Do you want to be equal to Itachi? Or do you want to surpass him? That question is my answer." That question reached his ears. Kirin was right. If he killed Itachi with the same power as him, then he would be no better than him. He did not want it. He wanted to surpass him, to surpass his brother. "I will be better than Itachi." The ice mirrors cracked as the dome was filled with red. What happened here? Kirin wondered. He had decided to guard Tezuna's daughter, Tsunami, and her son, Inari. And while he managed to stop 2 thugs from capturing them, it had caused him to be late. When he reached the bridge, he saw Sakura standing at the side, guarding Tezuna. This was normal. But then Kirin saw a familiar dome of ice mirrors. Haku's favorite technique, and he immediately entered the dome, intending to neutralize Haku without causing any harm. Inside, however, was a sight he did not expect. Sasuke laid on the ground, senbons covering him, though he noted that the senbons did not kill him. Haku was as soft as ever, he noted. But Naruto was rampaging. Naruto was surrounded by red chakra, no, an inhuman chakra. He was chasing Haku to one of the mirror and managed to break one of them. He could not decide if it was fortunate or not that Haku managed to escape to another mirror. "I should stop him before he kills Haku." As he muttered that, he jumped and grabbed Naruto before Naruto could attack another mirror. "Naruto, calm down, kid," Kirin shouted at the roaring boy. "No. He killed Sasuke. He'll pay." Naruto struggled against the senior shinobi, the red chakra growing wilder. Sasuke is alive. He is not dead, he shouted at the Jinchuriki, hoping that the boy was not that far gone. He would rather not tell Tendo that he killed his brother. Sasuke is alive? The red chakra still covered the boy, but it was not as much as before. Naruto turned his head to Sasuke, and saw him still unmoving. Really? Kirin nodded. The senbons didn't hit his vital points. Just pull them up and he'll be back before you know it. Now calm down and take Sasuke away from here. I'll handle this. Naruto nodded, knowing better than to argue when he saw Kirin's hand moving towards his kunai pouch. As he watched Naruto taking Sasuke away, Kirin turned towards Haku. Not going to stop them? He asked the Hyutin user. Haku's response was immediate. The moment I tried, you will kill me. True enough, Kirin nodded. You are a Yuki, aren't you? Behind his mask, Haku's eyes narrowed. You know of us? My fiancé is a Yuki clan member. At Kirin's answer, Haku seemed to went still. There are more of us? Asked the boy, his tone hopeful. Kirin shrugged. As far as I know, my fiancé, Yuki is the only one. I didn't expect to see another Yuki clan member. I heard that they went into hiding after the war in Kiri. Not that the paranoia of Kirigakure helped much. Haku was curious about his kin. He thought that his mother and him were the only ones of Yuki clan. Zabuza-san told him once that the members of Yuki clan once fought the Kagaya clan during the latter's rampage and were almost annihilated. That aside, what do I call you? I would call you Yuki, but my fiancé already took the name. She said that she doesn't need another name. It was a lie, not that it mattered. He just wanted confirmation of his opponent's identity. My name is Haku, and may I have yours, Shinobi-san? Uchiha Kirin, he nodded. Haku-san, for the sake of my fiancé, I'll do my best not to kill you. Haku smiled beneath his mask. If you underestimate me, I will be troubled, Kirin-san. Kirin laughed. No, if anything, I overestimated you. He raised his hand and pointed it to the sky. I must be quite fortunate that the weather is bad. It is about to rain, Haku-san. But before it does, let me show you something good. Haku could only blink as a thunder struck the dome of mirrors. At first he thought it was a coincidence. But when he saw a trace of lightning above the Konoha shinobi's finger, he knew that it was just the beginning. Kirin's eyes met Haku's mask. Let's see you survive till the end of the thunderclap. Kirin swung his arm down and the dome shattered. It had been a week and 5 days. Tendo started to wonder if Team 7 would fail to win his challenge. He had nothing to do for today and he was bored. Tayuya was away with Kushina on some kind of shopping trip, and he would rather not help them without a sacrifice. Read. Naruto, around. He had received Jin's report and forwarded it to the Hokage. Now that the information they received had been confirmed, Sarutobi commanded the Anbu to prepare for an invasion. The exam is in a few weeks. Tendo wondered if that was enough to train Team 7 in basics of elemental manipulation. And perhaps, he should start to teach Naruto the Rasengan? That could be good. Another matter that concerned him was the Raijin no Ken. He recalled what Sarutobi and Jin told him about the blade. As far as I know, Tobirama-sensei had that sword since Shodem-sama's time, Sarutobi informed him. From what I can learn in his memory, Raijin no Ken is given to the Senju clan as a sign of goodwill by Uzushiogakure. Ninjendo seemed to be quite sure of this information. But that meant the Raijin no Ken was indeed a divine weapon. A Vajra similar to his. He had sent a letter to Zhao Gongan, asking him of the blade. And the answer was surprising. That blade you possess is one of the treasure created by the Uzumaki clan, a replica of my weapon. I would suggest you keep it. There are many other treasures in this world comparable to such weapon. As expected of the people created by Ippon Dadara. He, like most people in elemental country, had heard rumors of treasures possessed by Rakudo Sennin, and Rakudo himself has confirmed the existence of such treasure. Tendo wondered if those treasures were part of what Zhao Gongan said. Perhaps he could send some of his paths to find the location of such treasures. Deep in thought, he returned to reality when he heard the Chunin at the gate speak. Isn't that Kakashi's team? Tendo smiled. It appeared that he would not be bored after all. He turned towards the gate and saw Team 7 approaching him. He noted the lack of Zabuza and Haku. He met Kirin's eyes, preforming a silent communication. Where are they? Kirin shook his head. They decided not to come alive? At Kirin's nod, Tendo said nothing more. As long as they were alive, he might be able to fight them one day. It would be interesting to see the difference in their capabilities with their counterparts. Welcome back, Team 7, he greeted them. How did it go? Was the mission fun? At once the genins began speaking together. Well, Naruto and Sakura did. Sasuke merely grunted. From what Tendo could glean, they had fun, a lot more than his team in that mission at least. Sensei, I made a new friend, Naruto cheerfully informed him. Tendo shot him a puzzled look. He did not recall meeting anyone special in that mission. Who is he? Or is it a she? Naruto grinned. A guy named Haku. He told me something good. He said that if I fight for what is precious to me, I'll be strong. You agree, right, Sensei? Tendo did not hear what Naruto said. His mind was focused on the first sentence. Are you sure that Yuki is a girl? Tendo turned towards Kirin, causing Naruto to blink at the sudden change in topic. Of course, you bastard, Kirin answered, though he had gone pale. No doubt realizing that he would never live this down. I see, so you have checked. Tendo shot his friend a smirk. As if you haven't, Kirin protested. That is correct. I have. But I am quite sure that Tayuya is always a girl, Tendo nodded sagely. Go dig a hole and bury yourself alive. Sensei. Listen to my story first, Naruto shouted, catching Tendo's attention once more. Tendo nodded. How about we continue this as we walk to Ichiraku Ramen? Naruto grinned and happily continued the tale of his mission, with Sakura adding some comments. And then, a lightning struck the ice dome. I was worried about Kirin-senpai, but he was unscratched, Sakura told him. That's right, Sensei. Can you do something cool like making thunder? I want to learn a jutsu like that. Naruto and Sakura did not seem to realize that the storm itself was caused by a jutsu. Tendo's eyebrow rose as he listened to the ramblings of the genins. He looked at Kirin as if saying, this is your fault. Now they are expecting something powerful instead of the basics. Kirin grinned in response. Come on now, Tendo. Keep your end of the bargain and teach them elemental manipulation. Tendo sighed. Very well. Tendo took out a kunai from his pocket. Then let us begin with lesson 1, melting a kunai. Go to hell, bastard. After you, Uchiha. Chapter end. Depend ng on what may happen in my university. The next chapter will either be at the end of January or even February. Projects and final exams are nigh. Thesis must be prepared. Defenses must be built. In case anyone missed the explanation for my absence, hiatus, above, then I will say it once again. I've been busy with thesis and classes. When I was free, end of the year and start of January, my grandmother died, the extended family gathered and there was a funeral. I did promise side stories and a flashback arc. But plans changed, sorry about that. This chapter was stalled for a long time, and it'll be stalled even more if I put side story or a flashback arc now. There is a video review of the first Samsara by Linarian Rothma www. YouTube watch V equals Z7R3LQ0UFGU or just search the fanfic report with the Scribe 01 Samsara again. I give my thanks to Linarian Rothma.